they're going to be a big score just because of the way that they backed. Can't worry about the pitch too much. You can only play as you see it. As you said, sometimes it can give you demons in your head when you see the cracks and everything, but you've got to play it. And that's so important to sell your wicket dearly. Just
before we get underway, don't often do these, but very good morning, George Gallantry. Big cricket fan. He's not been well lately. He's currently actually listening in hospital. So, George, I hope we're at least brightening things up a little bit for you at the moment. So, hope things progress in your favour. Right, players out in the middle, and Zach Crawley is taking guard. And it's high time, therefore, that I got out the way to let Neil Manthorp come in for the first commentary session of the morning. Steve Harmison is going to be alongside him, and it's a welcome back to Darren Gough as well, your two summarisers. Some thoughts from Harmy, some thoughts from Goughy, and Manners will bring you the first action of the morning.
Yeah, very excited about the first action of the morning. Looking at what India have gone, Rohit Sharma's turned to Mohammad Suraj on a wicket, Darren, which looks as though we wouldn't mind having a bowl on days 2 and 3 when the size of them cracks.
Yeah, it looks like my youth, 9 years old, back at Monk Bretton Cricket Club in Barnsley. Run up, I think, I'll tell you what, we'll have a battle here first. I can't see it getting any better, but let's wait and see what happens. I'm sure we're set for another top test match. 2 top teams. Doesn't look much like Barnsley to me. Have you ever been to Barnsley?
I have once. Yes. I got lost. Crawley on strike then. Here's Mohammad Suraj. First ball of the morning, and it's down the leg side. It was quite quick, and it bounced. It's always interesting to see where the keeper takes the first ball. It looked like a bit of carry there. The Barmy Army trumpeter, I think Mr. Finch is he? Can you hear the trumpet?
Yep, Jerusalem's going.
Sometimes it's unaccompanied. Sometimes Mr. Finch struggles to get his trumpet through security, but I think he's done that. Suraj in, good away swinger, beats the edge. Crawley driving, not an unfamiliar sight, but not great foot movement. Certainly some swing.
Well, what we've seen as a fast bowler as well, when you run in and bowl that first ball, just going back that previous one, you always wait. You just, because you don't know, dear, till you get on there, you bowl that first ball, and you immediately look for the carry. Yeah, decent carry, we like that, and that dictates then your length, right? But yeah, a little bit of swing. But Suraj, we've seen him throughout the series. We know what we're going to get. We're going to get good balls and we're going to get bad balls, right? But he is a wicket taker. That's one thing he is Suraj.
3 slips in a gully, and oh, that's a good bouncer. I was just about to say there's no short leg in. I was just about to say, why haven't they got a short leg in? And Crawley has gloved that one. It might have gone over short leg's head, but ooh, hello.
Hello, I'm just thinking it's into Darren Gough. We wouldn't mind bowling on this in days 2 and days 3, but it's gone after a day. The pitch has gone after 3 balls. The first ball bounced. The first ball hit crack and bounced. The second ball didn't hit a crack and didn't bounce. Jarrod took it ankle high. That one there has just leaped off a length. Zach Crawley 6'5". That's hit him in the glove in front of his grill off the back of a length ball. Woohoo! Here we go.
Strap yourselves in. Suraj in again. That one keeps low outside the odd stump. That one didn't get up at all.
Well, immediate thoughts is, well, it's obvious what we've got is we've got a very two-pace pitch. And that's probably due to the dryness. It's black soil, isn't it? They say they're normally slower and lower, or they get slower and lower as the game goes on. But we've seen a lot of cracks in this pitch. There's been a lot of talk from the players from both teams, not quite sure. When you look at it, it's ugly, isn't it? It's an ugly pitch.
Yeah, it's an ugly pitch. You see the cracks, and there's green grass grown around the cracks.
Suraj in again to Crawley, leaves one alone outside the off stump, and now that one is also taken by the keeper with his fingers pointing upwards. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and I think if you were standing there with a brand new SG ball in your hand, you wouldn't be thinking it looks ugly.
No, I think I don't.
If you know what I mean.
And I don't think after 4 overs, when you're normally in that part of the world, you feel tired, look at the captain and think, can you take me off now because this is not bouncing above shin high? I think this will encourage bowlers, especially the seam bowlers, to want to bowl and continue to try and give them energy. When you are in this part of the world, you can get deflated very quickly.
Sirajin to complete the over, and once more outside the off stump, it's left alone, it bounces, it carries. Couple kept low in that over, one down the leg side, one took off and hit Crawley on the gloves in front of his face, and it's a daft thing to do to proclaim anything about a pitch after just 6 balls, but let's do it anyway because it's a laugh. I think between 250 and 300 is going to be a terrific score.
I'm not even going to even predict at this moment in time. I want to see 4 or 5 overs, because what we do see in India as a fast bowler is, but we've seen in this series, with the new ball in your hand and you're bowling first, you've got an opportunity to take wickets. It's like anywhere in the world. Might get a little uneven bounce, might get a bit of swing, you've got a brand new ball, stuff might happen. I'll tell you my thoughts after around 10 overs. Mind you, it might be 3 or 4 down by then, but give me 10 overs and let's see if it settles down, because it's a new ball, first morning of a test match, you expect a little bit to happen, right?
Yeah, you expect a little bit to happen. We're having a joke and a laugh. And you're right, in this series so far, Manners, in the first couple of tests when we were out there, the ball did do a bit for the seam bowlers, very first up, dewy conditions, brand new ball. My worry is, 2 of them balls would have gone straight over Ben Duckett's head from back of the length. Zach Crawley in front of his nose. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how the debutant goes now.
Here's Akash Deep then, first delivery to Ben Duckett, and he plays defensively, just pushing it gently up to Ashwin at mid-on. And just the 2 slips in. I think that's as a result of the lack of pace from Akash Deep, who is actually a Bengali teammate of Mukesh Kumar, and Mukesh is the senior of the 2, but they play together. They take the new ball for Bengal, and it's the junior man who's been given a debut today.
Did he go off Mukesh? He got 9 for, didn't he, in the first class match, Ranchi Trophy, just this last week?
Mukesh Kumar, and he also took wickets against England A, the Lions, didn't he? That's pushed away defensively by Ben Duckett once more. It's full and straight. That's what Deep is known for. Accuracy, probing rather than pace or swing.
He got wickets. He got wickets in between these games, but having watched him in close quarter in that second test match, you couldn't pick him again. Rohit Sharma had no confidence in him whatsoever. He didn't even look at him at times to look, thinking about warming up to get him onto bowl. He did look as though he was not out of his depth, but he just looked as though he was struggling with confidence. And maybe that going back in that first class match, getting wickets that he got, will give him the confidence. But I'm not sure Rohit had confidence in picking him, and that's why they've gone with Akash Deep. He bowled a lot, Akash Deep, in between lunch and tea and the morning of the day's play. He did bowl a hell of a lot in them first 2 test matches when we were out there in warm-ups.
Here's Akash Deep again. Well, for a man known for his accuracy, that one's gone a long way down the leg side, and it swung as well. Dhruv Jurel, the keeper, has had to dive full length away to his right, and he's actually congratulated by his slips. Just watching replay footage of Akash Deep being presented with his test cap at the age of 27, as is the case with so many Indian cricketers. It's been a storied rise for him. It's been an eventful career. That one is pushed away, square of the wicket on the offside, and they're off the mark. England are underway into the gap between cover and extra cover.
Yeah, I think with Akash as well, I think it's the right time for him probably to make his debut. They've rested, obviously, Jasprit Bumrah, who's a big performer for India. He's done well in a couple of test matches against England A, played in the 3 tests that have just, while England A was over there, so I think he got a couple of 4-4s in that series. So I think it's the right time for his debut, and a good opportunity for him on this pitch with what we've seen so far. And he bowls a decent heat.
Yeah, well, he's described as medium fast. Here is Akash Deep again, and this time it's Crawley forcing it away through the offside. Shubman Gill in pursuit from cover. I always think that medium fast is 130 to 135 and fast medium is 135 to 140, and he's 4 of his deliveries have been exactly 139 kilometres an hour, so I'm going fast medium.
Well, it's frustrating that wherever you go in the world, if you go to Australia, they'll call you medium fast, right? when you know you're
That's
fast
just to
medium.
annoy you.
Right, you're fast, right? I'm fast. I will fast medium, right? But they'll always put medium fast when you go to Australia just to get you down.
Here's Akash Deep. Oh, good ball. That's well bowled. It's beaten Duckett outside the off stump. Playing a miss from the left-hander. There's a run apiece to Zach Crawley and Ben Duckett. Confirmation that England won the toss and have chosen to bat first. Surprised nobody. And a very good toss to win. It always is in India, pretty much. What is interesting is that there hasn't actually been a first-class game on this ground for 3 years. But if you go back to the last 10 first-class games, make of it what you will, the seamers have taken more wickets than the spinners. About 60-40.
You can see that, the bounce. It doesn't matter whether the pitch is prepared, under-prepared, or the crack or anything like that. There's a natural bounce on every ground has got their own natural bounce. Somewhere like the Oval will have more of a natural bounce than many other places in England. So that you see there is a hardness and there's a natural bounce with this.
Mohamed Siraj in for his second over. Crawley plays it away defensively, no run.
This looks as though the cracks are in good areas for fast bowlers. From the end, Mohamed Siraj's bowl, we've seen just a replay of the last over. It looks as though if you bowl in a back of a length area and hit the pitch, and I think that's the beauty about this surface. I think you have to hit the surface. Where someone like Akash Deep kissing the surface, Mohamed Siraj is hitting it. And I think because of that, I think Siraj is going to get a hell of a lot more out of it than Akash Deep because of the inconsistency, the natural uneven bounce that's in it.
England 2 without loss. Their team was announced yesterday. I'm sure you're aware of it. I'll give you confirmation in just a moment. Here is Siraj again, and that's tucked away nicely by Crawley up to Ashwin again at mid-off. Ashwin, the first man to take the mickey out of himself for his lack of fast twitch fibres, and when he's at mid-on or mid-off, unless the ball's smashed straight to him, he knows he's walking a guaranteed single.
Diving boots on Andy when he runs after it. He is funny to watch. He's such a great performer with bat and ball, but in the field, let's be honest, he's not the best at running after it.
But it just looks awkward, doesn't it? Like you say, it's like he's been handicapped, but with a diving belt or something. But he, as I said, he's the first man to laugh at himself, and he's got 500 wickets, which suggests that slow twitch fibres are also useful. Duckett slashes one out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary. You heard that correctly. Just the 2 slips of Ben Duckett and a sweeper on the cover boundary.
Interesting. Such a Duckett shot though, that wasn't it? Little bit of width. Just flares it through backward point. Like I say, I fielded out there. So I remember when England used to have that in Australia when the ball to Sehwag at a deep cover. I saw him got caught out there in the first over of a test match, deep cover against Australia. For a deep cover in place, and he middled it straight to deep cover.
Here's Mohamed Siraj again up to the crease now. Bowls. Crawley drives. Lovely looking shot. The captain Rohit Sharma is at mid-off rather than in the slip cordon, and he does the fielding there.
That was that game we played at Old Trafford. I think it was just after your time. Sareen Botham's on commentary. Sanachai Surya first up. I'm standing there. I've got a deep point, and he's berated. What on earth are we setting fields for bad bowling for? Bowling our fault. He went straight to, I can't remember who it was, Sajid Mahmood, I think, straight down his throat. Thank you.
Siraj in again to Crawley, and that's tucked out towards mid-wicket again, and there's no run. I'm chuckling because Sean Pollock had Virendra Sehwag caught third man in the first over of a test match, and again people were going, what on earth is a third man doing down there? And it was the third ball of the test.
Well, it's vital, and I think now people wouldn't even look twice at it, would they? I mean, they'd say, oh, it's just normal. But back then, 10, 15 years ago, 20 years ago, people would say, oh, what's he doing there? That's negative. It's not. Against some of the players, like a Klusner, a Chesseria, Sehwag, it was an important position.
Duckett.
Yeah, Duckett.
You'd have a man out. You definitely would have a man out there for Duckett. Yeah, a man at deep point is far more, I think, important than a man at mid wicket.
stops him scoring as well. I mean, that's the point. Duckett likes to score quickly, and if he's slap driving and is only getting one, Siraj into Crawley. He's groping for this one a little bit outside the off stump. Might also have kept a little lower than he anticipated, but he does get a single through the leg side. 5 without loss, England after 3 overs.
And then also, if you bowl that wide delivery because whatever you don't get it right, slips and keeper are still in place, and deep cover, if he then doesn't get over it, he's in the game. So you've got lots of options to get him out, even if you bowl a rubbish delivery.
That's what I'm saying about Ben Duckett. And I wouldn't have a mid-wicket to Ben Duckett. I would encourage him to close the face of the bat, bowl that sort of outside the off stump. Say to him, right, we're not going to give you the boundary shot, but if you want to play that slash drive, you can do. Bowl to his strength, if anything. And then say, well, you're going to have to hit it straight, or you're going to have to hit it, if you want to get the boundary, you're going to have to hit it a little bit later. When he hits it a little bit later, you bring in Bold, because he chops on a lot, and he does nick it behind as well.
Here's Akash Deep once again, and that is pushed away out on the offside. I don't know whether it came off the bat or whether it actually beat the inside edge and came off his thigh pad. It trickles away towards backward point. Akash Deep's got 3 slips in a gully for Zach Crawley. It was off the inside edge onto the pad. He's got 3 slips to Crawley and just the 2 to Ben Duckett. Does Duckett, he's not a clipper really, is he? I mean,
no,
if he goes through mid-wicket, he's pulling it.
Yeah, but he lets it come and works it. It's going to drop, and I think that's going to be the important thing in this next half hour.
Akash Deep, once again, 27 years old, right arm over the wicket. That's played defensively by Crawley. Bearded is Akash Deep, and tremendous physique. Doesn't look like he's carrying much, if anything.
You look at England's start so far in this series, the opening partnership has been very fruitful for them in a way which has been with boundaries. I think on this surface, England are going to have to, hopefully they've learned that about the surface. There's going to be a lot more, have to rotate strike, a lot more singles. They're not going to find the boundary as easy.
Here is Akash Deep again. Oh, Crawley inside edge. Yeah, ironically enough, he's got a single down to fine leg, but the inside edge is a shot that Crawley he'll be remembered for him. Jeremy says a couple of spells, hasn't he, where he's had 3 or 4, got away with them, and he always seems to get runs rather than get bowled.
Well, he throws his hands at it, doesn't he? He plays away from his body, throws his hands at it, and it only has to be a little fraction movement back into the batter, and he's going to get that inside edge, and that's why he does it, yeah.
6 without loss. Cautious start, I would say, from England's openers. Here is Akash Deep, right arm over the wicket, and Duckett opens the face of the bat, steers it. There he is, to the sweeper on the cover boundary, Mohammad Siraj. I'm interested that Virat Kohli is, I keep saying that, Rohit Sharma. It was 7 years he was captain. Rohit Sharma has taken himself out of the slip cordon and has positioned himself at mid-off. Sarfraz Khan and Yashasvi Jaiswal finished the first two slip positions. Here's Crawley on strike. 4 from 15 balls. England 7 for none. Akash Deep bowled him! Off stump out of the ground. Crawley's gone, kept a bit low. Nipped back. Tough one to keep out.
Oh, are we going to hear it? Are we going to hear it? There might be close to a no ball. It's an absolute beauty. It has nipped back, kept a little bit low. Zach Crawley, nowhere. Oh my word. A bit like Ben Stokes. You had a wicket with one of the first overs of Test match cricket, but unfortunately just got excited. Couldn't keep his front foot on the line or behind the line. And heartbreak for Akash. Heartbreak. He's just over the line. It's an absolute beauty to get rid of Zach Crawley. But unfortunately, the umpire's got his arm out and Zach Crawley's got a reprieve.
Unbelievable. Couple of centimetres away from glory. I mean, how do you feel? Your first Test wicket. You just want to get one. You want to get in the game. It makes you feel so much better. The adrenaline's going. You probably bowl half a yard quicker. You're right into the game in his second over. An absolute beauty. Kept a little low, correct, but nipped back. Back again he goes.
Oh dear, here is Akash Deep bowls. Crawley with his first life on 4, tucks this one off his hip behind square on the leg side, and Mukesh has got to get that out of his head. It's a really crass and easy thing to say, but he's shaking his head now, he's tutting and cursing. Have you noticed that enormous watch he's got on his left wrist as well? Looks like he'd be able to tell the time on Mars with that, and he's oh dear me, it was a snorter.
Oh, beauty, absolute beauty. Just seeing it again, nip back. Zach Crawley was a little bit in no man's land, but I'm not surprised on this surface. This is not a very good surface. We're 4 overs in.
Mukesh Deep into Ben Duckett, plays defensively straight back to the bowler, and there is no run. 4 overs gone. England are 9 without loss. One thing I would suggest is, without dispute, is that Duckett and Crawley have assessed conditions and realise that this is not a situation in which to attempt to make a flailing start.
Well, it's a bit like in England, April and May, isn't it? When you play on a wicket which zips about a bit, makes you look foolish. And, the bowler's going to beat the bat an awful lot, and then all of a sudden it dies down and you can cash in. So my worry is if it starts going up as well as going down.
Mohammad Siraj begins a new over, and there's a loud but speculative appeal for LBW. Rohit Sharma immediately suggests it was a bit high, so he's not going to review it. 9 without loss. More from Harmy and Gough, and then John Norman will take over.
Yeah, that was high. I think it was excitable from Mohammad Siraj. And the ball is going up. Once it starts going up and down, and then you've got a surface which I think is pretty much unplayable. In this, well, I know I'm only 4 overs in. Want to be sort of stick the boot into the surface, but I'm not sure this is good enough for Test match cricket. Really, really disappointed so far with the 4.1 overs that we've seen.
Siraj again, and he's been greeted on the full by Zach Crawley. First boundary of the day, and it's driven handsomely past the stumps. And Crawley, who has had a reprieve, moves to 9. Good morning, chaps.
Good morning, mate. Yeah, interesting start, isn't it? Like I said, there's a lot of cracks on this pitch, John, and there's been a little bit of uneven bounce, bit too pace, so not an ideal start to a test match. You expect on the first morning for it to nibble round a little bit with a new ball in any conditions around the world, but I think it's just the difference in pace, too paced, and a bit of uneven bounce so far we've seen in the first 4 overs, 5 overs.
Siraj again. Good length delivery on off stump, and Crawley is on the front foot. He wasn't quite on the front foot enough, was he, when Akash Deep thought he got his first wicket in Test cricket, and indeed he had for about 3 seconds for the
pretty early call, wasn't it? I think Rod Tucker knew straight away as soon as the ball had been bowled. I think with the off-field umpire given the no balls, I think the naked eye of the umpire gets drawn attention to something which is not quite right. I think Rod Tucker knew straight away it was a no ball.
Tell you what, I've been watching you guys on comms, awaiting my turn to come into the box, and the little knowing looks between 2 former fast bowlers has told, and we're on the stream of course on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube stream, pitched up again from Siraj on the pads of Crawley, flicks this ball through mid-wicket, 2 fielders there, but he'll pick up a single.
Well, our next career move, Army, Big Brother house.
Big Brother house.
Yeah, the camera, right? I even forgot that camera was there. It could get us in trouble all the time, couldn't it?
Yeah, I'm not sure I could go into the Big Brother house.
That's one of the few you didn't do, isn't it?
Yeah, I was going to say, Gough was one of the only ones. They mustn't pay any money, do they? Cash is not king in a Big Brother house.
I think I'd have a go at the Big Brother house.
You'd get bored. Jamie O'Hara did it, didn't he?
You would just eat, don't you?
Yeah.
Perfect.
I don't think you could bring your iPad in. There'll be no cricket, no footy.
And I don't think you can get Just Eat either.
Don't think you can get Just Eat, no Sopranos, or whatever your box set is at the moment. As Siraj is in, bowling to the left-handed Ben Duckett, who covers up and defends. England 14 without loss. Winning the toss. That was important. The tosses have been important, haven't they? England, all 3 matches have gone the way of the team batting first. Slightly less conventional win for England in the first test as opposed to India's in the second and third. but it's been a real test for both Crawley and Duckett. Duckett facing up and defending, playing with a straight back down the wicket.
Well, the amazing thing what we've seen so far is, but I think Duckett's looked quite composed at the crease, and nothing much has bounced to him. And Zach Crawley keeps getting all the deliveries that are bouncing and keeping low. So I think with Duckett at the moment, he kind of just playing normal. Nothing really looked out of place bowling at Ben Duckett, but to Zach Crawley, he seems to be the one that's getting a bit of indifference in bounce and movement.
Yeah, I think that is in the length of the surface. I think what I'm seeing is that the length you have to bowl to Zach Crawley is different obviously to Ben Duckett. You've got to bowl a little bit fuller to Ben Duckett because he's shorter in stature, shorter in height, so your natural length to Crawley is a little bit further back. I think that's where the demons are on this surface, back of a length.
Akash Deep is back and bowling at the start of his third over, and he gets Crawley playing forward inside portion of the bat, fielded at short mid wicket. 14 without loss. England batting first on a pitch, well, it depends which side you're looking at, essentially. And then when you throw in the huge difference in height between the left-handed Ben Duckett and the right-handed Zach Crawley, certainly made for an interesting start to this Test match.
Yeah, I wouldn't have fancied facing me and you on this surface. You know, the sort of similar pierce through the air, but when it comes to the tall from one end bounce, hit the surface, and skiddy trajectory to the other end.
Here's Deep again, and there's a big swing and a miss from Zach Crawley. First bit of width from Deep. It was a tempter. Crawley went with the shot, but no run, no connection.
Yeah, but nice start really from Deep, actually. Bowled decent length, good length actually. And he is a little bit smaller than Siraj. But you're right, and I think it is one of them pitches. When you see cracks on a surface as a fast bowler, you can't just run in and put it on a length. As Army mentioned earlier, you have got to hit those cracks so hard, and that's where you get the uneven bounce.
Akash is in, and gets Crawley playing forward again. He's a good 3 or 4 kilometres an hour quicker than Siraj. Maybe a little bit more, actually. That was a touch slower than some of the deliveries we've seen this morning. But it just seems to be getting the batters to hurry up a little bit more as well. It seems to be noticeable.
Well, the thing with Deep is he's a little bit shorter, and I think release point shorter than Siraj, so he's kissing the surface. So I don't think he's getting as much bounce as what Siraj is. He's getting movement, it's hitting the crack and going sideways, where Siraj is getting a little bit more unevenness, where Siraj has made the ball bounce.
Akash again beats Crawley, who plays inside the line. Crawley 10 not out. The score, England 14 without loss here on talkSPORT 2 via the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel.
I think Crawley and Duckett have done really well this morning. I think Duckett's done the best. He stayed down the opposite end. He's done really well. So Zach Crawley seems to be the one that's got the balls that have misbehaved. And I think, I said before, I think that's because they're having to bring the length back. I think Ollie Robinson on this would have been a handful this morning. I really think Ollie Robinson would have been a handful, even though he's not pace, and Jimmy, the two of them together. I think their accuracy and Ollie Robinson's length could be a handful if this stays the way it does.
3 slips in place for Crawley, who again defends. Ball spits up from the pitch, touching 140 kilometres an hour on debut, Akash Deep, and certainly compared to his Bengal teammate Mukesh, seems to really be on it right from the off, which is impressive considering he's on debut.
Yeah, good start from him. Hits the seam. It does remind me of Mohamed Shami though. Actually runs in like him and everything. Everything about him is Mohamed Shami. So yeah, he's had an impressive start. He'll be gutted, but he bowled that no ball.
Yep. Crawley just moves away from the wicket. There's a little bit of movement behind the bowler's arm. If you are just joining us, it was the 5th ball of the 4th over. The second bowl by Akash Deep. And Crawley lost his off stump. Celebrations were cut short though, because the bowler was alerted that he'd overstepped within a couple of seconds. But he's continued well as Crawley goes for an expansive drive. The ball flying up, and what would have probably gone over 4th slip, but we'll have to have a little look. But he was not in control of that shot. It will take a boundary, his second, 4 runs from the over.
That looked as though it hit the middle of his bat. That's gone over full slip off the. It looked as though it had gone off the middle of his bat. He's playing well away from himself, and you don't blame Jack Crawley for throwing the kitchen sink at anything that's wide, because he's been bombarded with balls that have either bounced, kept low, nipped back. It's been hit on the inside thigh pad on more than one occasion. So that did look as though when the width's on offer, you don't blame Zach Crawley or Ben Duckett for throwing the kitchen sink at it, but it looked as though it hit the middle of the bat, done for lack of pace, and it's gone flying over full slip.
Duckett facing up with 2 slips and a gully in position, and he would just cut this ball away to deep point for a single. I mean, looking at that pitch, it almost looks like someone needs to get the old the mildew spray on half of it.
No, what was that game you used to play when you were a kid? Hopscotch, was it? Something like that?
Hopscotch, yeah.
Play hopscotch down the middle of it. But if you're a fast bowler, on either side in the squads, you'd be thinking, oh, I wouldn't mind a little ball on this morning.
I tell you what, this is the first time I've worked with you guys for 10 years, and it's the first time I've looked at you both, and you're both thinking,
I'm getting loose here.
And then I realised how much it's going to hurt me knees.
Forward is Crawley, inside half of the bat onto pad. There is a short mid on, and if he's at short mid wicket, possibly that ball pops up to the fielder.
Do you know, it's gone out of fashion. Short leg, actually, to fast bowlers, I think in modern day Test cricket is kind of just about left the game. But on a pitch like this, where it's just jagging off the cracks and a little bit uneven bounce, it's a big position. It's a huge position for the nip back.
Totally agree, and I think reading the room and reading the situation, it's not your typical flat pitch going to hit it for 4.
Crawley forward, driving handsomely, beats the bowler Siraj, and the ball travels past Rohit Sharma at mid-off as well. And that's another good-looking shot. Another 4 to the score. England moved to 23 without loss.
And you look at even that one there. It was a big shot, a little bit fuller of length. That's just trickled to the boundary. It hasn't flown to the boundary. It hasn't timed off Zach Crawley's bat. The Rohit Sharma didn't get a hand on it. So again, a bit like what Gough is saying there. If you read the situation, England, even if they are going hard at it, the likelihood is they're not going to be timing it perfectly. So your fielders can be a little bit closer to put pressure on the batter. Make sure they're not rotation of strike, but you could potentially have a short leg.
Well, there's no short leg as Siraj is in, pitches this up, and this is clipped quite beautifully as Siraj strays onto the pads past mid-wicket, and that's another 4 to the score. Crawley moves to 22 and England move to 27 without loss here on talkSPORT 2 and also on talkSPORT.
Yeah, I think that's his best shot probably. Got in a good position. The ball just nipping back into him. Played it through. It was hit middle and leg, but played it through, kept his head still and played a nice shot actually. Nice and balanced at the crease and just clipped it off his legs for another boundary.
I'd say that's the first time in 6.5 overs that a batter's looked comfortable with the shot that they've played. Really comfortable.
Siraj in. He's gone for 2 boundaries. And is he going to go for a third? He is, Clipped again, this time square up, drilled straight down that deep square leg, but the fielder is backward a square and he cannot cut this ball off. 3 4s in a row. And Crawley, who had looked troubled with the ball in and around off stump, or maybe a touch back of the length. Siraj erring by bowling 2 full and 2 straight.
Yeah, and you can't bowl there to Zach. He's pretty good off his legs, isn't he? He's pretty solid. And I think so Siraj this. He does bowl a bit of a mix.
Last ball of the over, and he has been absolutely clubbed. Front foot slog from Crawley, really. And Siraj, you thought his over couldn't get any worse after 3 successive 4s, has found out it can. 19 runs from the over. Crawley smashes him for 6, and England are 37 without loss.
Well, if there's going to be one with your name on it, you might as well get a few quickly, and that's what Zach Crawley's done there. But I think what the beauty about that last 4 balls is that England have inserted themselves on the bowler just simply because he's gone right. You can bowl in good areas, but if you go offline, and I think what Siraj has done there, he's gone searching. He feels as though, as a bowler, you do feel as though pressure's on me to get wickets on a surface like this, and then all of a sudden he's overpitched 3-4 times and he's been dispatched to the boundary. Brilliant from Zach Crawley.
Well, just as the bat starts to dominate the ball, Harmy and Gough are off. But they're replaced by another Torlan. Alex Tudor's just getting himself ready. Jarrod Kimber's going to be alongside me as well. Ben Duckett to face Akash Deep. And he defends first ball. 4 from 11 at Duckett. Akash Deep coming round the wicket to the left-hander for the first time in the innings so far. Wow, how quickly things could change if you're Mohammad Siraj. Jarrod, you on? Tudes, you on? You ready?
Someone's here.
How are you both? You good?
You called that a slog and Tudes wasn't happy.
Well,
that
it's
was
just
harsh.
Wow, you think? Okay, well, you've got half an hour to talk about it. Defended again by Duckett. More, am I doing the batter a little bit of a disservice?
I think so. I think so. Morning, everyone. It's just that he got, as Goughy rightly said, you know, if your name's on one, you might as well go hard, and that's what these players do. But it was just a ball that was a little bit fuller, and he just hit it disdainfully down the long off.
It seemed like he was going to hit it there, whatever the ball was.
Well, he had a bit of practice to 3 balls before, didn't he?
Well, he did. He did indeed. Here is Akash Deep. Wide of the crease this time, and this is played into the ground. Fielded it backward or gully by the Indian fielder. Duckett 4 from 14. Crawley 32 from 32. And Jarrod, I'm old enough to remember when he was castled for 5 3 overs ago.
Yeah, he's certainly made up for that, hasn't he?
Well, he has. How have you assessed how Akash Deep has gone about his business on debut? What do we know about him coming into this test match? He's in again now, and this is straighter, and Duckett tries to play this through mid-wicket, but picks out a fielder.
He was stripped over a flat bit of the ground then. I don't know what happened to him. He looked like a sniper had got him
He
chewed.
nearly lost himself in the divots, I think.
Yeah.
In the cracks.
I hope that wasn't the pitch that he tripped on. So I asked CricViz, and they said in first-class cricket he averages 17 against right-handers and 27 against left-handers. And the reason I asked that question is he's coming from a very weird angle when he's coming around the wicket. So I haven't seen anyone do this since maybe Malcolm Marshall, where they come from almost behind the umpire.
In again, and this is clipped, or rather cut, square of the wicket. Good running as well from the England openers. And the fielder has hit the stumps on the flush from the deep. It's Siraj, who's probably still steaming after being hit for 19 from the last over. I don't even think they're going to bother going upstairs. It was Crawley coming back to help Duckett pick up a second. Siraj sweeping in, and yeah, Crawley's comfortably home, but we do have to just check these things.
Another stump out in the ground. They're on trampoline springs, these stumps. But you look at him when he comes around the umpire and he ends up bowling quite wide and sort of falling away to the right-hand side. I think he hasn't really got a method for coming around the wicket to left-handers that's very strong. So you could see in his record that, you know, 10 runs, averaging 10 runs more. Against the right-handers, I think he's looked incredible.
Deep is in again, and Duckett pushes this to cover, no run. What is a 10-run difference between left-handers and right-handers from fast bowler perspective? Is that larger than usual? I mean, what's the general kind of difference or the spread?
You know, most players would be, you know, more or less similar within about 3 runs of right-handers and left-handers. Everyone has, you know, most bowlers would have a preference, but even then it would be like a marginal preference of you know. Then occasionally you get Kemar Roach, who is obviously about 100 times better against left-handers and right-handers, and late career Stuart Broad was someone else that you see. Generally, though, yeah, you don't see a 10-run split. Like I wouldn't think that would be very common at all. And also, averaging less than 20 against against right-handers is not that common. You know, usually if you have a number that good, it's against the left-handers, not the right-handers.
Have you got mine? Because Left-handers I used to get out for a pastime. Right-handers not so much.
I don't know if they had computers when you played.
What are you trying to say? There's no grey hair on
Saying
it.
it old. Tunes, it's his stock. If Jarrod's got a stock delivery, it's the "you're old" joke.
Quite fair.
Going to see a little bit of spin, and it's going to be Ravindra Jadeja, player of the match from the third Test match, and Crawley is going to take a run first ball. He's 33. He was bowled for 4, only for Akash Deep to have his celebrations cut short. He'd overstepped first Test wicket. Who did Ben Stokes? Was Ben Stokes' first Test wicket a no ball? There's an England.
That's a
Mark
long
Wood
time
as
ago
well.
now.
Yeah, it was. Mark Wood as well. Producer Scott is telling me in my ears. Either way, since then he's added 29 runs at a run and ball, including 21 from an over. As this is pitched up from Jadeja. Bit of flight there to the left-handed Duckett. Rotating strike, that's what Harmy called for at the start of the day with Gough, the importance of rotating the strike, and that is exactly what both Crawley and Duckett have done at the start of Jadeja's first over. And again defended this time by Crawley, getting back well in front of pads. Jadeja picked up his 10th Player of the Match award in the last Test match, and there are only 2 Indians that have managed to do in excess of that number in the history of Indian Test cricket. As Crawley, using his footwork this time, down the pitch and clips the ball to Ravichandran Ashwin, who's about 10 to 15 yards inside the boundary at mid-wicket.
Would Sachin be one?
That's exactly what Manners said when I posed that to him yesterday in the podcast, the following on podcast. Yes, Sachin has got 14 Player of the Match awards. Down the track, and Ben Duckett, and on the sweep, Jadeja is imploring the umpire, Kumar Dharmasena, to give this. Looked like Duckett was hit adjacent to the stumps, and I've got a feeling, Jarrod, that Rohit Sharma's going to go for this.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we know he was going to go for it because he got to the end of the clock and he hadn't done anything, and generally that means he's going to go for it. But we saw Jarrod trying to say to him, look, I felt like that was spinning back, straightening, but look, I thought it looked out. I was shocked Dharmasena didn't give that. New ball bounce is the only thing I would be worried about at the moment. I thought it was in line. What do you think, Judes?
Yeah, it looked good to me. Well, we're just going to have a little look now.
My first impression was he might be in a bit of trouble here.
Not certain if there's any bat involved. He's coming across it. Can you give me ultra edge?
So the angle we have is slightly from the leg side of the stump. So line may be a little bit more interesting than I thought. It's also hit him in the belly.
By for ultra edge, Kumar.
He's not a tall man.
He was down low for a sweep as well, wasn't he?
He's not a tall man.
You can get 2 Duckets to a Tudes. Well, we're having a look, see if there's any ball on bat or possibly glove. And
flat line, no bat involved.
No.
Ball tracker when available.
Joe Wilson is the TV umpire.
Does it flick his pad before it hits him in the belly?
Yes.
Okay, then that does look pretty in line.
Is not out. Ball pitching outside off. The impact is umpire's call. Wickets umpire's call. Kumar will be staying with your original decision of not out. I'll let you know when you're on screen. Stand by. You're on screen. Signal now.
Well, I tell you what, Jarrod, Kimber and Alex Tudor, England have had a little bit of luck this morning. Zach Crawley given out. Or rather, Zach Crawley clean bowled, wasn't given out, only for Akash Deep to have overstepped. And on another day, and maybe in another Test match, and Brendan McCullum and Ben Stokes will possibly feel that England are owed 1 or 2 from the third Test. The finger of doom would have gone up, and there would have been no reviewing or escaping an LBW decision there.
So if they'd taken away umpire's call, that would have been out.
I still don't quite understand what Stokes wants. I can't see why removing or bringing in umpire's call makes any difference to an on-field out decision like the one Zach Crawley got, as Ben Duckett, all wrists, so we've seen this shot so many times, has just played this ball through mid-wicket, or through the covers rather, and away for 4. So a little bit of salt added to the wound. Ravindra Jadeja believing he had Duckett LBW. The umpire's finger stayed down. A review couldn't help India at all. And England are off to one of their customary fast starts. 9 overs in, despite a hiccup along the way. They're still there, Crawley and Duckett. 34 to Crawley, 11 to Duckett, and after a word from Jarrod Kimber and Alex Tudor, will be the returning Andrew McKenna.
Well, it was a fantastic shot. Last ball off that over. As you said, he was a little lucky. Umpire went on umpire's call, and there was the importance of that, isn't it? The umpire's call, it was clipping, so if the umpire had given that out, he would have been walking back.
I just thought Darmsina was going to give it out. It just looked straight enough, didn't it? And, you know, we talked about the bounce, partly because it flicked up off the pad as well.
Akash Deep then to continue. Right arm over the wicket, bowls to Crawley, clips it down to long leg, where Kuldeep will do the fielding. They'll take a single. 47 for no loss. Crawley goes to 35.
But it was hitting the stumps halfway up. Like, it was, you know, maybe he thought it was outside the line. I know Dhruv Jurel and Rohit Sharma were talking about the line a little bit, so maybe it was, they all picked it that way. But naked, to me, that looked very, very adjacent.
Can I say I was giving it not out on line? Because I could see, you can see leg stump behind his body. So to me, that therefore, it wasn't the bounce that was the issue, it was the where is he across his stumps. But, I mean, if that's given either way, you can absolutely make that case. So that's 2 moments in this match so far. We're only in the 10th over. It's 4:45 in the morning. If you are just joining us, England won the toss, elected to bat. Zach Crawley's been clean bowled by Akash, but it was a no ball. He was on 4 then. That was in the 4th over. Now Ben Duckett, an LBW shout off of Jadeja. Plenty going on. Right, Akash Deep to bowl around the wicket to the left-handed Duckett. They're putting out a deep square leg. Who is Jadeja, who is one of the best fielders in world cricket. You can basically field him anywhere. And he's going out to deep square leg. Akash then around the wicket, pitched up, edged and out. England have had some wobbly moments so far, but there's no doubt about that one. Akash, his grouping to the left hand of the spawner, Duckett, has been absolutely bang on the mark. He goes around the wicket, brings Duckett forward, it grazes the outside edge of the bat, and India have their first of the morning. Jurel, the wicketkeeper, takes the catch. England, as I say, lose their first, 47 for 1.
Yeah, that's a fantastic delivery from Akash. As you said, he's very successful against left-handers, coming round the wicket, giving that natural angle. Just got it to go away from Ben Duckett. We got a good piece of it, thick edge to Jarrod, the keeper, and he's walking back for 11 off 21 balls faced. England 47 for 1, live here on talkSPORT.
So we were talking before about Akash Deep struggling against the left-handers. That's the bit I don't understand, because his natural ball goes away from them. I think it's just that he hasn't felt as comfortable coming around the wicket. He's got this weird angle, but his best ball, like the one he got Crawley out with, coming back into Crawley, comes away from Duckett. He's got that right, but it's about the first ball he's bowled well to Duckett all morning, and unfortunately for Duckett, he's nicked off. Not that there's been any bad fortune for England so far, but I thought Duckett was playing him pretty well up until that point. But that should be what he does to left-handers all the time, just angles in and moves the ball away a little bit.
Well, England again get to 40 odd. That is the lowest opening partnership that they've had in the series, 40 so far. So they've been absolutely cracking along. 47 1. Ollie Pope comes to the crease. It's been a bit feast or famine for Ollie Pope so far. Hyderabad 1 and 196. Visakhapatnam 23 and 23, and Rajkot 39 and 3. So starts in a few of the others, but hasn't really gone on. Akash Deep, right arm over the wicket. He's angling the ball into Ollie Pope, brings him forward, pushes to mid-wicket, where Siraj will field, and there's no run. 47 for 1 here on talkSPORT, talkSPORT 2, and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Morning to all of you watching on there.
Yeah, bowling with good pace. That last delivery at 143 kilometres per hour. We're just seeing this ball again to Ben Duckett. It's a good length. Draws him in to that forward stroke. Just angling away from him. And he got a thick edge to Jarrod, the keeper. Really good delivery, but there was a there was a point where
Akash is in. Ollie Pope's using his feet to come down the pitch. It takes him on the pad. Now India are screaming for an LBW, and there's going to be a decision about review here. There's been a shy at the stumps that's missed, that's gone for buzzers, and it's gone for 4. So is it 4 runs, 4 leg byes? They are reviewing this. I think it might be over 3 metres down, bearing in mind he's used his feet.
That's part of the reason he does it, isn't it? You know, to put off the bowler's length, but also occasionally you get that. I'm not sure they should have gone for this one.
So India have asked the question. Remember, it is not out originally, so umpire's call is in Ollie Pope's favour. We'll come back to umpire's call in a moment when this is done and dusted. Right then, Joel Wilson was thinking he might have a quiet couple of days here, maybe not. Well, it's hit him.
Doesn't appear to be any bat, but ultra edge
Outside, a bit high.
Please.
It's also taken him flush on the knee roll, and he's using his feet.
Little gap as the ball passes the bat. It's a flat line. Ball tracker when it's
Height, you would think, has to be a bit of an issue here. If India have burnt this one off, then yeah, that will be an odd one.
Standing by for ball tracker. Original decision is not out. Ball pitching outside off.
Oh my days! Height isn't an issue. It's thudding into the top of leg stump. And Ollie Pope is out, and England are 47 for 2. Well, that just goes to prove that the naked eye isn't necessarily to be believed. England 47 for 2. Ollie Pope, a 2-ball duck. LBW to Akash Deep. Akash, 2 wickets in 3 balls, 2 for 13 to his name.
Incredible, because it was so hard to tell for the umpire, and I don't blame the umpire giving that not out at all, because Ollie Pope's coming down the wicket. It hits him on the knee roll. You expect it probably to go a little bit higher, and also it's hard to tell if it hits him inside the line or not because he's moving. But well done by India. While they were throwing away runs, we thought, dudes, they were all having a conversation. No one went to pick the ball up because they were all worried about the LBW, and they were right to do so. And incredible scenes, but all credit goes to them, because I think most teams probably just don't review that.
Yeah, totally agree. Didn't like it, didn't look favourable at all for the Indian team, but as you said, naked eye, as Macca said, how wrong we were. And I thought that the height was going to be an issue. The ball deviated quite a bit, pitched well outside off stump, nipped back sharply and hit him just above the knee roll. Yes, Ollie Pope's not a tall man, but as Jarrod said, he advanced down the wicket and sort of off stump line as well. It's hit him flush, and ball tracker says it was going on to hit leg stump.
So Joe Root wanders to the crease inside of 10 overs. England 2 down, 2 other close squeaks. We thought this game might go quickly. It is. So Joe Root now then. How is Joe Root going to play this innings? If you stick to the England mentality, then his approach doesn't change with them being 2 down inside 10 overs. If it's there to be played, he will play. We will find out. Here comes Akash, 2 slips in the gully waiting. Joe Root is solidly forward. It's screaming for an LBW. Now, they're asking the question, is there an inside edge? I think there might be. And Joe Root, I'm sure, is outside the line as well.
Wasn't it outside off?
Well, I think he's middled it.
I can't see any way where I thought that was out.
Ashwin is saying, he's making the shape as if to say, oh, they've reviewed it. Ashwin's making the shape to say, I think there's an inside edge. And we're going, I'll tell you what, Joel Wilson better be getting paid per appearance. He's going to be raking it in.
There's a lot of excitable voices in that one, wasn't there? On both sides of the argument. And then Rohit does what he does all the time, too. He waited to the last second, and he did it anyway.
Go on then, Joel.
I'm sure he's middled this.
It's just outside off.
Oh. Do you know what? Maybe he hasn't.
It's a pad. Can you give me ultra edge?
I think it hits outside off no matter what. But it might have been pad first. They might have picked that bit.
Right, I got pad first. Ball hitting pad first. So when you are ready, ball tracker, please.
Right, so he didn't middle
Waiting
it.
on ball tracker rod. Stand by.
I tell you what, we make terrible umpires first thing in the morning. we're having a howler.
Well, between us, we got it right, because I said it was outside off, and you two thought he hit it. It just didn't look right.
Original decision is not out. Ball pitching outside off. The impact is outside. Rod, you'll be staying with your original
I'll
decision
tell you
of
what,
not
though,
out. Stand by.
It is going to be not out because the impact is
On-screen
outside.
signal now.
The angle, though, would have taken it in and it would have clattered into off stump.
No, I just think when you make a review like that, when you've got two, and to be fair, he just got away with one with Ollie Pope, so all credit to him. But in that case, I was like, well, he's either hit it or he's outside off stump. I just think that's the one I would have held back on. But they're buzzing, Jude. They're going to go for everything.
They are buzzing.
Rohit might review this ball before it's delivered.
just make the single. Akash is halfway through his run up and Rohit makes the signal. Akash is in. That's a lovely looking forward push from Joe Root to complete a very eventful over. 10 overs has been sent down by India in 54 minutes. The over rate's not special, but the action has been all-encompassing so far. So, Zach Crawley is 35 not out from 36 balls. Joe Root not out from 2 deliveries. England won the toss and batted a 47 for 2. Just to go back to the umpire's call thing that Ben Stokes raised after the last test. Am I the only one that, you know that Leslie Nielsen meme from Police Squad where he's standing there with the fireworks explaining, we're going, nothing to see here, nothing to see here. That was my first reaction. England had just got beaten by 430 runs and the captain is talking about DRS. Jadeja to start a new over. Crawley pushes out on the leg side and there's no run. I did find that a really odd thing because nobody was talking about DRS at that point until the captain raised it. And it felt like Jadeja is in. Crawley uses his feet to push to mid-off and they'll take a single. 48 for 2. Crawley goes to 36. So I did wonder if there was a, right, nothing to see here, we just got beaten by 400. Everybody look over here and let's have a conversation about DRS, which is kind of what happened for 24 hours.
I think he did before at the end of the second test as well. So after both tests he brought it up. So it is interesting. I'm not sure it was that. I talked to Bumble about this, who's a bit of an expert in speaking after losses. As former England coach. No, because of the, you know...
Morning, Bumble.
He won't be up yet, will he?
Not unless he's got a delivery of cheese arriving.
He's been ill, so let's hope he's sleepy in.
Yeah. Jadeja, left arm around the wicket. Joe Root gets an arm ball, plays it off the back foot out on the offside, no run.
Bumble did say that, though, after the game, sometimes you say things straight away that don't make any sense. And when you think back, you're just like, yeah, why was I talking about that thing? And I brought up the Zimbabwe quotes, and he shut me down.
Joe Root stays deep in his crease to Jadeja, works wide of mid-on. It is fielded there and a single is taken, so Joe Root is off the mark.
But that's how I read it, Mac. I read it as he was frustrated about this thing, frustrated that they lost, and he got a little bit hooked in. You might be right, you know. Let's give him some credit in PR, almost Donald Trump level PR, right, of spinning the narrative.
Jadeja goes in to bowl to Crawley, pushes out on the offside, and Crawley will go to 37 as he takes a single. And the England 50 comes up. Well, it's been a bit of a bumpy ride, but they get to 50 for 2.
I mean, no one was thinking that last test. Well, if Crawley hadn't have been given out there, England would, like, I mean, we all knew what was going to happen one way or another. But because he's mentioned it a couple of games in a row, I just thought it was something that's been building with him. I don't really understand it.
Jadeja to complete the over. Joe Root off of the back foot pushes it back down the pitch, and it's 11 overs complete, 50 for 2 here on talkSPORT, talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. One thing I will say, when Crawley got out, and I forget who was on co-commentary at the time, but picked up that as he walked off there were words had with the umpire, so it wasn't something that Stokes suddenly threw in after.
No.
Crawley at the time clearly was a bit frustrated.
I think they showed the balcony too.
Yeah.
I think the team was upset on the balcony. Look, the truth is that umpire's call exists for a very good reason. If the ball is hitting halfway up middle stump, Hawkeye's pretty certain it's going to hit the stumps. Once it gets to the edge, Hawkeye will say things like, when the ball hits the pad, we don't always get the right frame. And so sometimes that warps the Hawkeye. We saw one in the World Cup where they got the frame rate wrong and it went from missing the stumps to hitting the stumps. That happens quite a lot on those outside of the stumps decisions. And so what the Hawkeye operators are saying is what we need is a little bit more information, and the umpires are actually fairly accurate. So if we can put our information together with the umpires, we feel more confident in that prediction. Unfortunately, there's a lot of scientific explanation that just went into what I was saying here, and most people don't understand how Hawkeye works. They think that the Hawkeye operators are the ones being ripped off, whereas actually it's Hawkeye going, we're not that sure on the outside part of the stump, so we will defer to the umpire. And I think that's what tricks people. But there's two reasons why it is very tricky with those.
Akash Deep to start the 12th over of the England innings. He goes in, it's slightly short of a length, and Zach Crawley slaps him through wide mid-on. I say slightly short of a length. He didn't miss it by a great deal, and Zach Crawley didn't miss it at all. He goes to 41, England 54 for 2.
You see that with absolute disdain, and you hear that dreaded noise of the fast bowler. You don't want to be hearing that. He's overstepped again. Maybe we'll talk about that a little bit later, about his no ball issue.
Oh, there's a big chunk.
It is. It's a big one. He's obviously, he's just got 2 wickets. He's body's pumping, and when you're doing that, you do need to take your mark back a bit.
Akash goes in. He's running that line in, and Crawley will flick it down to Kuldeep at long leg and take a single. 42 to Crawley, 56 for 2 England.
So there are 2 major issues in the technology of Hawkeye. We're just seeing the Ollie Pope one here again. One is that we don't have every frame of the ball. So any frame that they use of the ball might be slightly too early or slightly too late at any stage. And the other one is that, and if you're watching on YouTube, I can show this, pads crumple. Not this bicep, but pads crumple. And so when the ball hits the pad, if you do take it too late, it actually changes the direction of the ball a little bit. And so, again, all those little changes can make massive. So if it's the middle of the stumps, Hawkeye's like, no, we got this. It's the outside, they're guessing a little.
In goes Akash Deep. Joe Root again is using his feet to get the pitch to that one. Siraj will turn it on the leg side, and there is no run.
But for the same reason that we have DRS is the same reason that Ben Stokes is frustrated. Remember when we first started with Channel 9, and Channel 9 would show it, and everyone would be like, wait a minute, that's just hitting the stumps. Why are we doing that? Even before DRS, actually, remember they used to put the stumps up behind the batter and the red mark down the middle of the wicket and all those sorts of things. And it was like, well, that's just hitting the stumps, it's out. Or, that's hit him here, we think that should be given.
Akash Deep turns, runs, bowls right arm over just to outside of off stump. Root off the back foot, punches to point, no run.
And so now what you have is the technology is saying we need to just pump the brakes a little bit because this is predictive. We're not 100% sure. But the fans at home are going, but that hit the stumps. Right, or the players are saying that hit the stumps. If it hits the stumps, it's out. If it doesn't hit the stumps, it's not out. Doesn't talk about the times you hit the stumps and the bails don't come off. Never see that in Hawkeye, do you? But just saying, man.
Let's not go down that road.
But the point being is, it doesn't always look good on TV, but that's why these things exist.
In goes Akash Deep once again. He's bringing Joe Root forward. Gets a thick inside half of the bat down to Kuldeep at long leg once again. Single to Joe Root, doubles his score to 2. England 57 for 2.
Should we have bails is another question in modern cricket for you, Mecca.
No, actually, I like the bails, and I like the fact we're playing with zing bails.
Did you see the ones in the Big Bash where the whole stumps almost...
Yes, they've got LED strips on the stumps. I'll be honest, when I've watched cricket on TV and I've seen zing bails in test matches, in bright sunshine, I kind of thought, what's the point? And then I'll be honest, when we're in Hyderabad for the first game, and you're a long, long way away, it makes a difference. It really does make a difference. In goes Akash, who bowls Zach Crawley this time, unless he's overstepped. He's knocked his off stump out the ground earlier in the day, and the pause is being put on. He's been pushing the line, so they are going to check this again. Rod Tucker has got the word. This one is out, and Zach Crawley, he survived one bowled from Akash Deep earlier in the day. He's not going to survive a second. He goes for 42 at a run a ball. England 47 for 3, and what a selection. Akash Deep on debut has got all 3 wickets with another seed that has nipped back in off of the string and takes off stump.
Stunning for pace as well. It's just gone through him. He's done it before and it was a no ball, and he just looked nervously back at the umpire just to make sure that his foot was behind, and Rob Tucker just gave him the signal to Zach Crawley, who departs for 42. But what a ball it was. It just gets that ball to come back in, and that's the ball you would want to bowl to Zach Crawley quite early on. Yes, he's got 42 from 42, but that's the ball to try and get him out. Just bring it back in. And as I said, I think it just rushed him. It just beat him for pace, because as he's trying to come through, the ball's gone, lashed the stumps down. I mean, that was a tremendous delivery. 3 for 20 from the new man. He's looking dangerous.
You know, he's already hit the top of off stump twice, hasn't he? Like he feels like, to me, he's missing a little bit of a front arm when he comes in, a little bit, but his ability to nip the ball back and be very accurate with it, you know, at good enough pace. You know, he's not express, Jude, but he's skiddy.
He is. He's sort of bowling around a 143, 140, so that's quick enough.
Yeah, exactly. A bit like we saw with Shimar Joseph at times in Australia, just quick enough with lateral movement that you've got to worry about him. But it's the length and the accuracy that I think is really, really interesting with him, with just that little bit of movement. But again, I mean, he's basically bowled Zach Crawley with the same ball twice.
Yeah. Well, I tell you what, we've said throughout this series, Bumrah, world class, number 1 in the world, no issue there. India have had a problem with the second. Siraj in the first test, Mukesh in the second. I think they found the bloke to partner him. I think.
Well, you think, well, obviously, sadly with Mohamed Sami being out, and I think I've just heard he's going to miss the whole retire of the IPL because he's playing in that World Cup with a bad ankle, is it, or something?
I know he's had an operation, hasn't he? I think so. I think he's out for a while.
Yeah. But he normally, I mean, you put Bumrah, him, and now this young man. I mean, it's a serious lineup.
I mean, Siraj still averages 28 with the ball. It's just that the problem with Siraj is he's like Stuart Broad, right? It doesn't come out, he can't get his rhythm, or no one can hit him. There's no middle ground with Siraj. So if you've got Bumrah at the other end, you're fine. But when you're the second seamer and you don't have a third seamer, it's a bit more of a trick.
Right, it's drinks after the first hour. So let's recap where we are, because it's been a heck of a first hour. England won the toss and elected to bat. They are 57 for 3 after 11 overs and 5 balls. And it could have been worse than that, because Zach Crawley was bowled by Akash for 4 in the 4th over, but it was a no ball. Ben Duckett was LBW to Jadeja. DRS, though, said it was umpire's call and therefore not out. And that was before the wicket started falling. Duckett was the first to go, caught behind off the bowling of Akash for 11. That was 47 for 1, 2 balls into the 10th. Ollie Pope was then LBW to Akash, a 2-ball duck. 2 balls later, DRS giving that, and Zach Crawley out, bowled by Akash, 42 at a runner ball. So 47 for 1, 47 for 2, 57 for 3. Johnny Bairstow is striding to the crease, about to take guard. There's 1 ball left in this incredible spell of bowling, and here comes Akash Deep to bowl to Johnny Bairstow, who is solidly forward, pushing out on the offside. Alex Tudor and Jarrod Kimber have taken far too many wickets in this spell, as have I. So let's get some thoughts from Steve Harmison and Darren Gough, 2 fast bowlers who I think would have enjoyed watching the way that Akash Deep has gone about his work, and then Neil Manthorp will pick up some ball by ball.
Yeah, Akash Deep has bowled really well this morning. He has. Yeah, that little disappointment with the no ball, but he's been right on the money, accurate. Asked questions of not so much the technique of the England batters, because I don't think it's a technical thing here. I think this is about the surface. You put the ball in the right area, something will happen, and I think that's what's happened for Akash Deep. He's really held his line well, held his lengths well, and said to England, well, there's one in here with your name on it. And it's just a bit about a matter of time, and see if we can keep the pressure on.
Jadeja continues, and this one is driven sweetly into the covers by Joe Root, steered it into the gap, and takes a single, gets down the other end. We're going to be chatting, the 3 of us, about Johnny Bairstow on the verge of his 100th Test match, and I was looking through some of his achievements. That run of centuries, 5 in consecutive Test matches last summer, truly extraordinary. And his record in India, however, highest score of 37 and 4 noughts in his last 10 innings. The 37 is his highest score in India in 10 innings, was in the very first innings of this series, and we thought that he looked very good. Harmy said that is a attempted cut shot from Bairstow. Not so much a cut, it wasn't a flat bat, but he was trying to force it through the offside, kept a bit low, taken by Jarrod, he missed it. But Harmy, you in Hyderabad were talking about how fit and strong and in nick Johnny Bairstow looked in that first innings of the series. Tudor in again. Bairstow pushes firmly square of the wicket on the offside to the sweeper and is off the mark. But he's steadily lost form. I'm hesitating before I say that, because he only lasted 7 balls in the last Test match, so you don't know whether he's in form or not.
Yeah, it's difficult to say he's in form or not in form.
Forward he comes defending. There's Jarrod, the next one, no run.
When you don't spend that much time at the crease, I think the Hyderabad one, he hadn't had 2, like a deer and a bit in the field. In the last 2 Test matches, he's fielded second.
Jadeja in again, and the route pushes behind square on the offside now.
Sorry, batted second. In Hyderabad he looked, fresh, quick on his feet, movements were good, and that was down to the fact that his body was fresh. He's coming off the back of a long break.
Forward comes Root, turning it away behind square on the leg side, and there's no run. Are you suggesting that 130 overs in the field has a negative effect on
just a little bit, and I think for me in the last couple of Test matches, Johnny's got out very, very early, so it's hard to judge on that. He's been very indecisive with his movements in these last 2 Test matches, so I think if I was advising him or in his corner, I'd be looking at him to be a little bit proactive first up, and then try and be the aggressive Johnny, because the aggressive Johnny is the one that I think everybody loves, and that's what suits Johnny best, is when he is actually trying to hit the ball as opposed to just trying to defend it. I think in the last couple of Test matches he's been caught between a rock and a hard place, so I'm trying to start his innings by being possibly a bit too negative.
Akash Deep in once again, and Jarrod pushes it again out towards square leg, just past the fielder, and they go through for another single.
I think before we bring Gough in, I think the one thing will suit both Root and Bairstow in this innings is that it's not about accessing the boundary. I think it is about running the ball round, because the ball is doing a bit, and I think that suits Bairstow and Root that little bit more, where they can just drop it. They play a lot of cricket together, they can rotate the strike and try and build an innings that way, and I think that will give them not only energy, confidence, but I think that's when it suits these two best.
61 for 3 England. Akash Deep in again, short pulled by Bairstow. He's picked up the line and the length, more importantly, very, very quickly there. And Kuldeep Yadav does the fielding down on the long leg boundary. Bairstow picks up 2.
I think with Johnny, when you've seen him in this position before, I think he comes back and he comes out firing, and I think we're going to see him attempt to be positive. I thought that was an Irish shot he's just played, a pull shot from not something that was too short, especially on a pitch that has got uneven bounce. But I think he's going to come out and play a few shots, Johnny. I think that'll be his mindset going into this game.
Here is Akash Deep, and this one hits best on the pad, but via an inside edge, and there was a polite question, not out.
But my concern with these two at the crease is that they're both magnificent players, and I mean that, they're both magnificent players. And I've said, if England are going to win this Test match, one of these two has to get a biggie, right? That's the way it goes. But both of them, to that ball that nips back, are vulnerable earlier on in the innings.
Big time.
And Akash, that's what he's been doing. He's been hitting the seam, and it's been nipping back to hit off stump. That's how Zach Crawley got out. So I think that's where he's going to be looking to get both of these batters out.
And that's why we've seen Joe Root 3 or 4 times now just come out of his crease, go on to off stump to try and access the leg side, to try and smother that bounce. We see an aerial shot. Johnny Bairstow's miles out of his crease.
Akash Deep in once again, and this one chopped into the covers. Shubman Gill fields.
The thing I like about that shot that you're on about, Goughy, is that at least he's making a decision, where in the last couple of Test matches he's been dismissed off possibly half-hearted decisions. I've been caught between 2 decisions and not making a clear and decisive one, and that's what I was talking about earlier about Johnny Bairstow, and can he rotate the strike, and if there is a shot to be had, then play the shot, make the shot, and give yourself the best chance of playing that shot, not get yourselves in do I, don't I, and then you get caught on the crease, you nick one that you don't really want to nick. Joe did it in the second Test match in Vizag, livid with himself. So I would imagine there's a conscious effort to make clear and calculated decisions, even if they don't go well. But make a decision and make a positive decision, whether it's going forward in defence to block it into the gap and run down the other end, or if it is slightly off, use that cross-bat shot, get the ball into the deep and get down to the other end, and that will put pressure back onto the bowler.
I think worse than being dismissed when you're in two minds is when you only half commit or you're indecisive. Here's Akash Deep once again, and Johnny Bairstow back, opens the face of the bat, runs it through the vacant backward point region for a single.
You're asking the wrong two there, Manners. I think we were in two minds every ball.
I had that Spanish waiter on my shoulder every ball. I can hit it for 4, I can hit it for 4, I can hit it for 6. Oh no, what you done that for? Straight up in the air. So yeah, we're not the best people to talk about on, from a batting point of view of making the correct decision.
I have a selective memory. I just remember you both scoring runs. I remember the runs you scored and how cleanly you hit it, not when you missed it or edged it. It's the nice thing about age, it refines your memory. Here's Akash Deep again, short one outside the off stump and nicely left alone by Joe Root. Saw it very early and swayed out of the way. It was interesting listening to Ollie Pope talk 2 days ago. He did the media, and he was also right then was talking about how cracked the pitch was, and if it was going to be up and down and unpredictable, then he said the best way to counter that was to play more shots.
Absolutely. You have to be positive in your movements, positive in your decision making. It's not a case of being reckless and playing big shots, but it's making sure that if you're going to go all the way forward, you go all the way forward. I think Zach Crawley did that quite well in that first throws. He got hit on the inside, by the inside, edged a couple, but you knew what he was doing. You knew he was coming forward or he was hanging back. There was never in between any half-hearted shots, and I think that's what you need to be on a wicket like this. I remember all of my early days playing at Durham.
Here's Jadeja, once again another over of left arm spin. This one is cut to backward point and nicely fielded by Devdutt Padikkal, I think that is, a backward point diving away to his right. Here's Jadeja once again, and forced off the back foot by Bairstow out towards cover, and there's a very good diving stop. Shubman Gill had a lot of ground, dive to his right, keeps him down to a couple. Bairstow up to 6. He's being positive.
Well, throughout the series, I think he's looked for that back foot cut shot to the left arm spinner, the ball turning away from him, and that's his go-to shot, isn't it? That's him getting off strike. But yeah, his feet are moving better, and he's looking to be more positive. He still hasn't got a sponsor on his bat though.
It was Shazvi Jaiswal actually fielded that. That's pushed out towards Silly Point, fielded by Sarfraz Khan.
With the IPL around the corner, I think there might be one coming, Darren. I think there might be one coming, but it is better from Bairstow. I like the win. I like it when Johnny plays like that, even if he gets out playing like this.
Jadeja in again. Forward comes Bairstow defending. He's got to be aware of Jadeja's slider though, hasn't he?
Yeah, and that's the problem he had in the last sort of 4 innings he's had in India. He's got caught in the crease. Yeah, just wafting his bat at a half-hearted shot.
Jadeja in again. Oh, beats the outside edge into the gloves of Dhruv Jurel. He's such a dangerous customer, Jadeja. That's why he's honing in on 300 test wickets.
Exactly, and I think with Johnny reaching not far away from that milestone of 100 test matches, what he wants is, there's been a lot of talk about his position in this side, hasn't there?
Jadeja in again, sweep shot played, hits the pad and deflects away fine down the leg side for a leg by. 67 for 3.
And what you don't need as an individual is, but going into your 99 test match, is a talk about you. If you don't get runs in this one, would he miss out on the 100th test match? Like I say, he's had a fantastic career, and we'll talk about it, no doubt about that. But he'll be wanting runs this match, just to shut up the people that are saying he shouldn't be playing.
I struggle to get where the people who say he shouldn't be playing come from, because I really do. I don't think it's coming from inside the dressing room. Anybody inside the dressing room is even thinking he shouldn't be playing. He's got 400s in, averages 48 playing for Ben Stokes in this new regime that more or less started. the Bazball positivity started with Johnny Bairstow as the kid wicket, as the player as a specialist batter. So I think the noise is an external noise. I always come to the conclusion, man, is that is there somebody else waiting in the wings to come in, knocking the door down? And I don't see that. Harry Brook's not available. There's not many that went on the Lions tour. You'd say, I need to take Johnny Bairstow's place. And when you write people who have played 99 Test matches off, just write them off at your peril, because they've played that amount of games, but for a reason, because they're very, very talented, very, very good, and in big situations they tend to come through, and none more better than this one if he does come through this.
Bairstow has 7, Jarrod has 5. England are 67 for 3. Mohammad Siraj is back into the attack after a, by his standards, pretty modest opening burst of 4 overs, which cost him 27 runs. So England winning the toss, batting first, and they've lost Ben Duckett, caught behind high keeper Dhruv Jural off Akash Deep for 11. Ollie Pope, LBW to Akash Deep, second ball for a duck. Here is Siraj up to Bairstow again, opens the face of the bat, steers it to the unguarded third boundary for 4. Very skillfully played. And then Zach Crawley, a runner ball 42, including 6 fours and a 6. Hoik over mid-wicket was bowled by Akash Deep, so the debutant has all 3 wickets to fall. It's a lovely shot, Gough, from Bairstow.
Lovely shot, but Siraj comes back in. He's just wanting to get a maiden out of the way to get back into the game. Like I say, he's been disappointing start from Siraj on a helpful pitch.
There was we're going to hear a clip of an interview with Johnny Bairstow at lunchtime. He's now hot under the collar. He's very cross. He's frustrated that with movement behind the bowler's arm, and he's telling either the umpire or the bowler all about it.
I like this.
He does.
I like it.
Though, Johnny.
Yeah, I know he likes him on, but I like it. You see the steel in his eyes, and the determination in his eyes. Johnny's out there for business now. He looks as though he's got that little bit between his teeth. He's got a lovely boundary before. He's walked down the wicket. Rohit Sharma's having a go at him. He's having none of it. He's giving it back to Rohit Sharma. Somebody is putting me off, and I'm not prepared to start this game until I am ready. Good on you, Johnny Bairstow. This is good signs, hopefully, for England.
Here is Siraj once again, and it's back of a length and steered by Bairstow into the diving gully. He really was giving a gobful to, was it Rohit Sharma?
Rohit Sharma.
Yeah.
Oh, he does though. Listen, Johnny is an amazing character. When he's on song, there's no better man in the dressing room, trust me.
When he's fired up as well.
When he's going through a bad period, he's the worst man to have around. He's Johnny. And let's say he's got fire in his belly. His dad was exactly the same, by the way. I was lucky enough to play with his dad at Yorkshire many, many years ago.
Here is Siraj, and this one nips back, the nip backer, and again it's an inside edge that saves Johnny Bairstow, certainly from an appeal, if not a dismissal. 71 for 3. I was saying to Harmy and I and Macca and Scott Taylor, our producer, went down to the team hotel in Visakhapatnam, and Harmy interviewed Johnny, looking ahead to possible 100th Test match in the 5th and final Test match in Dharamshala. And my favourite bit in that interview, here is Siraj once again, Bairstow forward, driving it up towards mid-on Ashwin Fields, was when Harmy seemed to be able to convince Johnny that being moved everywhere from 3 to 7, and sometimes keeping and sometimes not keeping, and being moved about, was a compliment. And I never thought that Johnny would think of it as a compliment, but Harmy somehow managed, with the framing of his question, to convince Johnny that was a compliment.
I've had that conversation with him in the Caribbean, and he still didn't quite get the fact that the gloves was taking off him. We were trying to convince him, me and Mark Butcher were trying to convince him it's a compliment.
Forward comes Bairstow again, playing defensively. There's no run. I'm still not convinced he believes it is.
I still don't think he does believe it, but Johnny, you are one of our best players. You are one of the best players in England. We're taking the gloves off you because we feel as though we need you as a batter more than we need you as a wicketkeeper. We need that don't need the all-round quality. We need the runs because our batting unit isn't good enough. Under the previous regime of Silverwood and Root, And I still don't think Johnny got that as a compliment.
He's on strike. He's on 11. Siraj is into him, and this time he punches it out towards cover, and it is Shubman Gill. 16 overs gone after England won the toss and chose to bat first. And after an enterprising start, they lost 3 quick wickets and are now rebuilding 71 for 3. More from Darren Gough, and it'll be John Norman.
Yeah, I think Army's right there. I think under the previous regime he did. He probably didn't understand the situation. I think he was undecided. I kept well. We were doing okay. But I think what they wanted to do was push more of his batting, and he didn't realise that. And when he wasn't getting runs, he wanted to keep, because he wanted to keep his place in the side. But I think realistically, under Ben Stokes and McCullum, as a batter, he's been outstanding. He has been outstanding for England.
Jadeja in and beats Joe Root, and there's just a little inquiry. Root playing back deep in his crease, and this ball turning away from the right-hander. Life, death, taxes, and Johnny Bairstow playing in this test match, by the way, because there's one thing England don't do. Jarrod just disturbed the stumps. Unintentionally, the ball popped into his gloves and then back out onto the stump, so I think that might have been why. Jadeja just had a quick query about whether Joe Root's back foot was raised at the time. Back foot placement, a cut from Root. 71 for 3 England.
I want to see that one again. That's hit a crack. I thought it had kept low, and it does keep a little bit low, but it's hit a crack. It's not turned off the surface. It looked as though it went off a crack.
So Root is forward, and Johnny Bairstow sends the former England captain back after Root picks out short mid-wicket on the flush, really.
Well, these two should know each other well, eh? They've grown up together playing for Yorkshire and England. Two experienced cricketers, both of them shorter runs.
And they average over 50 batting together in Test for England. Forward this time, straight to very short point. But both come into it with quite a poor average for the series, as we know. It's one of the reasons why we're talking about Bairstow again. As Root smothers a spin from Jadeja coming forward. Yeah, they average 50 in 59 innings together in tests. And their best, actually, came against India, albeit at Edgbaston, in that test match in 2022. The start of the Bazball era. Forward again is Root, defending.
Do you remember one of my concerns in the first test match when Root was bowling all the overs? And I did say, but throughout the series, asking someone who's hardly bowled to suddenly become a mainline, frontline spin bowler for England is going to be difficult for him to concentrate on his batting. And I think so far that's kind of shown, hasn't it?
Yeah, I think you're right, but I think what you'll find is the bravado and the message will come out of the dressing room. Will go, no, it's not, but it is, and it's not. It might not affect him, psychologically, but from just a body perspective, physically it's demanding. It's not the same as just bowling overs. It's not the same as fielding overs. When you're bowling overs, you're thinking about your plans, you're thinking about how you're setting a batter up, and all of a sudden you've got a bat in your hand, and your movements, and you've seen 2 or 3 times Joe Root's got out in this series with indecision in his mind, indecision in his movements, and I think it has to come down to a little bit of mental tiredness more than anything else. That little push outside off stump to Bumrah. The weight of the contest between Bumrah. That's what he's thinking, waiting to go in at number 4. I think all these things, along with the overs bowled, has had an adverse effect on Joe.
Siraj has been expensive. His 5 overs have gone for 31, and Bairstow plays the ball back to the bowler. There's a little word between Bairstow and Siraj. I think that there was a few words between Bairstow and Rohit Sharma, but it involved the bowler in the last over. Siraj had to abort his run-up, didn't like it. Bairstow gave him a bit back. Sharma got involved. Bairstow gave a lot back to Sharma, and now Siraj is chirping away. This is a contest within a contest. There's parallels with that first test. You mentioned Joe Root. He's bowled 100 overs in this series, I think. He's never done that before. Siraj again. is in past the umpire, and Bairstow forward. Big gap between bat and pad, and that's where Siraj is trying to sneak the ball.
No real control at the moment from Johnny when he's driving at the moment to Siraj. I think I'm a little bit concerned about it. If he gets his line and length right here, Siraj, one of them's going to sneak through. He's got a big gap between bat and pad.
Yeah, he has, but he's coming forward. I don't mind the way he's doing it. He's coming forward, he's going to get something on it. If he's staying in his crease and throwing his hands at it, then he's in trouble. But because his body shape and his momentum's coming forward, he's been able to get that inside edge. If he stands there and throws his hands there, it misses the inside edge, goes through, and he's in trouble. And I think that's what's been happening in the first 2 or 3 test matches. But at this minute in time, because his body and momentum's going forward, he's getting that inside edge on and saving him.
Root this time is forward. Again, the inside portion of the bat as fine leg comes up, and there's another single taken. There are parallels with the first test match. Seems like a lifetime ago. It's actually exactly 1 month ago, just shy. England losing 3 wickets for 5 runs at Hyderabad before a partnership of 61 between Bairstow and Root. England today losing 3 wickets for 10 runs, and now it's over to Bairstow and Root. Can they get England through to lunch like they did at Hyderabad? Siraj was expensive on that day, as he's is today. As again forward is Bairstow, and he places this straight to Rohit Sharma at mid-off, who maybe just takes his eye off the ball before it reaches him and allows it to go through. So Bairstow comes back for a second, 2 runs that weren't there, and the score moves along here on talkSPORT 2 and talkSPORT. 75 for 3 England.
Yeah, you'll take them. Rohit just took his eye off the ball, didn't he? Run after it. He won't enjoy that as skipper. Running after the ball, had a little bit of a chuckle, realised, but there's not many people watching, just about, what, 10 million people in India? A bit more?
A couple of slaps on the back of Mohammad Siraj, he has leaked runs, but just feel he's in the game with Bairstow playing like this. It's been 3 or 4 inside edges onto the pads as a full delivery is clumped straight back over bowler and umpire. Cutter possibly there from Siraj, and that's a boundary to the score. England 79 for 3.
Yeah, not bad bowling from Siraj. He's seen that Johnny Bairstow's beans are going. He's seeing that Johnny Bairstow's coming hard at him. Goughy's mentioned him trying to get him, through the gate, and I think because Johnny Bairstow's coming out of his crease, he's getting at the ball. Siraj has just tried to bowl the slower ball, Bumrah style, not quite disguised it as Bumrah. Johnny Bairstow sees it early, he's coming forward, and he's just, instead of trying to hit it through extra cover if it was 135.
Last ball of the over, it's full again, driven again by Bairstow. This time splits at mid-off and extra cover. And I tell you what, there is a look in Bairstow's eyes I haven't seen all series. England 83 for 3 as Harmy departs. Jarrod and Tudor's about to come in. Goughy, Bairstow looks like someone's insulted him as he's made his way out to the track.
Well, that was his most controlled shot. I think foot was right to the pitch of the ball. His bat swing was lovely, and he got nice contact off Siraj. But I'll tell you what, Siraj has took some tap this morning. He is that type of bowler. But it's been 83 for 3. You're getting a lunch here now, England. They're going to have a good score on the board.
If you're just joining us here on talkSPORT or talkSPORT 2, welcome, or via the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. We've got our own little audience there. So welcome as Jadeja is in, and Root plays back, and Patidar at point does well to scamper across and dive and prevent any more than a single being added to the score. Akash Deep, if you didn't know him, and few did, parallels with that first test match I was talking about, 3 quick wickets for England. Siraj expensive. Akash Deep wasn't even in the squad at that stage, brought in ahead of the 3rd test match. He didn't play in that thumping win for India, their heaviest or biggest ever win, as Jadeja on off stump has Bairstow playing back, exposing all 3 stumps and pushing the ball out to extra cover. Akash Deep with 3 wickets on debut. Ben Duckett caught behind for 11. Ollie Pope, LBW on review. without scoring, and Zach Crawley bowled top of off for the second time, as this time Bairstow is forward, pushing this ball to Siraj at deep mid off, or a single. Crawley, who had been bowled from a almost identical delivery, went on 4 from the same bowler, only for Akash Deep to have overstepped. A reprieve. Crawley added 38 runs. Jadeja in again, and this is a beautiful little dab shot from Joe Root. Plays this so nicely, and with no third, it's a chase for Patidar from backward point. He can't cut it off, and 4 more runs are added to the score. 89 for 3 England, and it's a good morning to you, Alex Tudor.
Yeah, good morning everybody. Morning, John. Yeah, that's a class shot from Joe Root. We've seen that so many times, playing deep in his crease and then just guiding it to the vacant third. Fielder running after it had absolutely no chance.
A little bit more loop this time. Root feels like he has missed out. Almost a full toss by the time he came forward and played the ball, scuffed it really, back to Jadeja, whose 5.5 overs have gone for 22. Plenty of talking points from the morning so far. Jarrod, Kimber, flatter from Jadeja, and Bairstow stops Root from coming through. We've had some DRS moments. We've had pitch chat. We've had Bairstow, angry Bairstow chat. We've had debutant 3 wickets chat. Have I missed anything?
I feel like that's everything, isn't it? We've got
Okay,
Ashwin
that's
chat now.
Jarrod
Do you want
Kimber.
Ashwin chat now? What do you want if you're going to be that succinct as a broadcaster? I've got nothing to add.
That is a first.
10,
was it 15 years in?
I did think that
middle and off or off?
Ashwin coming on will be another interesting one. One thing I would say is, do you want Jadeja hamstring chat?
Yeah, go for it.
I think he looks a little bit more athletic today. There were times in the last game where I didn't think he should have been bowling at all. Just looked like he's moving a little bit better today and getting through his action. Wicket isn't doing a lot for spin so far, just a little bit of deviation.
Ravichandran Ashwin might have something to say about that. He's coming on to bowl his first delivery, and it will be Johnny Bairstow, who's 23 from 26. Nobody out on the offside, and this is on the pads of Bairstow, who pushes this through mid-wicket. There's a chase on, and boy oh boy, it looked like a single all day long, but then suddenly the timing was such and the strength of the shot so good that Bairstow's back for a second. 91 for 3.
Have we talked about Akash Deep's very pointy beard yet?
No, but I was trying to think of
It's like a cartoon beard, Jude.
It is. I was thinking of, I think, a kind of subterranean comic character with a similar kind of beard, but I couldn't quite work out who it was.
1980s Frank Miller type of character?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe. A bit more cartoonish than Frank Miller, I think. As a full delivery on off stump is pushed up to long on for a single. 92 for 3 England.
Look, I think one thing we should point out is England are doing very well at scoring at this rate at the moment, because they're behind on wickets. Not massively, but 3 wickets in the first session. But because they've almost scored 100 runs, if they can get another 100 runs to tea, we don't know what this wicket's going to do at the moment. So they are putting some pressure back on India so far, and this might be the best time to score in the match.
There is a short leg in places. Delivery from Ashwin is clipped to square leg for a single. Joe Root moves to 12. Got a slip in place. There's a short fine. There's a catch in mid-wicket, a wideish mid-on, and a deep square. They're the fielders on the leg side.
One more wicket from here, boy.
Well, you could hear that. One more wicket as Bairstow on the sweep dismisses any notion that he is about to fall. He has clubbed Ashwin over mid-wicket for 6.
I was just wondering if Ashwin might not want to come around the wicket to him just to take this angle away, because once the ball's outside off stump, it's not spinning that much, so it gives Bairstow like a free swing for his sweep. I didn't expect him to hit it over deep mid-wicket's head for 6, if we're being honest, but incredible shot there. So Ashwin's already started to think now, I might just come around the wicket, change the angle and say, okay, if you want to play that shot, that's fine, but I'm going to pitch it on the stumps and straighten it on the stumps now, so if you miss it, you're out.
Let's see what Ravichandran Ashwin does. playing in his 99th Test match, just like Johnny Bairstow. 501 Test wickets.
Share a cake. Ashwin is coming around now as well.
You called it.
I just having a look. He's got the best record in the last 10 years of any spinner against a sweep shot. And I think this is a big part of it, Jules, is the minute he thinks someone's going to sweep against him, he just changes the angles and go, okay, you can still do it, but now the odds are slightly more in my favour.
There's a long on and a deep square, so mid-wicket is there for Bairstow if he is so brave. This is push to cover.
I think he averages around 26, 28 runs per sweep and an economy of around 8, whereas most spinners are up well over 9.5 for economy, and 35 to 40 is the more common average.
Ashwin again, and this is on off stump, and a touch airy from Bairstow, who will take a single up to long on. 100 up for England in the 20th over.
That's what I mean. I mean, they're putting the pressure back on again, aren't they?
That's what England do, isn't it?
So, if you're an England fan, you're just waking up. Firstly, it's cold. But secondly, the 3 wickets are going to worry you, but they are putting pressure back on, and they are scoring at a good rate. They're not letting India settle, and we are assuming this is going to be the best innings to bat in. Maybe the second innings might be as well if they go in, today, India. But I don't think it's the end of the world, Jude.
No, you're dead right. And as you say, with the way that they play, they're not just allowing India to build the pressure, they're just putting the pressure back on to India. And as you say, with the way that they score, if they score another 100 runs, as you say, between lunch and tea,
They might score 150 between lunch and tea.
I think, again, there are similarities. I know the picture's different, but England were bowled out after 64 overs for 246. They were in an almost identical situation. They're scoring a touch quicker in the 4th Test here than they did in Hyderabad, but it's the same 2 batters at the crease. They lost 3 wickets in similar kind of short time. They can add another 75 runs to that, as Jadeja is in, and he has beaten Johnny Bairstow. Is dropped behind the stumps by Jarrod, and this is of course the ever-present danger, isn't it?
Well, I think Bairstow, he tries to play inside the line against these left-arm finger spinners, which means that just every now and again he's going to lose his off stump, but he's decided that's a safer way of playing them than anywhere else. But he almost lost his off stump.
Forward and pushed to mid-off by Bairstow, and it's a mode of batting. Abhishek Junjunwala, when he was with us, he said, okay, I'll give you the outside edge, but I'm defending my off stump. He does get a little bit too inside the line there, as on the pads of Joe Root, this is flicked to a short fine, no run.
I think what Abhishek was saying is slightly different than what Bairstow does. I think Bairstow is essentially playing up the line and assuming.
One slip and a point as this turns from the straight and beats the outside edge of Joe Root's bat, and all of a sudden you were saying that there doesn't seem to be too much on offer for the spinners. Jadeja has got this one to rag.
That was full. That shouldn't have spun at as much as it did, and also bounced and went quickly. It did everything that you don't want if you're a batter.
This is defended this time by Root. He gets to the pitch of the ball. Touch too full from Jadeja. No run. 101 for 3 England.
Don't want to be seeing deliveries like that before lunch, do you? On the first day.
It's the pace that it went at.
Yeah.
It's just so quick.
The game is moving forward quickly.
Last ball of the over, a fraction of width, and Root will cash in, certainly with one, and actually he'll pick up a boundary. Akash Deep is in front of square on the offside, and he cannot run around to cut this ball off. A rare loose delivery from Jadeja, and on a track like this you have got to capitalise, and that is exactly what Joe Root has just done. Jarrod, Kimber and Alex Tudor, and I'll be replaced by Andrew McKenna.
Well, that was the class shot, that last shot there by Joe Root. Off Jadeja, just rocked on the back foot, plays it very deep in his crease and just angled the bat, just placed it between point and sort of gully area behind square. It was a fantastic shot. Great timing. Good to see and good to listen to for the English fans. They said Joe Root hasn't scored the number, the weight of runs that one would have expect. But the way he's going about this innings, he's looking good.
Ashwin to start a new over around the wicket to the right-handed Bairstow, stays deep in his crease and hammers it off of the back foot through cover for 4. 109 for 3 here on talkSPORT, talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel.
You do know what? India bowled 2 bad balls in a row here, and to be fair to England, they are ready to cash in on them. That wasn't a horrible ball, but he knew there was no one out on the offside and gave himself just a little bit of room.
Ashwin around the wicket once again. Bairstow on the sweep. There's a huge cry, particularly from behind the stump, for an LBW shout. It's to my eyes, that's pitched outside leg, but bearing in mind what happened earlier.
Now, I think you're right, but he's reviewed it. I think this flicked the front of the pad on the way through and maybe put us off, and maybe put them off a little bit.
Yeah, I'm not convinced. I'm like Macca. I think I might have hit just outside the line.
It created a bit of an optical illusion. I want to see it again. I didn't think it looked out either.
Right, so they've gone for it. They've already burned one review. Here we go then.
Ashwin put in a PowerPoint display to get it. No, it's straighter than we thought. Yeah,
it is straighter than we thought.
Now this could be very close. This is good from Ashwin. That's that angle we were talking about, Tudes, as well. This looks out. It's hit him up. The only problem is it maybe a fraction outside leg, but it looks like it's pitched in line and straightened just enough.
Right, so there's no bat involved. It's then going to be on for the ball tracking.
He's in trouble here, I think, Macca.
When you're ready.
We can see off stump. It thuds into Johnny Bairstow's back leg, the right thigh.
It's not going to be high, is it? Just doesn't look like it's bouncing at all.
I reckon that's it in middle and leg. I think he's in trouble.
Do you think it just pitched inside the line?
That's going to be the question now. We're waiting for the technology to build so they can put the DRS.
The tension is building.
Yes.
Everyone's looking at the screen.
It's like a quiz show. We need tension music playing, don't we?
It is a bit like, when we have moments like this when nothing's actually, it's a little bit like the disaster movie where everyone rushes to the screen, but nothing's on it.
Coming up now, original decision is not out. Ball pitching in line, the impact in line, and wickets hitting. So while you'll have to reverse your original decision of not out, the out, I'll let you know when you're on screen. Stand by. You're on screen, signal now.
Johnny Bairstow is given out. 109 for 4, England. Bairstow goes for 38 from 35 deliveries. England won the toss and batted this morning a couple of hours ago. Well, it's the first wicket to go in the match that hasn't gone to Akash. It is a 4th wicket as Ashwin gets another, and England 109 for 4, 2 balls into the 22nd over of their innings here on talkSPORT 2.
England live by the sweep, die by the sweep. We saw Ashwin come over the wicket, got one outside off stump, and Johnny Bairstow went, great, I'm just going to hump this over the leg side with a slog sweep and take a boundary without any issue. And Ashwin straight away went, okay, if that's the shot you're going to play, we're going to come around the wicket, I'm going to change this angle. We talked about it, Tudes, and then it happened. The very next ball, Ashwin wasn't mucking around, right? And next over, he's got one in line. I think that, because I think you two both thought it was outside leg stump, but it just created a bit of a weird angle. I understand why the umpire didn't give it on the field as well. It just looked like it didn't look like an LBW. Part of the reason was it didn't really spin back either. It didn't straighten. That one was just pitched on leg and sort of going across a little bit, but very good thinking by Ashwin. Look, I don't think England, again, I know it's 4 wickets and it's not lunchtime. They're trying to put pressure back on India here. It'll be interesting to see if Stokes comes in and defends, because that partnership was about 48 or 55 balls-ish. I missed the ball?
I don't have
counting
the
in your
balls
head?
to my hat.
Just count out loud
at the moment.
The worst episode of Countdown anyone's ever been on.
Colin Murray, your job is safe. So it is Ben Stokes, and Ashwin's got 1 for 15 from 8 balls bowled, which possibly says as much about this series as anything else.
Good
right.
spell.
Yeah, well bowled. Take a blow. So Stokes, short leg in place, slip in place. Ashwin around the wicket, and he brings Stokes forward inside half of the bat. It's on the bounce to Sarfraz under the helmet. 109 for 4, England. As I say, won the toss and batted. And that doesn't even to take into account 2 very big close calls before they even lost a wicket today. Ashwin is in, Stokes forward, pushes to Shubman Gill at short extra cover, no run. Yeah, if you weren't with us right from the start this morning, Zach Crawley had his off stump uprooted, but Akash had actually overstepped. That was in the 4th over of the day. And Ben Duckett was LBW, but it was umpire's call, and therefore not out. That before the wickets actually started tumbling. Ashwin around the wicket, gives that one a little bit of air. Push drive from Stokes, he's off the mark with a push to cover with a single. England move to 110 for 4. And Johnny Bairstow, he's had a bit of a lean series, it has to be said. And the boys are going to be talking about Bairstow during the lunch break, because Dharamshala will be Johnny Bairstow's 100th test. Seems crazy that a man who's got 99 tests as of today still has so much discussion about him. Ashwin in around the wicket. Joe Root pushes to mid-wicket. And there's no run to end the over. Yeah, so if you've got any thoughts on Johnny Bairstow, at cricket_TS, at talkSPORT2. If you're a subscriber on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, by all means you can send us a message through there. Get in touch with some thoughts for the boys, because, yeah, I can't think of many players in the history of the game who've got to 99 test matches and still have so much debate about whether they should actually be in the side or not, and what their role should be in that particular side. Normally by 99 tests you pretty much got it nailed down.
It's probably a bit different now, because we've had guys like Broad and Harmison. Maybe we've had more players like that are a little bit more in and out. You know, not automatic picks. Because I think you're right, generally, if you get to 100 tests, you know. But I think now, just because, especially when it comes to Australia, India and England, they play so many matches, we'll see a couple of more players who are a little bit more, not on the fringe, but droppable, maybe is the way of putting it, Macca.
Yeah. Jadeja to start his 8th over. Left arm around. Stokes is playing through mid-wicket. Shubman Gill can't cut it off, and they'll take a single, 111 for 4. That wicket, by the way, for Ashwin now means he's got 100 against England, which is a decent record. 29.3 is the average. 6 times against England he's taken a fifer. And Bab going in, this is his 23rd test match. Jadeja, a left arm around the wicket. Stokes big stride, Root a big stride forward, pushes out on the offside, no run.
Yeah, I think they put something up on the TV too about Sovers, Ashwin both have 1,000 runs and 100 wickets. Who were the other 2? Did you see, Tubes?
It's Jadeja bowling, left arm around the wicket. Root is forward, he's taken on the pad. Ashwin actually, Jadeja was about to start celebrating, because I think he thought Kumar Dharmasena was about to raise the finger. He doesn't, so India have made the review sign. So we're going to Joel Wilson again. Now, that looked like it beat the inside edge and was straight into the pad.
A player review for LBW. The original decision is not out.
I think that looked pretty close to us.
And it's a fair delivery. Front on, please.
I think definitely hit the pad first.
Stokes and Root walk down the pitch and have a conversation. We now get the first replay.
It's passing very close to the inside edge of the bat. Can I get ultra edge, please?
I'm not sure. Jude thinks he's hit it. I'm not as sure. Well, we're missing a couple of crucial frames there.
Slow. Yeah, bring it back.
But the edge comes up. I think his bat hits his pad and the ball hits the pad.
Bring it back. And go forward.
So
slowly,
let me explain.
Slowly,
as the ball is approaching the bat, we then get a waveform, which looks like it appears before the.
I have bat first.
Ooh!
Bat first.
I don't think he's nailed that.
I don't think he's got it right.
That ball has not reached.
Kumar, you staying with your original decision of not out. The on-screen signal.
I tell you what, he would have lost 4 wickets, but they've had some.
He's got that wrong for me. He's got that wrong. As you said, the ball's not quite hit the pad, and there's a spike, so which that indicates to us is that he's flicked his pad with the bat before the ball hits the pad.
Yeah, it just doesn't quite match, does it, when you look at it like that? It just didn't make sense.
How's he not seen that though? I reckon he's gone a bit early. I think he's had to watch that again. I don't know what he's seeing with the spike. The spike, you can see there's clear distance between the ball and the bat or pad, and there's a spike, so it tells you that the bat has hit the pad.
He should have asked for that camera from mid-off that shows the other angle, which would have actually shown him whether there was an edge or not.
Stand by for Rohit after the game then. Jadeja, left arm around the wicket, bringing Joe Root forward. Pushes back down the pitch and there's no run.
This is why you need specialist third umpires, because a specialist third umpire would have known that. We saw the umpires use that in the last game and work out one that was very similar. Sometimes the technology doesn't work as much as a camera angle.
Jadeja, left arm around the wicket, hurries this one on to Joe Root. He's deep in his crease, no run.
We've had everything, haven't we, in this first session? I do not want to hear from anybody telling me that Test cricket is boring. Let me tell you, we've had everything.
Jadeja is in. Joe Root deep in his crease, opens the face, tries to guide it through third, can't beat the fielder, and it ends 23 overs. England 111 for 4. Well, actually, maybe you should amend that. Test cricket's not boring when we're on, because we've had basically all of the action this morning. Harmy and Gough are sitting out the back thinking, hang on, we've gone wicketless. I mean, in fairness, they did get, was it first over the day? Zach Crawley punched one off the glove from one that reared up, nearly took his nose off. Then he was bowled by Akash off of a no ball. But in terms of action, I'm afraid they've rather dried up and we've hogged things. So we're 6 minutes away from lunch. Ashwin will continue, so probably 2 overs. And in goes Ashwin to Stokes, down the leg side. Clips away, they'll take 1 to fine leg and only 1. And it's 112 for 4, Stokes goes to 3.
We're on a 5er, lads, aren't we? We're on for a 5er.
We are.
Have you ever got one? You must have had a couple bowling your leg spin.
Yeah, of course. As a leg spinner, you get them just by going out there.
So it's the double of 1,000 runs and 100 wickets against England. And I'm going to be honest, I'm going to defer to Jarrod. There's a couple of Australians on that
You don't
list.
remember Monty Noble? You didn't watch him bowl?
Strangely enough, no.
George Giffen was the other one, and George Giffen was a captain who basically bowled himself like half the overs in every game. He's like the 4th 11 captain who doesn't trust anyone, but he did it in Test cricket. Absolute genius.
You call him Corky?
Ashwin around the wicket to the right-handed Root, pushes back down the pitch, no run.
Sorry, Dom, you know I love you.
Well, you know he's not listening because he's in Pakistan at the moment, so we can call him what you like.
Ronnie used to do it a little bit at Essex with a new ball.
Ashwin around the wicket. Root is very deep in the crease. Turns it to short leg on the bounce, no run.
Well, the new thing, of course, is captains in T20 bowling the 7th over. And just go, I got through that one for only a couple of runs. I don't know why you guys are all getting hit.
Ashwin in once again around the wicket. Root turns to Sarfraz at short leg, no run.
But in the old days, especially in first-class cricket, but club cricket more so, you'd just get a captain who just wouldn't trust anyone. It would just take one end for the whole day. And so Giffen did that in international cricket.
Ashwin. Again, it's Root deep in his crease, trusting his hand-eye coordination. If he misses it, he's in a world of trouble. He doesn't miss it. He turns it to Sarfraz, no run.
But interesting, it's 2 older players who are on that record, but obviously, and 2 modern.
Root turning the next delivery to short leg again, no run.
I mean, I say modern for sobers because he's modern compared to Monty Noble or George Giffen, but but it's a hell of a list to be on. I mean, Ashwin not a genuine all-rounder, but in Asian conditions before his back went, probably was. He's a good bat over there, but outside of Asia, he's more a number 8 who gives you something, I'd say, overall. But a fantastic cricketer.
Absolutely. He's got through that over in, well, next to no time at all. So we're definitely going to get one more over, and if Jadeja can get through it at the same speed, we'll have another one after that.
They're trying to get steal an extra over here, aren't they? So England will start to pat the wicket.
Jadeja then, left arm around. Oh, it keeps really low on Stokes. Stokes is hit on the pad. He's walked for an LBW. He knows he's out. And Jadeja has got one. It's the old Gazunda. It virtually rolled along the floor, that one. England are 112 for 5, and the captain is walking off with a grin on his face. He's got 3 from 6, and he's walked for an LBW because it's unplayable. It's hit him on the logo on the bottom of the pad just above the ankle.
If that reminded me of my good friend Nasser Hussain, Carl Hooper, in the West Indies literally hit him on the shoelace. I mean, all you could do is smile, Ben Stokes. There's nothing you could do about that. That is an absolute... That's gone underneath.
Stokes is stopped on the edge of the boundary. They have to be checking for the no ball.
Why is it taking this long?
Yeah, I know. The noise would have gone off, really.
Or is he waiting for Root to come off because it's lunch, Macca?
That's the other option, but...
I think he's out. I mean, he gave himself out. Yeah, he was just waiting for Root to come off. Yeah.
Right.
I mean, I was going to say before that I thought Jadeja, the way he's been bowling, might just trouble Stokes a little bit, but I thought it'd more be that one where he comes forward and doesn't fully come forward. That wasn't troubling Stokes because of a good delivery. That has just rolled on day one of a test match with a hard ball.
No, not just day.
First session.
I was going to say not just day one, in the 26th over or whatever it is.
First session. I mean, listen, there was a lot of talk, wasn't there, before the day. You know, once the players got to see it, Ben Stokes went up and the players and had a little look, and you saw the craters. And that creates those demons in the head, and sometimes you don't quite know what it's going to play like. Well, we saw it first over, didn't we? Siraj bowling to Zach Crawley and one going round the nose hole, and then all of a sudden that creates that indifference to the batter, and he's not quite moving his feet and he's flaying out a few. And then that one, I mean, that's just unplayable. Absolutely unplayable. On the first day of a test match, spinners bowling, there's purchase. You're thinking there'll be good bounce. Nope. It's going underneath.
Right. Deep breath, everybody. 2.5 hours ago, England won the toss and elected to bat. At lunch, on day one, they're 112 for 5. They'd reached 47 without loss, although I'll come back to that in a minute. Duckett, caught behind off the bowling of the debutant Akash, for 11 from 21 balls, 47 for 1, 9 overs and 2 balls. Ollie Pope, LBW to Akash for a 2-ball duck, 47 for 2, 9 overs and 4 balls. He actually used his feet to try and get down the pitch. Was given not out on field, but DRS said it was going on to hit stumps, and enough of the ball was hitting the stumps that therefore it was overturned. Zach Crawley then bowled by Akash for a runnable 42, 47 for 3, 11 overs and 5 balls. Then the partnership between Root and Bairstow took it to 109 before Bairstow LBW to Ashwin bowling around the wicket, 38 from 35 balls for Bairstow. As I say, 109 for 4 from 21 overs and 2 balls. And then you've just heard Ben Stokes, what has turned into the final ball before lunch. LBW to Jadeja for 3 from 6 deliveries, 24 overs and 1 ball to take that particular wicket with a ball that has basically rolled, and that doesn't take into account Zach Crawley bowled by Akash in the 4th over of the innings when he was on 4. It was a no ball due to Akash having overstepped. Duckett had a DRS review in the 9th over, and Joe Root 111 for 4 in the 23rd over, DRS given not out because of an inside edge that we're not quite sure that the technology has got quite right, and Joel Wilson may have been slightly stuffed on that one. So Alex Tudor, England are 5 down, bordering on 6 or 7. I mean, sum up that 2 hours for me.
Well, to say it was eventful, Macca, is an understatement. I mean, we saw absolutely everything, didn't we? We saw runs, wickets, good bowling from the debutant Akash, bowling with decent pace, bowling with good length and troubling the batsman. And then Bairstow went about it, 38 from 35, scoring extremely fast. And then that last one from Jadeja to get rid of Ben Stokes, well, there's nothing you could do. You know, even he had a wry smile on his face when that hit his foot, really. Can't even say it hit his pad, hit his foot, and he just didn't even look at the umpire, he just turned and walked off. That's all he can do. We sort of felt that this could be the situation when we saw the wicket and we heard all the reports of the wicket in India, and we said it was going to happen very fast this game, but that is a session. 112 for 5 24.2 balls have been bowled. It's been eventful, but the game is still in the balance for me, as Jarrod was saying. You know, even though England have lost the wickets, they've still scored at a healthy rate. I felt that last partnership between Stokes and Root was going to be very important. I thought they needed to at least get to 200, and then you've got Foakes and the bowlers to come in and get you up to, if you can get to 270 or so, because you said it's going to be best to bat first innings. It looks like India are going to get that chance today, but what England end up with, we'll have to wait and see.
Well, I don't know how many bookmakers are up at this time of the morning. I imagine quite a few of them, but I imagine they're not offering odds on a 5-day match anymore, and I think the draw is probably completely out of the equation. Let me give you the bowling figures. Mohammad Siraj, 6 overs, 0 for 43. Akash Deep, the debutant, 7 overs, 3 for 24. Ravindra Jadeja, 8 overs and 1 ball, 1 for 28. And Ravichandran Ashwin has 1 for 17 from his 8 overs. It has been a devastating morning of cricket. England, well, blown wide open for the time being, but of course, the old phrase, don't judge anything till both sides have had a bat. Realistically, this is only going to get worse. So you never know. During the lunch break, as I mentioned earlier, we are going to be taking a look at Johnny Bairstow, because Dharamshala, if he's picked, will be his 100th Test match. And Johnny Bairstow, has there ever been a more discussed and debated cricketer? You would have thought by the time you get to 99 Test matches, you pretty much got things nailed down, but there are still people discussing Johnny Bairstow, what his role should be, should he even be in the side. Well, that discussion will come during the lunch break as Darren Gough, Steve Harmison and Neil Manthorp have that chat. It is live and exclusive coverage of India against England here on talkSPORT 2.
Exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of the 4th Test match, live from Ranchi.
Past the umpire now, he's straight. See you later.
Only on talkSPORT 2.
Kick off your Sunday morning with a weekend sports breakfast on talkSPORT with goals. The free football pull-out with the Sun. Scores! Lace up your boots with the nation's brightest sports breakfast, featuring insider news, big match previews and expert analysis from Tony Cascarino and Natalie Sawyer. It's absolutely magnificent. Get fully loaded for football with a weekend sports breakfast Sunday morning from 6 on talkSPORT with goals. The essential free football pull-out with the Sun every Saturday, Sunday and Monday.
At NFU Mutual, we understand that running a business is expensive. That's why we don't charge admin fees with our trades insurance, so you can easily make changes when you need to. No wonder over 95% of our business insurance customers renew every year. With agency offices across the UK, we're closer to you, closer to your business, closer to what matters. For quality trades insurance to suit all sizes, search NFU Mutual Builders and Trades Insurance.
At Continental Tires, we've been championing women's football for over 13 years. For us, it's more than a game, it's a passion. Join us on the 31st of March at Molyneux Stadium, Wolverhampton, for the FA Women's Continental Tires League Cup Final, for a celebration of women's football. Continental Tires, driving safety and performance. For tickets, head to wolves.co.uk/tickets.
All right, mate. Got another kitchen job on the go.
Finished that. The customer wants a bedroom now.
Nice. From Howdens?
Yeah, they've a choice of bedroom designs, all easy to fit with the Howdens quality you trust and their 25-year cabinet guarantee, and all in local stock. So...
now you're picking up extra jobs you never would have had, and you finished extra quick.
Exactly. Howdens. Our bedrooms mean business. Find out more now at howdens.com.
You'll have to go a long way to match a Volkswagen in match trim. They have all the bells and all the whistles. So whether it's a reliable hatchback, a super versatile SUV, or one of our exceptional all-electric ID models, you get extra spec as standard with every one of our 10 match trims. More Volkswagen for your money. Visit your Volkswagen retailer for our latest offers and more. Extra spec versus nearest equivalent VW trim. Visit volkswagen.co.uk for full details.
McDelivery! You in? Now that is what I need. Why didn't I think to order one? Been craving it all week. Right, now focus. What to have? I'd have a Big Mac, fries, oh, and a dip. But what dip? Could dip them in a McFlurry, to be honest. Or am I too old to be doing that?
Nisha, the film's about to start.
Yeah, sorry, got distracted. I'm in.
There's nothing quite like a McDelivery. You in? At participating restaurants only. 18 plus. Serving times, delivery fees and terms apply. See app or mcdonalds.com for details.
On DAB+, online, via the talkSPORT app and on your smart speaker. Exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of the 4th Test match, live from Ranchi.
Fielded, oh, there's going to be a run out!
Only on talkSPORT 2.
And Bairstow goes to smack him over mid-wicket, which he does clean as a whistle. What a sound that made off the bat. He goes to 100 with a stroke to remember.
And we know what Johnny's credentials are. He's a good player of spin.
Bairstow will sweeps hard, sweeps for 4.
Strike rate 58, 12 centuries, 12.
Swept powerfully by Johnny Bairstow behind square on the leg side, and he leaps in the air.
It's been an excellent knock from Johnny Bairstow. His natural instinct is to attack, and he's done that every time he's been given the opportunity to do so.
That's straight and just blocked. Oh, for 6, just over the head of mid-on. And I mean blocked. No follow-through from Johnny Bairstow. A remarkable shot, a brilliant shot, of course.
John, what am I hearing? Did I hear that Johnny Bairstow virtually lifted one of the protesters and manhandled him off?
Johnny Bairstow has just essentially rugby tackled one of the protesters to the floor and then assisted in helping to pick them up and move them off the field.
Grinning all over his face. He's got the helmet off now. He's loving it. Fantastic century by Englishman, and he needed it. Boy, did his team need it.
Here he comes again and balls, and Bairstow hits it straight down the ground. Bang! 6 more! Just in the middle of the World Weeks and Walcott stand. This is T20 stuff from Johnny Bairstow. He's loving it.
I mean, you know, he is an old school Yorkshire type, so you can't be too surprised.
You're listening to live and exclusive coverage of the 4th Test match between India and England here on talkSPORT 2, where at lunch England have limped to 112 for 5, and we'll have commentary on the afternoon session in around 25 minutes or so. But over lunch we'll be focusing, as you've heard, on the career of Johnny Bairstow. He's currently playing his 99th Test match and could make his 100th Test appearance, the 17th Englishman to do so, in the 5th Test in Dharamshala next month. But here he was talking to our very own Steve Harmison a couple of weeks ago about his return to fitness after that horrendous ankle injury, playing under Stokes and McCullum, and his current role in the team.
I just want to talk about you specifically, Johnny, and last summer, difficult summer. Just give us a little indication of what you had to go through to get fit for the Ashes, because it was a pretty horrendous injury, wasn't it?
Yeah, it wasn't ideal. The injury wasn't ideal, but we moved on from that now, and it was at times challenging. Was the recovery? It was also the unknown side of it as well, because you don't know how your ankle is going to react. You don't know how your body's going to react, and what you are potentially able to do and able not to do again. But at the same time, you're full steam ahead with it. You have a goal in mind, and that was to get back playing for Yorkshire at first, and then to try and get picked in the Ashes, and that fortunately happened. And no point is the Ashes series an easy series to be in and be a part of, and to get through that, and my ankle get through that unscathed in a better place than when it started in many ways, was something I'm really happy with.
And I spoke to you on, I think it was day 2 or day 3, about what the transformation of your sort of body, the fitness levels you had, the spring in your step you had during that first innings when you and Joe were batting. After the World Cup, was it the first time probably since the injury happened that you could, right, I've got time here to get fit for India, because it was all about getting fit for the Ashes, then getting fit for the World Cup. You look a lot, I think a lot, not so much fitter, but a lot more, a little bit more spring in your step when you were obviously when you were batting at the crease.
Yeah, I think it was a case of a race against time, wasn't it, to get back. you know what it's like when you've been injured yourself and you just want to get back on the park, you want to get back out there, you want to
chasing your tail.
Absolutely, and you want to get back out there with your pals on the field. You want to be out there. You don't want to be sat missing the biggest series that there is, playing against Australia. So you do push yourself to that extreme. But like you say, there was that little bit of time off after the World Cup that I had. Didn't go to the West Indies, so I had those 5-6 weeks where I was really able to knuckle down. It wasn't necessarily the easiest time over Christmas and New Year,
yeah,
but
it isn't.
But you have to crack on and you have to do it. So look, coming out here, I was to Abu Dhabi just before we came out. I was really happy with the place that I was in, and yeah, like I say, it's one of those things that you just have to graft and get through.
What's it like to play for this cricket team?
It's great fun. I think that's the first thing. It's a fun environment to be around. You've got the lads that are constantly taking the mick out of each other. You've got the lads that are constantly pushing each other to do better. You've got the guys that are constantly talking about the positive side of it. I think as a general nation at times we can be quite negative around a lot of things, and putting that positive spin on bits and empowering people to go out there and play in a slightly different way than what is normally an English type of playing of the game, playing of sport, is something that I think this group has really relished, and we've fully engulfed ourselves in the environment and how we want to go about playing it, and it's a longer term mission that Ben and Brendan have set themselves out on.
And speaking about them, you just give us a little insight into the dressing room when things are going well and what the message is driven, and maybe the message in that when things aren't going so well. Is it the same message? Is it driven the same way? As you mentioned, of clarity of thought? Is it as always as positive as what it seems to the outside when people are watching you on the field?
I think it's about not panicking. We're well aware that we've got people in that dressing room that are able to play in certain ways, that if you have a session or two, then you can gain parity very quickly, and you're able to shift pressure and momentum back onto the opposition, and that's with bat and ball. So I think that everything is around just staying as calm as possible, and the belief that you have within your own game to be able to go and express yourself rather than bunkering down at times. Yes, you do have to bunker down. Bummer in the last game when he was reverse swinging it, you have to be able to absorb pressure, but when you've absorbed pressure you need to then be able to put pressure back onto the opposition, because if you're applying that pressure then they will make mistakes, and then you're able to capitalise from those.
And clarity about you've been batter, wicket keeper, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. How difficult is that, first and foremost, but how good is it in this series that right, I'm coming in at number 5, I'm not having keeping wicket, and I've got 5 test matches, bar an injury, to go and try and be the best Johnny Bairstow I possibly can? Yeah,
look, it's been part and parcel of my career, hasn't it? It's nothing new. It's something that you just crack on with, and in many ways it's a compliment, Harmy, because I'm fortunate that I'm able to keep wicket but also play as a specialist batter, and that's the way I've got to look at it. I'm like you, invest a lot of energy in everything that you do, whether you play as a batter, whether you're playing as a wicket keeper, whatever it is. I invest wholeheartedly in everything that I do for this cricket team, and I'll always keep doing that.
That was Johnny Bairstow talking to Steve Harmison in Visakhapatnam a couple of weeks ago, just before the second test match of this series. He is no doubt, he used the word wholehearted himself, and that is something that absolutely nobody would ever imagine questioning. He's one of the most wholehearted cricketers ever to represent anybody, actually, not just England. I mean, he gives, as he said, 100%. The question is, will he be remembered as somebody who blew hot and cold? I mean, he hasn't been a relentless run machine, has he? But in 6 years since his Test career began, he's averaged less than 30. But my goodness me, there are a couple of truly extraordinary years. In 2016, in 7 Test matches, he averaged 75.3, and then the golden summer, which will be remembered for the beginning of Bazball, for which he's been the flag bearer in many ways. In 2022, He scored 400s in 5 innings, averaging 75, and a couple of Test matches we'll never forget that signalled the beginning of Bazball. England needed 160 after tea on the 5th day against New Zealand at Trent Bridge. And then again, in the series deciding one-off Test match, I know that sounds like a contradiction, against India, at Edgbaston, 100 in both innings. When Johnny Bairstow is at his best, he is amongst the very best. But was he at his best often enough, Goughy?
Yeah, I think that will be the question about Johnny's career. When he's on song, it's a magnificent sight. It really, really is. I've seen it at Yorkshire and I've seen it with England. And when he's going and he's in the zone, he's one terrific player, and he's right up there. And at parts of his career, I reckon he's been probably the best batter in the world for a period in Test cricket and in white ball cricket. There's not many achieve that either, right? Some have been great at Tests and middle of the pack in one days, but Johnny at periods has been number 1 in the world basically in white ball, or up there in the top 2 or 3, and the same at Test matches with the run he had, you've just mentioned there, in 2022. I mean, was just ridiculous.
Yeah, I think similar to you talking what he's going to be remembered by at the end of his career, because obviously he's closer to the end than he is at the start. A little bit like Moeen Ali. You know, Moeen Ali, somebody who was asked to fulfill a role within a group that arguably nobody wanted to fill, and I think that's something I've tried to convince Johnny a couple of times in the Caribbean, and even during that interview there, trying to say to him politely, Johnny, you know, it was a compliment when they took the gloves off you, because you are one of our best batters. We aren't scoring runs for fun like we are under McCullum and Stokes. So we're going to take the gloves off you because we need as much as we possibly can out of your batting. And he went from he's batted 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 for this team. So if anybody wants to say that he left a few out there, I think I'd quickly rebut that and throw it back at him and say, if I was Johnny Bairstow, I'd be saying, well, I did what the team wanted me to do, and it wasn't always what I wanted to do in my role for the team. It was what the team needed me to do. And I think when you've got players like that, Moeen Ali, you could say the same. Did he leave a few things out there? I'd say no. You know, these guys did things for the group that nobody else could do. We can't find a number 3, send Johnny up. Can't find a number 3, send Moeen up. You know, we need somebody to keep wicket, Johnny will do it. We need somebody to come out of retirement because we haven't got a spin bowler for the Ashes, Moeen Ali. I know we're talking about Johnny Bairstow, but I put Moeen Ali and Johnny Bairstow in the same category because their careers cross over. And I think it was whenever England struggled to fill a role, send for Johnny, send for Moeen. And that's not an excuse he should be using if he didn't perform. It's just, I think, at times he was asked to do things when he probably didn't want to do it because he didn't want to give the gloves up, averaging 40, batting at number 7. You know, he wasn't comfortable in his position. But England needed him to bat, and I think that's what I think I will be always sort of be thankful for a Johnny Bairstow, is that when his team needed him, Johnny went and did the job. Did he do it to the best of his ability? Yes. Was he the right man for that job? Possibly. He was the only man for that job to fill a hole, to pick other players around him. So for me, in a unit, I could say he's been a good team man.
He's a member of a very small club, 5,000 test runs, 5,000 plus test runs, and 100 plus dismissals. And there's a few great keeper bats. I was just you were researching the list there during with the listening. I mean, you know, 5,000 test runs and 100 plus dismissals. It's a very small and exclusive club he's in.
Well, we tried to guess them to start with, and I think we got 3 or 4, didn't we, out of the 8. We should leave it out there for people to come in, or do we just give them? Shall we just give them?
Let's tell them at the end.
Let's tell them at the end. Have a think.
Unless if you've got a stats pack in front of you or a database, then it won't be a challenge for you. But try and do it off the top of your head, because it is remarkable.
To get 5,000 runs and 100 dismissals, Johnny Bairstow again is one of them where. Is he a keeper? Is he a batter? Is he a batter-keeper? It's a debate we've had for years. right? You can go all the way back to Alan Knott, to Alex Stewart, to Jack Russell, to Matt Pryor, to Foster, to, you know what I mean? There's somebody to Reedy, and now the modern day players. Is it Foakes or is it Johnny who's going to keep? And we're always going to have that, because you now in the modern game, you've got to really have a keeper who can get in the side as a batter, really, in the top 6 or 7.
Let's look at tennis players. There are tennis players who say, yeah, I'm a grass court specialist. That's it. Wimbledon's my game. And there are hard court specialists. And then you get clay court specialists. And there's no stigma attached to the fact that you are a very good clay court, and the clay season is when you cash in and you're no good on grass. But I always get the sense that, you know, that Johnny's bristled a little bit at the fact that, no, you're good at standing back, but, you know, when you need to stand up, you get in India we bring in a proper glove man, and I think that's he's not enjoyed that.
No, I don't think he's enjoyed that, but I think that's more hats off to Ben Foakes, because Johnny keeps wicket in India. The last 3 times you go to India, Ben Foakes is not Ben Foakes. You know, if there is another wicketkeeper who's not quite as good as gloveman as Ben Foakes standing up, then I'm not so sure England pick that person. You know, I'm trying to think of keepers who were around at that time when England came here. The last 2 times they've gone to Sri Lanka. There's not many keepers in England where you'd say, other than Ben Foakes, right, he is your wicketkeeper specialist in the subcontinent. They would have just gone with Johnny Bairstow. So Johnny Bairstow's kept wicket 55 times for England out of 99 Test matches. He would have kept a hell of a lot more if there wasn't Ben Foakes. I think the only reason that Sri Lanka trip, Pakistan, you didn't do it did he go do it in Pakistan, and then he's done it in India, is because Ben Foakes is so good. It's a little bit like the argument I've had in trying not to criticise the omission of Ben Foakes in the team. It's not because I didn't think Ben Foakes wasn't good enough. It was just, how do I get Harry Brook in the team when Harry Brook was standing out going, come on, I'm too good, you can't not pick me. And I think the only way you could get him in the side is if Ben Foakes didn't play and Johnny Bairstow kept wicket
Josh
in the
Butler
summer.
also played 51 tests.
Josh Butler, 51 Test matches. So, look, I still think, you know, Foakes, the horses for courses, yes, I think that's the right selection. But Johnny's with the gloves and without the gloves. He's actually got a better batting record with the gloves. He averages 37 with the gloves and 34 without the gloves. So
he's batted lower though, hasn't he?
He's batted lower, and that's the key element to this whole thing. Is I think the lower down Johnny bats, the more I think value he is from a batting point of view. He averages 30 at number 3. He didn't play many games at 4 because obviously Joe's there, but he averages 10. But then all of a sudden at 5 he averages 34, at 6 he averages 39, and then 7, where he was obviously with the gloves, he averages 37. So these are areas. But the one key stat for me is why I think Johnny Bairstow gets more time and gets more loyalty off this group is in 15 games Ben Stokes has been captain, Johnny Bairstow's averaging 48. He's got 400s, and I think that's why I think Ben Stokes will try and find a way of keeping, or he's tried to find a way of keeping Johnny Bairstow in his team.
Manners, before 2022, if you'd have asked Johnny what he wants to do as far as his career, what frustrated him the most would have been he wants to bat 7 and he wanted to keep. But then if you'd have asked him the same question after 2022, he would have said, oh no, I'm happy with it 5. Perfect. That's where I should be batting all the time. So, again, when it comes down to individual and what it plays with your mind as well, because he saw himself getting runs at 7, keeping okay, keeping well as well, good enough, you know, to be in there. Alex Stewart did a similar job for years and years. I only remember Alex Stewart dropping 1 catch off me in the Test matches I played. And people said at the start, oh, well, he's not as good as Jack Russell. Alex Stewart was a good keeper, right? But he was also someone who could bat anywhere between 1 and 6. You ask him where he wanted to bat, he'd say 1. But he played everywhere, and it's always going to be, it's going to go on and on this for years and years and years. We're always going to have this discussion. But for me, Johnny and his best place would have been at 7 and keeping wicket all the time. That is my personal opinion on Johnny Bairstow. He might disagree now, but I think 7 and keep.
I think he comes back in the summer and keeps wicket. I think he will come back in the summer and keep wicket and bat number 7. You've seen with this England team and the way the management goes, they will pick the best team for the right situation for the next Test match. And it wouldn't surprise me if Harry Brook walks back in the team because he's too good of a player not to walk back in the team. He comes back in at number 5, and Johnny Bairstow goes to number 7. If he doesn't get any runs in the next innings, the next test, then England might look to go, when is the Ashes? Can Johnny Bairstow get me to the Ashes? Obviously, they prefer him standing back as to standing up. If they feel as though he can get him to the Ashes, then I think Johnny might play in the summer. If he doesn't play in the summer, then you might see somebody like Ollie Robinson from Durham, Jamie Smith. Probably it's gone cooler a little bit on somebody like Jamie Smith, but England in English conditions or in Australia, I think they'll want a batter at number 7 rather than Ben Foakes.
Just before we run out of time, we've only got 5 minutes left. A little bit about Johnny, the person, the character, the personality, the closeness to his family, having lost his father, David, at the age of just 8, who was also famous Bluey, keeper batter for Yorkshire. And also the character that Johnny has become. I mean, he's famous redhead, prickly, hot-tempered. But sometimes the team have loved that part of him, and when they needed to fall in behind somebody, they've kind of pushed Johnny to the fore when things got heated, or the battle was on, metaphorically, against the Australians most famously. And I think that the team have enjoyed having that hostility amongst the ranks.
Yeah, with Johnny, obviously I played with his dad David at Yorkshire for a few years, my early career. Great man, good player, gutsy player, tough player. You'd want him on your side, and Johnny's very much followed in his footsteps as far as that's concerned. His personality and everything is exactly the same. I remember holding Johnny in my arms when he was a baby. I think he was about 1.5, 2. Grew up seeing him come into the cricket, massive cricket family, and to see him mature over the years. And when I first saw him playing, such a talented sportsman, whether it be hockey, rugby. I know he says football, but trust me, he was rubbish at football. Rugby was decent, hockey very good, and he became a cricket player. And as soon as I saw him play, you thought, dear me, he's going to play for England. Absolutely going to play for England. Quality player, good striker of a cricket ball, all format, never going to be an issue. And he's gone on and proved that right. If he gets to 100 tests, which he should do, it's been a terrific career he has had. And he is prickly, and he is a moaner, and he is miserable. But I'll tell you what, when I was going through a difficult period in Sri Lanka just a few years ago, and this is where Johnny stands out, and he stands up as a man, is when you're going through personal problems, he picks up the phone. He comes to see you. I lost a friend to suicide, and he rang me immediately when he found out. And he came to see me the next morning when he was playing in a test match. And that's the man, So you want him on your side. He's a terrific character. He has all those negative things that can be a pain in the butt, but you're allowed one in the dressing room. Once you get 3 or 4 like Johnny, it's game over. But you're allowed 1, possibly 2. Same as you're allowed probably 1 or possibly 2 of me in a dressing room, right? But we keep going back, he's a fantastic person. He's been through a lot of trauma in his life, but he's developed into an unbelievable cricketer, and he's a family man himself, very much a family man, and he's a father now as well.
Yeah, he's got a kind heart. That's what I would take away, to give people. He's got a kind heart. That rough exterior that Gough mentions, but there is a kind heart in there. He wants to be loved. I think people putting their arm around him and telling Johnny how good you are, pumping your tyres up. Nothing wrong with that. That was a Yorkshire thing. Sitting next to Gough, you pump Gough's tyres up, you tell him how much he needs to be loved, and you tell him how good he is, and he goes out there and he performs. His numbers, do you know what, at the end of his career, whenever it be, after the next test match in 3 years' time, after the Ashes, whatever, his numbers might not represent what his talent was, but I tell you what, I think he's a value to the team and value to the group at situations and times, for me, far outweighs that. Forget his numbers, it's what his value is. And I think there's times in his career where he's been so valuable for England, whether he was doing a job that he didn't really want to do and he was doing it for the team, or he was put in some difficult situations. I think Johnny Bairstow has been one hell of a cricketer for England.
don't forget his numbers because they're pretty good, but don't focus on them. Don't make them your main centre of attention. We're talking about Johnny Bairstow, of course, who we all hope will play his 100th Test match, become the 17th Englishman to play 100 Test matches for his country. And it's lunchtime here on the day one of the 4th Test match in Ranchi, and England, having won the toss and chosen to bat first, have limped somewhat to 112 for 5. We'll have more ball-by-ball commentary exclusively here on talkSPORT 2 when the second session gets underway in just over 5 or 6 minutes.
Exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of the 4th Test match, live from Ranchi.
Past the umpire now, he's straight. See you later.
Only on talkSPORT 2.
You've worked hard to build your business, so it's important it's properly protected. At NFU Mutual, our tradesman insurance has received a 5-star rating by De Facto for the past 10 years. No wonder over 95% of our business insurance customers renew every year. With agency offices across the UK, we're closer to you, closer to your business, closer to what matters. Search NFU Mutual Builders and Trades Insurance.
At Continental Tires, we've been championing women's football for over 13 years. For us, it's more than a game, it's a passion. Join us on the 31st of March at Molyneux Stadium, Wolverhampton, for the FA Women's Continental Tires League Cup Final, for a celebration of women's football. Continental Tires, driving safety and performance. For tickets, head to wolves.co.uk/tickets.
Sometimes running a business can feel like swimming upstream in Siberia. With a bear clinging onto your leg. But Xero online accounting software can help you manage the ins and outs of your finances in real time, so you can keep them running smoothly. Soon it will feel more like you're going down a water slide.
Your turn.
In a rubber ring. Or being serenaded by a string quartet. Search Xero with an X, because healthy business is beautiful business.
All right, mate. Got another kitchen job on the go.
Finish that. The customer wants a bedroom now.
Nice. From Howden's.
Yeah, they've a choice of bedroom designs, all easy to fit with the Howden's quality you trust and their 25-year cabinet guarantee, and all in local stock. So
now you're picking up extra jobs you never would have had, and you finished extra quick.
Exactly. Howden's. Our bedrooms mean business. Find out more now at howdens.com.
This is a travel supermarket announcement. Clean up on Peter's desktop. You don't need so many tabs open, Peter. At travelsupermarket.com, you can compare thousands of deals from the leading holiday companies all on one convenient website. Travel Supermarket, a supermarket for travel, obviously. At all protected.
Did you know that Sky Mobile has 99% network coverage? That means...
Dads, like me.
Commuters like me.
And farmers like...
Yep, they all get 99% network coverage on Sky Mobile. Hello, Possible.
4G outdoor network available to 99% of UK population.
Aldi, not once, not twice, but 3 times the cheapest. Yes, it's official. We're Which cheapest supermarket for the 3rd year in a row. And this week, you can save on 1/4 of all our fresh fruit and veg. That's an appealing offer. Aldi, dropping trolley loads of prices on the things you love. Products may vary by region, subject to availability.
On DAB+, online, via the talkSPORT app, and on your smart speaker. Exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of the 4th Test match, live from Ranchi.
Fielded, or there's going to be a run out!
Only on talkSPORT 2.
Welcome to talkSPORT 2's coverage, live and exclusive, and via the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. If you're just waking up, well, you've missed 2 hours of action-packed cricket. 112 for 5 England at lunch, winning the toss, deciding to bat. Plenty of talk in the build-up to this Test match about the pitch. Well, that talk hasn't gone anywhere. England losing 3 wickets for 10 runs, 47 without loss, became 57 for 3 when Zach Crawley was the 3rd of 3 wickets to fall to the debutant, Akash Deep. A mini partnership of 52, hitting their average actually pretty much between Bairstow and Root, coming to an end when Johnny Bairstow was trapped leg before wicket from Ravichandran Ashwin for 38. But the ball of the morning, perhaps the test, the last ball of the morning, Ben Stokes trapped LBW. I'm not sure Jadeja actually appealed, and Stokes certainly didn't wait for the decision. He walked off laughing. Jadeja just celebrated. Shades of Nasser Hussain all those years ago. Essentially, if there was any grass, the ball would have tickled it on the way through to the bottom of Ben Stokes' pad. It really did keep low. So is that a sign of things to come? Certainly Steve Harmison, 4 overs in, was calling it. The pitch has misbehaved from pretty much ball 1. We've had all sorts of action as Ravinder Jadeja is in to bowl his 9th over, and first ball after the break. Ben Foakes will get off the mark with a nice clip to backwards square leg for a single. Alongside me in the commentary box, 2 former England fast bowlers who would have loved to have got involved on this pitch, that's for sure. It's offering seam, it's offering variable bounce, and it's offering turn for the spinners as Ben Foakes comes forward and defends. Alex Tudor, Steve Harmison with me, John Norman, as talkSPORT take the broadcast for the next 3 or 4 deliveries. And gentlemen, with as Jadeja is in again, this is just pushed back to the bowler. We had 5 reviews in that morning's session. We had plenty of LBW shouts. We had 5 wickets. We had 3 wickets going to the debutant. We had a ball keeping horribly low, if you're an England fan, beaten past the outside edge, Ben Foakes. It was all going off.
It was all going off, and we also had a review. Didn't have a review, or we did have a review, which I still can't understand why it wasn't given out, and that one with Joe Root, and that Joe Root's still there, so it could have been a hell of a lot worse for England.
It could indeed. Forward is Ben Foakes. That is the end of Jadeja's over, and it has been an eventful one. The first ball of it came before lunch. He trapped Ben Stokes, LBW for 3. Couple of runs at sense, but yes, it could have been even worse for England. Ben Duckett as well, if he'd been given out on field. Well, there was no overturning that one. He escaped an LBW shout on 7. The 2 batters that have been given LBW, apart from Stokes, were done so on review. Do you think, Steve Harmison, that little complaint that Ben McCullum and Ben Stokes had about LBW in the last test has just played a little part in proceedings today?
Not really. I don't think Kumar Dharmasena is a very good umpire. I really don't. And Joel Wilson, even with technology, has proven that he's not very good either. I really struggle with them two. I really think they're substandard.
Okay, well, how about you get off the fence, Harmy, as talkSPORT listeners leave us. If you want to continue listening, we're on talkSPORT Zoo. So head over to the talkSPORT app and swipe away. And we're also on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Yeah, there was a big moment, wasn't there? Because just to let listeners in on the action, Joe Root, not out call on field. Ashwin is in, and this is dabbed to backward point as a dive from Jadeja, who's excellent in that part of the field. Actually, it's Jaswal. He can't get down quick enough, and Root comes back for a second. Yeah, so it was given out, not out on field, and essentially India were absolutely convinced that, and we see this from Joe Root, saw it first ball actually, he got his bat just caught behind the pad, a little bit low, a little bit late, and the Indians felt that it hit pad first as Root is forward, pushes this to mid-wicket. So it went upstairs to the 3rd umpire, and to my eyes it seemed quite clear the ball had hit the pad first, but to Joel Wilson's eyes, the TV umpire, he felt that it was bat first. So on the leg stump this time, and Root will call Ben Foakes, or rather Ben Foakes calls Joe Root through for a quick single.
What I didn't get, John, and Harmy's right, he's had an absolute shocker, Joel Wilson, because what's happened, as he's playing the ball, the bat has hit the pad, which then gave the spike, but the ball hadn't arrived yet, and then the ball hit the pad. So even with technology, I don't know what he was thinking.
I don't think we've seen the tracking technology yet, have we? I'm not sure we ever will.
No, but I don't think we needed it either. It was right in front of all 3. He just trapped him on the crease. He trapped him on the crease. He had nowhere to go. I've just seen another 2-3 replays of the Ben Stokes. I think that's Indian TV, trying to...
Ashwin is in. Round the wicket to Foakes. There's a very short catching mid-wicket and a wideish mid-on. So they're bowling straight onto the pads of Foakes as he plays straight this time.
The point you're making is, did Ben Stokes and Brendan McCullum have any influence on the umpires?
Leg stump line again, and this time Foakes can get the ball away because he hits it straight, squarer to the right of Shubman Gill at mid-wicket, and he gets off strike. That's really what he wants to be doing. He's 3, Root is 19. In a low-scoring encounter, moments like that, especially with England's premier bat involved, could prove key.
Massively key. All England's hopes revolve around their best player in Joe Root, and can he get them a score which is got a 2 in front of it, possibly 250. But hear the point that you're making. Did the umpires influenced? I think the TV.
This is middle and leg from Jadeja, and it's full as well. And it's played by Foakes to Ravichandran Ashwin, who is at short mid-wicket. No run, 118 for 5. Jadeja again. This is given plenty of flight and off stump this time. And it's the fielder at mid-off. Siraj, I think. He throws the ball back underarm to the bowler. Jadeja, who's getting through his overs quickly. He always does. Forward, little bit of excitement there as outside portion of the bat from Foakes drops shy of first slip. Rohit Sharma. This is one of those tests every ball, every ball, especially when Jadeja's on, because he bowls so quickly. You listen to talkSPORT 2. Alex Tudor, Steve Harmison will get a word in edgeways shortly. Left alone this time by Foakes. No run.
250, Harmon. They'll bite your hand off now, I tell you, England. Sheesh.
Definitely would. I think Joe will get 100 if he can get to 250.
This is plenty of flight. It's actually a full toss, and it's pumped to mid-off. And Ben Foakes goes on a KP red ball run, and just for a second he's treading water as the fielder shies at the non-strikers, misses. We'll have a little look to see how close that was.
Yeah, good from Foakes. He's realised who it was. It's Siraj. I think he'd have been tight, but he's trying to rotate. He needs to rotate. Can't just die in a hole. He would have been gone. Even though he picked one of India's worst fielders, I think he would have been just short of his crease. But it's important that they rotate the strike. Don't want to just keep adding pressure after pressure after pressure, especially the pace and the way Jadeja not only delivers the ball but gets through the over.
Last ball of the over from Jadeja, unless he oversteps, and sometimes he does. As Root is forward and pushes this ball between the fielder at short fine and at mid-wicket. He wants 2, but he's going to have to stay with 1. Foakes is quite happy to be at the non-strikers end for the start of the next over. England 120 for 5. So, guys, what kind of score then, realistically, do you think England will be looking at on a track like this, considering they A, back quickly, but B, they kind of lose wickets quickly too?
Listen, I think if they get anything above 200 is game on.
Yeah,
definitely game on this wicket. What we've seen, we got two tall bowlers in the lineup. Ollie Robinson, Hartley, Bashir, they're very tall, so they're going to be throwing it into, obviously 2 are spinners, but they're going to be throwing it in to the surface, which is abrasive and got cracks in it. It's going to cause issues for the Indian batters.
There's a forward short leg for Root as Ravichandran Ashwin continues round the wicket, and this is played to short fine. There's also a mid-on and a mid-wicket for Root, who's 20 not out from 46 deliveries. Ravichandran Ashwin in again, leg stump line again, and Root for the second delivery in a row picks out the same fielder.
I think if England get 200, they're in the game. I think we can safely say they're in the game with 200. Anything less than that, then India probably start then controlling the game.
Here is Ashwin, much more flight, and then it rushes on. Root, though, is playing circumspect cricket so far today.
With 200 on the board, India, even if India go and get 250, India have to bat last, and the way this wicket is, it's not going to be any fit state come day 4.
This is dragged down a touch and it goes across Root. Probably feels like he's missed out. Played this straight to the cover fielder, no run.
Did you say day 4, Army?
Yeah, day 4. Well, that's what you've got to have in your mind, that as the wicket, if England get to 200 and they get 250.
Here is Ashwin again, and Root plays back again. And this is a smart bit of running and good calling from Foakes, as it's hit quite hard to backward point, but the fielder is relatively deep, so there's enough time for the batters to cross. I did have a look back at that test back in 2021, which we covered on Meadowbad, the pink ball test, which lasted 2 days. I kind of had a bit of a moment during the break,
Yeah, it did seem that first hour that 2 days could be a long test match, to be fair.
Fuller again from Ashwin, and he's drifting on the pads. This is a bit of a gimme ball actually from Foakes. Akash Deep is in the deep. Commando roll at mid-wicket. Foakes comes back for a second. 123 for 5, England. 112 for 5 at lunch, and it was 112 that England scored 3 years ago in 48 overs. India then hit 145, I think, and then England were rolled again, second innings, leaving India a notional target. So England have gone past that. They've got 5 wickets in hand, and I think I agree with you two. I think a score of 200 keeps them in the game, because it would mean you'd feel that India need to score 300 to be ahead of it big time. Jadeja's back, and this is an on-off stump as Root comes forward. So yeah, I'm thinking 3-day game, and hoping a little bit as well, truth be told. Pushed through cover point for a single from Joe Root. There's a slight misfield, and Root is a couple of paces back from the non-striker's end, but Ben Foakes isn't going anywhere, and he was right not to. Just a single there. Jadeja picking up 1 wicket so far today. Of Ben Stokes, as this hurries up and goes straight on with the arm. Foakes jabs his bat down, defends. I mean, we always talk about Bairstow, but both of these batters, including Foakes, could do with a run or two. Forward in defence this time is Foakes. The ball just bobbles out into the leg side, no run.
Yeah, Ben Foakes could do with a run, because there's been a lot of loyalty showed to him, picking him in this series.
Touch wider in the crease, and again it just goes on. Foakes though playing the line and defends, no run.
And he shaped up not too badly in the innings he's played, and just found ways of getting out. He does that a lot, Ben Foakes. Looks uncontrolled and students and gets out.
Last ball of the over, and again smothering any spin. And we have seen a couple really break away from the right-hander from Jadeja past the outside edge of the bat, but another overdone for England. Root 22, Foakes 6, England 124 for 5.
It's hard to, I'm not criticising here, Jude, but it's hard to work because it's Ashwin and Jadeja. But I'd be interested to see, or it'd be interesting to know if Rohit was thinking, does he go with Akash Deep, or does he go with a seamer straight after, just to see what happens on this surface after the break, with the ball being that little bit older? Is it going to misbehave as much than what it did obviously when the ball was brand new? Can't argue, he's got 2 quality spinners.
Forward is Root. This is a ball that's going across Joe Root, or it would do if he didn't play at it. I suppose Jadeja of course had to bowl, didn't he, because had to complete his over, but he has followed it up. Ashwin again, and allows Root to play on the back foot. Not for the first time actually. This is cut away past Padadal at cover point, and Root comes back for a second.
Yeah, he played that nicely, as he does with the spinners. Stays deep in his crease. Just gave him the angle. He was able to open up the blade and just guide it sort of just wide of cover for a comfortable 2.
Root 24 not out. Gets forward, full delivery from Ashwin. There's a little bit of space at mid-wicket. Siraj is running round from forward a deep square. And Root comes back for another. So that's 4 runs from the last 2 deliveries. Ravichandran Ashwin picking up another wicket earlier on today. Johnny Bairstow, leg before wicket on review. India went upstairs a couple of times in that morning session as Root is playing back, cutting a ball on good length straight to backward point. No run. You just got a feeling something's going to happen every delivery, which is what you want, I suppose, when India are batting. This is on off stump, and again Root deep in his crease. It's good running between the 2 batters. The fielders seem to be caught between 2 stools here. They're a little bit too far out to stop the single, but then they're not close enough for a catching position. LBW caught behind are always going to be big factors though on a pitch like this, and you do have a very short mid-on as Foakes tries to do as Root did, but doesn't get the ball square enough. So it's no run. 5 runs coming from it. England 129 for 5, and we've had 30 overs of action.
You know, like what I'm seeing from Joe Root, just showing his class. Just looks like he's being busy at the crease. Look like he's looking for the gaps, and maybe that reprieve, as Harmy and I described when we felt he was out, and it went his way. Maybe that's hopefully what will turn. You know, he's got 4 innings, this one, and obviously 3 more with you know, 1 more test match to go, and he'll most probably bat twice in that. So he's got four innings to show everyone what he's about. You know, he's a world-class player. That debate is not even for discussion.
Jadeja will bowl again, and he draws Joe Root forward, defending the off-stump line. Yeah, Root's gone about his innings in a Root way so far, would you say? India have burnt 2 reviews trying to get him out, as a fuller delivery on the pads of Root is clipped to the leg side, but no run. Stifled yelp from Jadeja. Fraction of width this time. A little tempter for Root. He gets on the front foot, opens the face of the bat, but can't beat backward point.
Yeah, that's not the greatest shot from Joe Root. It's the first time in a while he's been caught in that in-between place, and his hands is getting him a little bit out of trouble.
Slower from Jadeja, straighter, and Root is forward and defending. Actually, it wasn't that much slower. It's 95 kilometres an hour. And again, same again from Root. He's playing every ball on its merits, and this was 2 straight and on decent length, so it's defended by Root, who holds the pose for a fraction before retaining, and he unfurls another perfect forward defensive shot, pops the ball out to cover, and that is another speedy maiden. It's gone the way of Ravindra Jadeja. 129 for 5 here on talkSPORT 2 England.
I was going to ask Harmy a question, because I don't know, I think I'm showing my age, and luckily Jarrod's not in here to hammer me. But where are you with these shirts out, Harmy? I can't have it.
Shirts out?
Yeah, shirts out. So Jadeja, Hartley does it, and I think I commented on it, and I was just like, for Test cricket, I'm like, no.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the shirt out. The thing I didn't like was the sort of figure hugging shirt, the tight ones, the ones that looks like have been sprayed on me towards the back end of my career. Yeah, I'm not really that fussed.
Ashwin again, Foakes is facing, and with a short mid-on and a mid-wicket. Those 2 fielders always in his eye line, certainly the one in front of the bat, and he picks out mid-wicket. This time the ball just placed straight to short cover.
And with you though, I like tradition. I would like it. I'd quite like him tucked in. Look smarter, doesn't it?
I've just got Alex Stewart in my head. Alec was massive, like we know he's OCD, and like literally he was, if you look good, it gives off the impression you sort of know what you're doing. Listen, we're talking about a world-class
Here is Ashwin on leg stump, and Foakes will take a single for sure as Siraj comes in off the mid-wicket boundary. Don't dress for the job you have, dress for the job you want. Isn't that the old adage?
Also, not only just Alec, I've got my dad in my head as well. As a fast bowler, he was not having anyone with their shirt out. You go, breeze in your back, you get caught and you get stiff back, you know what I mean? My dad's not having it. I'm not having it, I'm sorry.
Off stump line this time from Ashwin, and Root is forward. Resolutely forward. It's almost like every single time he plays that forward defensive shot, it's just a nod to the critics.
Yeah, I just think he's in a position where now
Ashwin again, and back and across his Root, clips the ball into mid-wicket, and that is a brilliant little passage of play there, because Root has defended, and then he's pushed the single, and that is exactly what England need to do. Rotating the strike again, he's getting off strike, the scoreboard is moving. India absolutely rapid with the overs, by the way. They've bowled one ball shy of 8 of them in just under 20 minutes, and England have progressed, if that's the right word, from 112 for 5 to 131 for 5. And after you speak, Harmy, because I know I've spoken a lot, I know Macca's going to sit there for one more over, I think. It will be Andrew McKenna. But
it for me, the beauty about this partnership nicely being progressed here is Joe Root's not looking for the big shot. So India should be right in on one. They shouldn't be giving them the chance to rotate. This is the way Joe Root plays beautifully. It really does. There seems to be a determination.
Point and slip in place and up on his toes, forcing the ball through the offside is Root. He gets off strike first ball. He moves to 29.
I don't think he's fighting with himself for 1 minute. I think he's playing, the innings he wants to play. But he's taking the positive shot, which is the big shot, out of the equation, and he's giving India the run around, and he's playing beautifully. His depth of crease is excellent. There's only once I think he's been out of control of his movements.
Foakes rushed up by Jadeja. This just scoots on, and Foakes jabs the bat down inside half of the bat.
And he's backing up as well. The beauty about Joe Root, he's backing up quite a long way at the non-striker's end. He's trying to get down to the striker's end so he can rotate the strike of somebody who's under pressure. Then he's comfortably getting one himself.
Jadeja again, just one slip in place as Foakes happily defends this delivery, which is on the pads of the Surrey man. Do have a deep point as Foakes plays defensively. Not too much width on show for a deep point to be called into play as Foakes is forward. Shubman Gill fields the ball at the second attempt in the covers. We're coming to the back end of Jadeja's 13th over. You're listening to talkSPORT 2. Live and exclusive coverage of the 4th Test match from Ranchi. And Foakes sees out the over with another dot ball on the front foot, playing defensively. England 112 for 5 at the lunch break. They lost 3 wickets for 10 runs in the morning session, and then another couple. Bairstow and Stokes going just on the cusp of lunch. But since then, they've moved the score on. 20 runs added since the break. And after a word from Harmy and Tudes, it'll be Andrew McKenna.
I just wonder if Rohit Sharma's thinking of possibly that seamer. Does he change it to have a look at the seamer, or potentially Kuldeep? Kuldeep's getting Ben Foakes out quite a few times in this series, so he might think to the wrist spinner, because I think Foakes is the wicket. You get Foakes, then all of a sudden you've got the tail.
Ashwin will start the new over. Root is forward as Ashwin goes around the wicket, pushing back to the bowler, and there is no run. Well, good morning, everyone. If the alarm's just gone off at 7 o'clock, boy, you've missed some action so far. Ashwin around the wicket, bowling to Joe Root, pushes to deep gully, and there is no run. Root is 29 not out. England 132 for 5, having won the toss and batted. There were 5 down at lunch. Ashwin around the wicket. Root turns on the onside. Shubman Gill will field, and there is no run. Yeah, and that was after they were 40 odd without loss. it would take me far too long to tell you everything that's happened this morning. I'll try and make my way through it. Ashwin is around the wicket, Root defends, and there's no run.
Macca, the way these two get through their overs, you've got little of no chance of getting through what happened this morning in between the way Ashwin and Jadeja bowl their overs.
It's going to sound like horse racing commentary. Ashwin in. Root clips on the onside. Lovely shot from Joe Root. There is a deep mid-wicket, and Akash Deep is the man who is out on the leg side. He fields it and gets it back in the air. 2 to Joe Root, 2 more to England, 134 for 5. And Akash was the man who started it all off. On debut, first 3 wickets to fall. Crawley, Duckett and Pope. England 47 without loss, 57 for 3. But he could have started it early had he not overstepped when he bowled Crawley. To finish the over, Ashwin is in around the wicket. Root turns it backward of square on the leg side, and they will take a comfortable single. So, end of the over here on talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. 135 for 5 England after 34 overs. Root's got 32, Foakes has got 7, Steve Harmison and Alex Tudor alongside me. So, how does this progress then?
It's progressing nicely at this minute in time from lunchtime, 112 for 5, and the partnership's going nicely. Joe Root's batting beautifully. He's rotating the strike very, very well. He's getting a single at the end of each of the over, whether it's the 5th ball or the 6th ball, just to take some pressure off Ben Foakes. He had 2 bowlers that bowl well.
Root has got Jadeja bowling around the wicket at him, pushing down the pitch, and there is no run. This is Joe Root's highest score in the series so far, 32 not out. He made 29 in the first innings at Hyderabad, and that's his only score of 20 or more. Jadeja is in around the wicket. Root solidly forward, and I mean solidly forward, pushing back to the bowler, no run. So 32 from 74 balls. Jadeja left arm around the wicket, gives that one a little bit more flight. It was still quick, 96 kilometres an hour. It was a bit more just slightly up out of the hand. Solidly played though by Root. Jadeja, left arm around. Control C, Control V. Beautifully bowled. Very strong defensive shot from Root, pushes back down the pitch now.
But it's a simple game plan from Joe Root. He's just trying to rotate the strike. He's not looking for the big shot.
Solidly defended again. Jadeja is firing through this over, firing that one 98 kilometres an hour.
So we've not seen him come out of his crease and hit the big shot like we did in Vishakhapatnam. We haven't seen him play the sweep shot because of the uneven bounce that's on show. So in his and Joe's mind, he's batted beautifully, just rotating.
Down the leg side, Root, he's missed out on one, is what he feels there. He's flicked that one straight to short fine leg to end the over. A maiden, which took square root at no time whatsoever. Jadeja's now bowled 14 overs, 1 for 34. England 135 for 5 here on talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Tudes, go on, have a go.
Yeah, no, listen, he's bowled well. But with Harmy, I just think maybe the skipper, Sharmasav, maybe, and he is. It looks like the debutant's going to be coming back on. Akash Deep, he bowled extremely well, bowled with good pace for me. Round the 140, 143 mark. The ball that bowled Crawley the second time just rushed him, just got through his defences and rocket into off stump, and he bowled extremely well. Bowled a great ball to Ben Duckett with the angle. And I think it's a good decision to get him on. You know, Ben Foakes is quite new to the crease, the way that he's bowled, just to see how he goes about it. But Joe Root, for me, he's looking good, and maybe that reprieve, as you said, when he was around 19, has maybe just flipped it for him, and hopefully a little bit of luck, because as you said, he's our world-class player, and with world-class players, they don't stop not getting runs for a long time.
Yeah, and I think this little passage of play, Macca, will determine whether this is a 2-day game, a 3-day game, or a 4-day game. It really will. If this is misbehaving, then we're in for a short test match.
Akash Deep then over the wicket, the right-hander. Well, it's clipped off Foakes' toes straight through mid-wicket, and Mohammad Siraj, literally, it's gone straight through him. No excuse for that whatsoever, and 2 runs are taken. Foakes goes to 9, 137 for 5.
Yeah, poor fielding. You want your bowler to be backed up, but you mentioned if this ball starts to misbehave, it's 35 overs old, and if it starts doing a bit and misbehaving, then all of a sudden I think game on for the whole of the overs. It's not just a new ball pitch. We've seen there's a little bit of spin. We've seen what the new ball's done to it. If the old ball starts misbehaving as well, then we are in for a shortened game.
Akash is in. Foakes pushing to Ashwin at mid-on, and there's no run. We're talking about misbehaving. If you've not seen it yet, check out social media, because the Ben Stokes wicket will be on there, I'm sure. It turned out to be the final ball before lunch, as Jadeja had him trapped LBW for 3 from 6. If I tell you that it kept low, it doesn't really do the justice. It basically hit the Gunnar Moore logo at the bottom of the pad, just above the ankle.
I reckon if he left it, it would have been a no ball for the ball bouncing twice.
I mean, it basically rolled. Akash Deep is in, bowling. Foakes defensively solidly forward, no run.
And what I did, as I do, I went straight to social media, put on the dismissal of Nasser Hussain when Carl Hooper got him and he got exactly the same ball. But then what happens? The Indian fans jump on going, well, you're talking about us having a bad wicket. It was a seamer who got the wicket straight on. I was like, well, hang on a minute, guys. It's the first session of a test match. Don't really want to be seeing wickets like that, do you?
They actually, during the lunch break, put the technology and the ball path on the ball. The line barely got off the cut strip. Foakes is defending as Akash Deep bowls right arm over the wicket to him, turns it to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Yet Ben Stokes actually walked for an LBW, which basically tells you all you need to know. A player walks for an LB.
While giggling, walking off.
Yeah. By the way, he does seem to, he's like a magnet. He does attract these strange, the balls that do a bit. Because if you think of all the dismissals of Ben Stokes this series, if there's one that's misbehaved, generally speaking, it's got his name on it. Akash Deep comes in, past the umpire, bowls right arm over. Foakes gets a little bit squared up on that one, maybe looking towards mid-wicket, takes the outside half of the bat, and it goes to cover, and there's no run. 137 for 5 it remains.
Didn't mind the Nasser one though, it was hilarious, the Nasser one, wasn't it? He's like rolling along the deck, go on Nasser, sick of watching you back, go on, see you later.
I can't say what he used to say when he walked into the change room when he used to get those deliveries. It wasn't pleasant, but he seemed to get them as well, Nas. Bless him.
Yeah, he got the one, where was it? Was it in Sri Lanka? The one that, it was in Pakistan, pitched about 4 foot outside leg stump.
Akash Deep goes in. That's a one that's running back in towards the pads of Foakes. Seems to hit him a little bit too high. Strangulated appeal. End of the over. 36 gone here on talkSPORT 2. 137 for 5 are England.
I tell you what he reminds me of, Harmison. It always takes me a while when I see a bowler. But a little bit of chamois where he creeps up on you. He's a little bit quicker than you think. And he bowls a good
off the surface.
And that's always tricky as a batter. I think the man outside, Gough, used to do it. We obviously bounce, and you were a lot quicker than me. But Gough gained pace from the wicket, which, for a batter it's a nightmare.
Yeah, sometimes on good wickets, sometimes they're nice to face because they come onto the bat. There's no mystery as in ball's going to bounce, or it's going to leave you, or it's going to spit at you. But in some situations, they are not very nice to face, and I think in this one, when the cracks do start to develop that little bit more, when it comes off the surface quicker than it comes, goes onto it, then all of a sudden they become, because of their skiddy trajectory, become horrible to line up and to make a decision whether you're going to go forward or you're going to go back. It's a little bit different to the one in I think it was Hyderabad, where Mark Wood was bowling 148 kilometres into the pitch, and it was going past the batter at 103 kilometres after coming off it. And he is somebody who you'd think would pick pace up off the surface. So, yes, we've had some different surfaces so far in this series. And at this minute in time, it seems to be the best one for Joe Root so far.
Jadeja to start a new over, and he's bringing Joe Root forward, left arm around, pushes out on the offside. No run. Well, it's been the same head groundsman as far as the series has been concerned. He's been touring around with them, so there are individual crews doing it, but there's sort of one man in overall charge as Jadeja is around the wicket. Root is pushing out to the cover sweeper and will take a single, because he's the one who was warning us off As soon as you got within about 20 metres of the pitches in Hyderabad and Vizag, he was like, no, you don't come any further than that.
Yeah, but all he can do is cut grass. He's not. It's not as though he's there for any prolonged period of time. To
Jadeja around the wicket to Foakes, plays defensively, no run. I am enjoying Jarrod behind the stumps, by the way. Jadeja around the wicket, inside half of Foakes is back down to short, fine leg, and there's no run. He's clearly getting more confident because there's a bit more chirp now, and there's a lot more coming through the stump mic from the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, he said more in the last 36 overs than Barrett said all 4 Test matches.
Jadeja around the wicket, Foakes defends, and there's no run. He's got quite a deep voice. There's quite a lot of baritone in it. Before lunch, it was sort of, oh, no. Really getting into it. Jadeja around the wicket. That one seems to stay down a little bit to Foakes. He's playing it off the back foot. Punches to cover, no run. End of another very quick over. 138 for 5 England, having won the toss and batted in this 4th Test match, exclusively live here on talkSPORT 2.
Yeah, good from England, good from Foakes. Joe Root just playing the respect of Jadeja, bowling nicely, good pace, excellent sort of lines and lengths. But when you look at the way Joe Root's constructed his innings, it really has been a performance which we thought would have been Joe Root for the whole series. He seems to be caught between a rock and a hard place of attack and defence in this series. But in this innings alone, the calculation, the way he's shown, his body movements, his balance at the crease and his rotation of strike is where we come to expect one of the greatest players that we've ever produced.
To start a new over is Akash, right arm over, bowls a little bit to the thigh pad of Joe Root, knocks it down to fine leg, and they all take a single. 139 for 5. 27 runs have been scored since lunch. We've been playing 34 minutes since lunch. India have already bowled 13 overs in this period. Darren Gough and Jarrod Kimber have moved in alongside, as Steve Harmison and Alex Tudor have moved down. So it just goes to prove that when sides want to bowl overs quickly, yes, we've had some spin as well, but there's some real intent. In goes Akash Deep, and defensively playing that is Foakes, and there's no run.
Well, no one likes overtime, right? So I think it was pretty slow going, wasn't it, the first session? There's a lot going on, a lot of reviews, a lot of appeals. The pitch was doing a little bit. But now it's time for India. They need to step up, get through the overs, and try and squeeze a couple of more wickets. A nice little partnership here from England. Root's playing the old Root way. A lot of talk out in the media, haven't they? Come on, Root, just beat Joe Root. Let everybody else do whatever they want, but just bat. 34 from 81 deliveries. It's good to see. Let's hope he can keep going.
Well, as we've mentioned, this is his highest score in the series so far. He's at the non-strikers end as Akash Deep goes in, outside of off stump. Foakes just pushes gently into the covers, knowing that Jadeja can't get around and cut off a single. Take what's there, just keep rotating the score, keep rotating the batters. England 140 for 5 as Stokes goes into double figures with 10.
I've got a couple for you here, Mako. CricViz said that 25% of the shots that England played in that first session were false shots. Shows that they were really, really pushing it. But I've also got some sweep stats that you're going to like, looking from 2008 through to this series of how England have averaged against the sweep.
Here comes Akash, right arm over, pitched up, taken from outside off stump by Joe Root, clips it through mid-wicket. Certainly be a couple. Siraj is after that. There's a lot of crying to say, come on, get it in the air quickly so they don't take 3, and he does. 2 more to Joe Root. He goes to 36, 142 for 5.
2008, they had 2 dismissals and they averaged 55 playing the sweep. 2012, 2 dismissals, they averaged 101. 2016, 6 dismissals, averaged 53. 2021, 7 dismissals, averaging 27. So far in this series, 7 dismissals, averaging 21.5. That's low.
Okay. Akash Deep comes in, right arm over, little bit of width on offer on this occasion, and Joe Root drives it backward of point for 4. He goes into the 40s, and England 146 for 5.
One thing I'll say, Goughy, is that England have, like, anytime they've had any width, they've absolutely gone in for it. They're playing the line really, really well. He saw that was wide and just threw his hands through that. It was a good shot. It wasn't risky, but the minute they've got any width, they've put these balls away.
Yeah, look, there's not been that much sideways movement. I think it's more been uneven bounce, hasn't it, this pitch, with the cracks in place, and it should only get worse.
Akash is in once again and beats Root outside of off stump. Genuine play and a miss. Through to the keeper, no run to end the over.
And the odd one that's nipped back has been when it has probably just caught one of the cracks and it's nipped back, where Akash Deep bowled a good line, didn't he, with the new ball. He's bowled really, really well on debut, actually. It's been a fantastic performance from him. Disappointing from Siraj. Could have been a lot better. But England now, sitting at 146 for 5, will be saying, you know, we're not in a bad position here. We got a decent start. Zach Crawley was brilliant, some of the shots he played. Yeah, he got a bit lucky at times, but played some wonderful shots, 42 from 42 deliveries. And Johnny Bairstow played a nice little innings too, 38 from 35. And now it's going to need Joe to just try and stay there and anchor this innings and let the others play around him.
Jadeja is going to start a new over. Hurrying on to Foakes a little bit, that one. It's just rolling down to third and there's no run. 146 for 5. England having won the toss and batted. As Goughy said, it's as 3 scores have dominated this so far. Sort of 120 out of 146 between them. Jadeja bowls outside of off stump. That's a great lead from Foakes. He's watched it from the hand all the way and he's confident it's not the arm ball. Therefore it's not a threat to the stumps and he'll raise the bat high. No run. Jadeja in. Now that one did turn. Foakes did play at that one. It spins past the outside edge. 42 for Crawley. Bairstow 38. And Root is currently 40 not out. So that is 120 out of 146 from 3 batters. Foakes is getting a ball outside of off stump from Jadeja. Squirts it off the outside half of the bat down to short third. And I'll take a single, 147 for 5.
Is there something going on with your printer?
Yeah, it's running out of a certain colour. Yeah, James Anderson looks a bit green.
I'm just saying, he's really making these players look creepy in some of these photos, isn't he?
It must have been from when they did one of those 6-week boat trips to Australia.
Scurvy kicked in.
They look pickled, don't they?
Yeah. Jadeja around the wicket to Root, coming forward, no run.
It's one of the most frustrating things, that, isn't it, when you ink and it goes so quick on a printer, doesn't it?
Well, if it printed the last page first,
you're wasting paper.
Dan Lawrence looks absolutely fine.
He looks very healthy.
And then it starts to go on the next page. Joe Root's got stripes as Jadeja is bowling to Root inside half of the pitch. Inside half of the bat, there's no run. Yeah, Joe Root's got sort of stripes across his face, as is Mark Wood. Mark Wood looks like it's a convict picture.
Yeah, you need a new cartridge.
Yeah. 39 overs gone here on talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. 147 for 5 England. 4th Test match. India 2-1 up. If England harbour any hopes of winning this series, they therefore have to win this game.
Well, we got the toss right. Won the toss, and it gives them the best chance of winning the game. I honestly believe that. Yes, it did a little bit with the new ball, but you can score a good first innings score. We all know the scoreboard pressure and the deteriorating pitches in India gives you a good chance of winning the game, but you have to bat well the first innings.
I'll tell you what, a minor victory for England, because as Akash Deep starts the new over, there's now only 1 slip in place. Foakes defensively playing back down the pitch, no run, and bearing in mind the problems that they were having, and we said it earlier, it was 112 for 5 at lunch when Stokes was dismissed, so the fact they've got it down to 1 slip, it's just a little moral victory.
Well, they've done that a couple of times, and I think because what they've seen, I honestly believe in this pitch, is but not much sideways movement, but it's been the uneven bounce. And it's a bit too paced, isn't it? I think that's the problem with this pitch. So I would always have 2 slips, I think, on a pitch like this, but India have done it on a couple of occasions where they've only had 1 slip in place.
Akash Deep. It's not a huge run up, gets good pace into his delivery stride, bowls outside of off stump. Foakes has nothing to do with it. Through to the keeper, no run.
I think it's interesting they took out a slip after Root played and missed at that one that did actually, didn't move a lot, but it moved away a little bit. That was why I probably would have kept in another slip. I think generally though, looking at Akash, he's bowling the wobble ball, but most of his balls come back in. I think we've only seen maybe 2 go away. So maybe that's what Rohit is thinking, that you're not going to do much, just having a look at the ball there.
And I think what we've got to say is on this pitch, what I've seen so far as well is, but yeah, look, there's always a little bit of turn in India. Let's not be surprised at that. But I think it's very much when the ball is hard and the seam is pronounced, that's when we're going to see the hardest time to bat. It gets easier when the ball gets softer on a pitch like this.
This is the 40th over. In goes Akash, right arm over, and again it's that natural angle in towards middle and off, and Foakes is turning it to mid-on, and there's no run.
When Australia played India last year and the wickets were ragging everywhere, Ashwin made runs, Akshar Patel made runs, and Jadeja made runs, and all the Indian fans were like, oh, how come our bowlers are bailing us out? And I'm like, well, the ball gets soft. If they had to come in when it was bouncing and spinning at pace, they would have gone out as well. But what they were essentially doing is getting in around the 25-30 over mark just as that ball got soft, and then working their way into their innings.
Akash in once again. It's off the back foot from Foakes. This one's slightly shorter. He's guiding it through cover. They're going to take one, and even Jadeja can't prevent a second being taken. So 2 more to England. They're up to 149 for 5. Foakes goes to 13.
Yeah, and one of the things, we know this pitch is black soil, right? And they always say the black soil tends to be slower and lower. And we saw one really low, didn't we, to Bairstow on the first day. I can't remember seeing that on the first day of any test match, where the ball literally was a P-roller, wasn't it?
Yeah. Well, I said in commentary, it hit the Gunnermore logo at the bottom of his pad. That's how low it was.
On its way down.
Yes. In goes Akash Deep. Foakes is just playing defensively out to cover no run.
It's almost a no ball.
Yeah, almost bounced twice. I honestly can't believe they haven't got a second slip in, because there is a little bit of uneven bounce. Yes, not a lot of sideways movement, but that bounce catches the edges of cricket bats, and I'm amazed they've got one guy in there playing like in between a first and second slip, so it's in like a no man's land position.
Right, Akash has finally got the ball back at the end of his mark, and off he comes, right arm over. Again, it's that angle in, and Foakes uses that angle against the bowler by just closing the face, turning it through square leg, and they will take a single to bring the England 150 up. 150 for 5 after 40 overs. Joe Root has got 40. Foakes is 14. Some more thoughts from Gough and Jarrod, and Neil Manthorp will pick up the commentary.
Yeah, so a nice little passage of play from England, taking them up to 150 for 5. And I think it's important though to remember, although it's been quite settling since lunch, but as we've seen in these sort of conditions, but once you get one, it could easily go bang, 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 couldn't it? And I think this is a huge partnership for England, because I think it is a long tail. Yes, Hartley can bat and Robinson can bat, but I still think that's a long tail in these conditions.
Yeah, I think the soft ball, we haven't seen any reverse, but you still don't want the tail in facing this, do you? You want proper batters like Neil Manthorp.
Jadeja begins a new over, and this was punched off the back foot and fielded by Sarfaraz Khan, who's fielding at not silly point. Short point, I like that, yeah. Short and to the point, which is like Sarfaraz Khan, actually. Forward comes Ben Foakes, pushing it again to the same fielder.
It's a one-day position. Remember when you had to have 2 in the circuit, that with catching within 15 yards or whatever. It's one of the positions that are used in white ball cricket.
Here is Jadeja once again, and that's defended by Foakes, no run. Why did they get rid of that regulation, that playing condition, Jarrod? Remember, that, as Gough says, in 50 over cricket, you used to have 2 close catches.
did it matter as much later on?
I don't know why they introduced it in the first place, to be honest. That's pushed away up towards extra cover, no run.
No, I liked it. I actually liked it, because if it did a little bit, you had 2 slips in anyway, but if you didn't and it was flat, you had to decide where you were going to put the second one.
I liked it for that. Here's Jadeja again, and forward comes Foakes. What I liked is the capture who go, but I don't want catchers. I don't need them.
I think what happened was that short mid-wicket and short cover and short leg didn't really exist as much in cricket, so it didn't make as much sense.
Jadeja in, Foakes once more plays defensively from the crease.
And that's why when I bowled, I ever had, because I didn't believe in having a short fine leg. That was just wasted. I mean, I tended to go for the short point. So if it didn't quite get there with the drives, it might just splurt it there, you know. And so the position, you can't see it because we're on radio, obviously, on talkSPORT, the best. But if you had that position in one-day cricket, I thought it was a good position to have. And I got a couple of wickets in there, actually.
41 overs gone, England recovering here from a lunchtime position of 112 for 5.
Is there something also on keeping fielders within a certain distance that might have felt to lawyers and stuff of?
Yeah, no, there was a feeling that it was dangerous, wasn't there? That you know, particularly
say Wags on one, do you really want to be at short cover?
And then it began to be exploited, because as long as you were stationary close catcher, you didn't have to be at 15 yards if you were at slip. So what people just put the very, very deep slips, basically short third man, so then the umpires couldn't change the regulation. Anyway, it's 150 for 5, and it's Test cricket, not one-day cricket. We have an orthodox slip now as Kuldeep Yadav comes into the attack for the first time, and Joe Root stretches forward playing defensively. Slip and a short leg.
Be interesting to see here if Root just takes the strike for a couple of overs off Kuldeep, because we know that Foakes hasn't been picking him as well. Just takes a couple of overs, you know, not hogging the strike, but just making sure that Foakes gets into the...
Kuldeep in again, Root forward plays defensively.
No run? Is that what I interrupted?
No, I'm looking at how closely Foakes at the non-striker's end is watching Kuldeep. That's what's intriguing me, because as you say, he didn't pick him in the last test, and I just wonder how much studying he's putting in. Root forward studiously in defence.
It's funny because they showed his leg spinner compared to his wrong end, and they're quite different. If it was a right-hander, I think he'd pick it, but there's something about the left-hander that puts you off a little bit.
Root on 40 from 89 balls, and he pushes this one past Sarfaraz Khan at short leg, gets a hand on it all the way along the ground, knocks it on, go through for a single. Root has taken a single off the 4th ball of the over.
Yeah, so I mean, not protecting him, but again, gives him a couple of balls. He doesn't have to face the first ball of the over. But I think that's what batters should be talking about. Just having conversations of like, just give me a minute with him. I don't mind facing a couple of balls, but I don't want to be on strike for a whole over. I don't want him to work me over yet.
So there's a backward square leg quite close in as well. It's Akash Deep. Wrongan here from Kuldeep, turns away from Foakes, but no problem, pushes it out into the offside, into the covers, straight to the fielder. Foakes 14, Root 41, the partnership is 39. England were 112 for 5 at lunch, having won the toss, chosen to bat first on an interesting pitch. Forward comes Foakes again to the last ball of the over, and again has no difficulty pushing it away defensively, and there's no run. It was interesting reading and watching and listening to all of the reaction from the England camp about the pitch from 2 days out. Ollie Pope said that it was, you know, very cracked. Ben Stokes yesterday said he'd never seen a pitch like it, and I think there was too much made of. People said that England were complaining, and I don't think that was the case at all. I don't think Ben Stokes would mind this pitch.
Well, not now he's won the toss.
Not with 150 already on the board.
But it was. It even got back to us at the Yorkshire dressing room up yesterday. But guys were in netting, and it had come back from the camp already. But the pitch, they were all out there. It's an absolute shocker. It's going to be over in 3 days. But as we've seen, the new ball goes, and yes, there's something always there. You're always thinking one might go off the crack. But I'll tell you what, it's played okay. Take the new ball out. It's not been too bad yet. I think it's going to get. I think by day 3, I think it could be spinning and bouncing and everything.
I think it might be very wet because the match will be over and they've watered it. Here's Akash Deep, who once again is into the pads of Joe Root, tucks it away to Ashwin at square leg, and they go through for a single. You know, it's only had 2 test matches. The stadium's only 11 years old, and it's only had 2 test matches, and the 450 and 490 first inning scores in those 2 test matches.
Yeah, Australia, I think Maxwell made 100 in that first test
and
match.
Steve Smith made 178 not out.
Yeah, it was an incredibly flat wicket.
Middle order then, again.
Oh, I tell you what, it was so flat, that wicket. Oh, it's one of the worst test matches I've ever had to cover.
Here is Akash Deep once again. Test debut, 3 wickets so far, tucked away nicely by Foakes out towards mid-wicket.
You talk about the middle order. I think Pujara made runs and Jadeja made runs in the 600, but then Australia had to come in and the footmarks opened up massively at the end, and Peter Hanscom basically played all day from one end against the footmarks because he was the right-hander, so he could get his foot out to them, and all the Australian left-handers couldn't handle it. But it was a remarkable test. But you could see it again. Certainly looks like it's going to be fun.
India batted 202 overs. Cheteshwar Pujara batted for most of them.
Mate, he batted my entire life, I can tell you that.
Must have felt
if
like
you
it.
think it was dull reading it, you should have been there. All he did was pad away Steve O'Keefe for 3 days.
Here is Akash Deep, back of a length, pushed away defensively. O'Keefe bowled 77 overs in that innings.
It's like longer than a Hollywood marriage, I think is how I wrote it at the time.
But do you know, and I think this Indian team is so confident they can beat this England team, but they said they don't want a flat pitch. They want it, don't matter whether it seems a little bit or whether it spins. The confidence in them to leave out Bumrah and still believe they can beat this England team whether they win the toss or not. And let's hope England winning the toss can put a good score. If they got to 400, we'd all be sat here, wouldn't we, thinking slam dunk England win, wouldn't we? Let's be straight.
Yep. Yeah, I think so. The last international game that was played on this ground was an interesting one. Here is Akash Deep again, bowls, Foakes struck on the pad, bounces out wide of Yashasvi Jaiswal at second slip, and it runs all the way down and very quickly to the boundary for 4-leg byes. Well, I tell you what, England will take them however they come. 4-leg byes, just as welcome as anything off the bat. Now 156 for 5, but it was a T20 international between India and New Zealand. Hardik Pandya captained the Indian team, and he described the pitch afterwards as an absolute shocker. New Zealand were bowled out for 99, and India crawled to victory, if there is such a thing in a T20, in 18 and a half overs. And you know, they weren't. I mean, they were trying to bat quickly. That was clipped away off his pads out towards mid-wicket. There's no run.
Having not seen that game, but with a white ball, hard, they tend to be out when you start bowling with them with the new ball. And if it's a similar pitch to this, I can see why that was difficult, right? Because we saw the new ball, how it had that uneven bounce. Odd one were nipping back sharply. Zach Crawley were getting it on the pads. One what flew in, he fended off in front of his face. So with a white ball, it would have exaggerated that bounce.
That's exactly what it was. Batting looked impossible at times. It's driven down the ground, hits the stumps at the non-striker's end. It's a lovely shot from Foakes. And Joe Root had to regain his ground very quickly.
You know how you have a man in the fridge who turns the light on and off when you open the door?
Yes.
Do they have a man under the stumps who just punches them out of the ground every time the ball goes anywhere near? You sneeze near an Indian stump and it goes 4 yards back.
Well-watered stump holes. Joe Root 42 not out from 91 balls. This is the old Joe Root. So old Joe Root fans, traditionalists, will be happy. There's been no reverse ramping.
Well, Raul Dravid, you would say Raul Dravid would be happy, wouldn't he? The wall. He's playing a wall innings at the moment, and it's needed. It's needed on this pitch from England.
I tell you what, small pet hate is those people who think that Joe Root plays those shots, and because he's trying to buy in to the Bazball concept and method of playing. Absolute nonsense. Here's Kuldeep Yadav with his left arm wrist spin, clipped away by Root straight to Sarfaraz Khan at short leg. Joe Root's having the best fun of his life. He's playing those shots because he loves to play them.
Absolutely, Manners. He loves playing this brand of cricket, but the occasion calls for this sort of innings.
Here's Yadav once again, and it's turned away behind square by Joe Root. Ben Foakes calls him through for a quick single. He's reading the situation.
Absolutely. I have no problem with him playing positive brand and taking the game forward. This is the brand they want to play, England, and I'm fully supportive of it. But now and again, it does call for a bit of wall ball, right? And that means Joe playing this sort of innings when needed. He's assessed the pitch, he's realised it needs this sort of innings, and he can play it.
Better than most in the world. Best technique, certainly top 3 techniques in the world in terms of a solid defence. Here Foakes plays defensively, and again there's no run.
See, I don't think he has a great solid defence technique compared to some of the other guys. I think his best skill is just getting off strike. It's not staying still. He doesn't let you work him over for long periods of time. I think that's where he's at his absolute best.
Forward comes Foakes. Wrongen. He read that one, I think. Pushed it into the covers. No run.
Not that I mean he doesn't have a good defence, but I mean I think his main defence is that Australian style of just being, oh, you can't get me out if I'm at the other end. Although Ben Foakes did almost run him out a moment ago from the other end with that beautiful straight drive. Ben Foakes versus Kuldeep. We'll have a look at that after this ball.
Here is Kuldeep once again, but uses his feet nicely, Foakes. Straight drive for 4. Beautiful piece of batting. Nothing wrong with the ball, but he's used his feet. I think there was an element of premeditation about that, because the runs had dried up for Ben Foakes, but well, right on cue. What a shot.
Absolutely beautiful shot. And just coming in, he has 45 runs for 2 dismissals in 6 innings with 14% fault shots. But I think he's probably lucky not to be dismissed a couple more times against Kuldeep. He just hasn't looked as comfortable, looking slightly better, and I don't want to push that too much because he might go out.
Last ball of the over, Kuldeep in. Foakes forward plays defensively on the offside. No run. England 161 for 5. How would you measure somebody with a good defensive technique? To my mind, it's somebody who doesn't get out when they're playing defensively. Or maybe it's the number of...
PJ Watling.
What, he's got the best defensive technique. How do you measure it? What is the matrix?
Kane
Drinks
Williamson.
Coming on.
Kane Williamson is good as well, yeah.
So how do you measure somebody? How do you say, here are the numbers which proves he has a very good defensive technique?
You could see how many balls per dismissal they have when defending. That's the best way of looking at it. So Pujara and BJ Watling are the 2 that stand out in modern cricket.
Is Root not up there?
Root's okay, but think about the amount of times that Rabada and Cummins have got him out defending. He actually goes out defending probably more than you would think, compared to someone like, well, peak Steve Smith never really went out defending, and Crawley goes out playing that sort of cover drive more, doesn't he?
Labuschagne?
I think Labuschagne, when he wasn't being dismissed by anyone, was pretty good off the defensive shots.
He's on a bad run at the moment.
I was about to say, losing form has changed that a little bit. But BJ Watling was the one that I always remembered, and obviously Pujara.
Drinks here at the Jharkhand State Cricket Association Stadium in Ranchi, and let me just tell you what's happened. England won the toss, chose to bat first, and made a flying start. They were 47 before they lost the first wicket, although Zach Crawley did have a life. He was clean bowled by Akash Deep, but it was a no ball when he was on 4. He went on to make 42. Ben Duckett, the first to go, caught behind by keeper Dhruv Jurel off Akash Deep, the debutant, the 27-year-old seamer. He went for 11. Ollie Pope was LBW to the same bowler. Second ball without scoring, and Zach Crawley was bowled by Akash Deep for 42 from as many balls. England were then 57 for 3, having been 47 without loss. 2 more wickets. Johnny Bairstow LBW to R. Ashwin for 38, which is his highest score in India in 11 innings. 38 from 35 balls, 4 fours and a 6. And Ben Stokes was LBW to Ravi Jadeja for 3, one that didn't quite roll. It was just about in the air, but on a cracked pitch, that was a ball that most certainly found one of those cracks and kept very, very, very low indeed. Since then, lunch was taken at 112 for 5. England have rebuilt with due care and attention. Joe Root reaching 43 not out from 93 balls, playing a circumspect and mature and responsible, and we have to say very important innings, as has Ben Foakes, who is playing a very Ben Foakes type innings. He's 18 off 67. He's keeping it simple, playing to his strengths, and Alex Tudor and Steve Harmison have joined me now. I think it's fair to say that we all thought that before England even lost a wicket, I think maybe after 3 or 4 overs, we thought a 250 might be a decent score, and I haven't changed my view. Have you, Tudes?
No, I haven't. Obviously, when you were hearing the noise about the wicket and how it was going to play, you're thinking, listen, win the toss was going to be important. Tick, they did that. Got off to a good start, 47 for none. And obviously, the newcomer, Akash Deep, bowled extremely well, got 3 wickets. Bowled extremely well, bowled with good pace. His length impressed me, Harmy. He bowled a good length. Always looked like he was trying to hit the stumps, which when you've got a wicket that's a bit indifferent, that's what you need to do. And he did it better than most and did it extremely well. But England at the moment, healthy partnership, 49 from 119 balls faced. And as I said, I think hopefully that non-dismissal of Joe Root, when I think your good friend Harmy Joel got it completely wrong, even with the technology, maybe that's a turning point for him, because he said we know he's a world-class player, and world-class players don't go too long without scoring runs.
Akash Deep it is then, 3 for 38 on debut, and he's past the umpire and into his delivery stride as Joe Root just walks away from the crease, and I think he's signalling that he wasn't ready rather than there was movement behind the arm. But we have had a drinks break and quite a long time between overs, so Akash Deep is going to trundle back to the top of his mark. England 161 for 5 if you're joining us on talkSPORT 2, or if you just wanted a reminder. They were 112 for 5 at the lunch break. Ben Stokes out to the final ball of the session, trapped LBW for 3 by one that kept very, very low. Impossible to defend, really, as Deep is in, cut away by Root. There is a half chase from the second slip, no third, so the partnership moves past 50, 53 from 120. Root moves to 47. And that moment that Choose was talking about came in the morning session. Joe Root, huge appeal for leg before. India went up. Ashwin, certain that the ball had hit the pad before going on to hit the bat. Joel Wilson disagreed. I don't think we've seen tracking, have we? I'm not sure.
No, we didn't see any tracking, but
it would have gone on to hit.
I was with Ashwin. I disagreed with Joel. I thought that was a poor decision. Thought it had to hit his pad. Whether it was out or not, we don't know because we didn't see it.
Here is Deep again. Good length delivery, which is defended back up the track by Joe Root, who was on 16 when India lost that review, because that's important as well, because they'd also lost a review for LBW on the same batter when Root had yet to get off the mark. Akash Deep, who'd picked up 3 wickets, going for a 4th, but the ball shown to be hitting Root outside the line of off stump. So India have burnt, as is common parlance, 2 reviews. They've got 1 left, so they will be a little bit nervy if and when they go upstairs again, as Akash Deep has Root playing forward and defensively out to cover, no run.
I'll go back to it, Harmy. The bamboozling thing about that was when he was explaining, Joe Wilson, when he was explaining, he was saying, oh, there's a spike, there's an inside edge, but the ball hadn't even hit the bat yet. There was a gap in between. I think it was the spike would have been the bat coming through, clipping the pad, which was the spike, and then the ball hit the pad.
Yeah, the ball hit the pad, clearly it hit the pad first. The ball's nowhere near the bat. I just don't know what Joel Wilson was seeing. I really don't.
Here is Root, he's forward. This is defensively played. We've got a wide-ish first slip and a wide-ish second slip. So the 2 slips are covering 3 slip fielding positions. So a little bit of a gamble from Rohit Sharma there. I think it's Sarfraz Khan at first slip and Shubman Gill at second. Root at 3 away from 50 and also 3 away from facing a century of deliveries. And Ben Foakes, who turned 31 during the 3rd test match, is 18 from 67. It's Root facing though, defends, covers up, no run. Foakes famously said when we were in New Zealand, Harmy, I'm not what you call, what was it? I'm not exactly what you call baseball. And you know what? Today, that's absolutely fine.
It's absolutely fine. We don't need, we don't need them all to be like that. Yeah, I keep saying it. It's hard because you talk about leaving Ben Foakes out, and it's not because we don't think Ben Foakes is any good. It's the Brook by Bairstow argument. Foakes never lets England down. He plays his own way.
Here is Root again as Deep comes in, and again has Root playing forward and defensively. There's a cover mid-off, mid-on, and a mid-wicket with those two slips in place.
Pardon the pun. He is just the safe pair of hands, whether he's behind the stumps or even at the crease. He's had a couple of dismissals in this series where he probably could have been a little bit more decisive with his movements. I think the last Test match, or was it the one before, Crawley got him bowled and then got him LBW, where he was half prodding forward, half not. But there's no question Ben Foakes is a very, very good option for England, but he's not the crash bang wallop that this baseball's been built upon. But there's nothing wrong with that. There isn't anything wrong with that. And the biggest example is you watch the captain sometimes bat, and the captain sometimes bats in such a way where the situation requires him to play a more reserved, a quieter building innings rather than look to be positive. Well, Joe Root, he's got 47 off 99 balls. I'm not bothered if he's hitting 6s and 4s. I just want him to get a score. If he gets a score, the rest of it takes care of itself. And I think that for me is, Joe Root's found a good ally in Ben Foakes here, and they've taken the positive option out of the equation. And when they've done that, they've been very, very strong.
Yadav is going to continue. This turns into Foakes, who defends. And just to further with that, Joe Root's scoring rate of 45 is the slowest scoring rate since Stokes and McCullum took over in all of his innings. I've seen him go past 40. Forward, stretching forward this time, Ben Foakes.
Yeah, but if he gets 120 in the scoring rate of 45, and England gets somewhere near 275 or 280, that's got a great chance of winning the game. So it's which one do you want?
Well, I suppose that's why there was so much. This is much closer to the wicket this time from Kuldeep Yadav. So straighter, forcing Foakes to play, but he does so defensively. 165 for 5 here on talkSPORT 2 via the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Welcome to our coverage. England were 57 for 3 and 112 for 5 in the morning session. Yadav in again, and this is straighter again, with Foakes playing with bat well in front of pad. Since the lunch break though, England have progressed 165 for 5 now. Decent little partnership between two batters whose styles you feel complement each other. There's Yadav straining at the crease as Foakes again playing very, very straight. England winning the toss earlier today. No hesitation in batting first, as you'd expect. And really impressive new ball spell by the debutant Akash Deep, who picked up the first 3 wickets to fall. As Foakes jams his bat down on a delivery which again threatens at the inside edge and also off stump, but Maiden has been batted out and England find themselves 165 for 5.
And I think this was the conversation, especially on social media, with the fans, with the way that England go about it, with this crash band wallop. This is the way we play. This is just assessing the situation. On this wicket, I don't think you're going to get away with doing that. It's just seeing it out, accumulate your runs. When you feel it's your time or it's a type of bowler that you feel you can get on top of, then go about it. But I just think the reckless, I suppose, display that they showed in the last Test match with the way they batted upset a few of of the fans, but I said, well, you can't have it both ways sometimes.
Why not, Tudes? Everyone likes it both ways. As Root will take a single down to fine leg.
Only because, John, I knew that was on the cards when I first heard his first interview where he said, I ain't doing draws. And I said, we're going to have some real good times with this England team, but you're going to have some bad ones. And I said the last Test match was a bad one. I think for the purists and the people that love Test cricket, it's like, you know, you had a bowler that was gone for 2 days. Get the bowlers to bowl more spells, accumulate that way. You can't just keep going after the bowling all the time. If someone's bowling well, you've got to sit on them and see them off and let someone else bowl that you feel is not of the same capability and then pick them off. But it was just this abandonment of just, I'm just going to go at it on every ball, which I suppose upset a lot of people.
2 slips in place, a backward point, cover, mid-off. Mid-on is a fraction deeper. There's a mid-wicket. And a backward deep square leg. As Foakes flexes the knees, is forward on the drive, cuts this through and away, and it will reach the boundary. That's a good looking shot from Foakes. He moves to 22, and the score, England here on talkSPORT 2, 170 for 5.
Yeah, Akash Deep just getting a little bit full in his length. And as you said, that's good batting. You know, he's occupied a crease well, he's faced a lot of balls now. He's getting used to the wicket, if you can get used to this wicket. And he's just thrown his hands at that, played it beautifully through the covers. And they march on, 170 for 5.
I'm not sure they'd take 220 now, Tudes.
No, a little bit more.
New ball pitch, is what Neil Manthorp was muttering to me earlier. This is straighter from Akash Deep and also a fraction shorter. Foakes rides the bounce and plays it to square leg, no run.
Yeah, it is a new ball pitch, I think we've seen there, but I didn't give that shot credit due, because when I first seen that, I thought he's hit that in the air, because he's hit it in the ground, it's bounced and it's gone high. So an excellent shot from Ben Foakes. You say 220. Yeah, England lose a wicket and there could be 220 all out. I think that's what this surface gives. So I think that's many times in this situation, or many times in this series, England have been in a situation where somebody take responsibility, bat the long time, bat the opposition into such a position where they're not out the game, but they're certainly
shorter. And Foakes swivels, pulls, no real timing, fielded by Shubman Gill at mid-wicket, no run.
You don't give them a chance to regroup or to get a foothold where they can go bang, 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 and then all of a sudden you're out of the game. So I think these are the identification periods that England haven't been good at in this series so far.
Yeah.
They really haven't, and I think that's what's frustrated a lot of people, not because they've been getting out trying to be positive or be reckless, they've just not identified situations. This, another 100 runs on top of what they've got now, is a situation where England are massively in the game.
2 balls left of Deep's 13th over, and it's a back of a length delivery which Ben Foakes rides and pushes the ball out to point. 170 for 5. You're listening to talkSPORT 2. Get in contact with us at cricket_TS. There's the continuation of the pineapple on pizza theme on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube chat facility, which you can get involved in if you wish.
Pineapple on pizza? That's got to be Jarrod, isn't it? It's got to be Jarrod.
I don't think it is, actually.
I can't see Gough eating fruit on a pizza. No chance.
I think Jarrod's more of a mushroom man on a pizza.
Yeah, mushroom man. I'm gutted because breakfast just opened and Goughy's got Goughy's front of the queue. Nightmare, this rota.
Foakes pushes this to cover, no run.
There'll be nothing left.
That's what I mean, I'm devastated. It looks like we have to go to Borough Market for me breakfast. Goughy's at the front of the queue.
The only thing that might be left, Army, is fruit, because we know Goughy's not having
any fruit. He's just told us that off air, that he's not a big fruit fan. Talking about vegetables. He's talking about drinking Guinness, no alcohol Guinness for his breakfast.
Honestly, Tudes, he's saying he drinks non-alcohol Guinness for breakfast these days.
I don't know what's going on. What is happening?
It's the non-alcohol bit that we were surprised by.
Struggling with.
I looked up to that man when I was younger.
We all did.
We all did, yeah.
We all did. You two played with him.
The disdain look on my face when he said it wasn't so much the Guinness, it was just the no alcohol bit. Then he said, yeah, it's just like eating salad. And then he's like, no, salad's all right, fruit for me. I'm not a big fan of fruit.
You're not missing any action Cody Yadav, though, is about to bowl. This is, well, it's on leg stump, and Root tries to help the ball fine, and it kind of pops up. And if this has come off the bat, and it hasn't, it's come off the pads. If it had, it would have been Root's 50, but that'll have to wait. 172 for 5.
Culdeep's just having a little apologetic look there at Jarrod because he's furious he hasn't taken that. He thinks that's come off the bat. As does the wrist spinner. I think Joe thinks that as well. He's had a great smile on his face. Partnership up to 60.
Root is 48 not out. As Yadav is in on the pads. Played past to the right of Sarfraz Khan at short leg. Root comes through for a single. There's a little chat between Joe Root and the umpires. And
Joe's telling him he's hit it. That was 50.
Isn't he?
Ooh, it's a drop.
He's middled it.
Harmy, there's nothing wrong with your eyes this morning. They've obviously got bigger with the thought of sausages and bacon.
And eggs and mushrooms and beans.
So that will go down as a drop. Jarrell, who's impressed us all behind the stumps, has put one down. Foakes at 22 is playing back, and this again just skips through, pushes the ball out to the offside. And indeed it was. We're seeing ultra edge, fine inside edge. And Jarrell's put one down the leg side. It's another little moment that's gone the way of Joe Root. Kuldeep Yadav persisting with this predominantly leg stump line to both right-handers. Foakes this time, who gets off strike, and he moves to 23. 2 balls left of Kuldeep's 4th over. Root's had a life.
I think Kuldeep would have gone up for it as well. I know India have burnt a couple of reviews, but Kuldeep was so sure by the way he looked at the wicketkeeper that he hit it. So I think Kuldeep would have convinced the captain there was something on that.
Without a doubt, there was definitely a yelp. Shorter on the ball is Root, and that's a fine bit of work from Jadeja at short fine. Root, he's got a rueful smile on his face. There's a metre or two to either side, and that would have been 4 runs to the score, and he would have got past 50. He's changed his stance, hasn't he, Root, as he's forward again, and defends his ball to the leg side. No run.
He's an absolute cricket badger, let me tell you. I was lucky enough to do some work with him in the summer, and he brought in one of his bats, one of the best bats I've ever seen. I reckon it was like 10th in line. It was an absolute wand. It was wide, it was big, picked up beautifully. But just him explaining the way he goes about his batting, can see why he's been so successful. He's always thinking. So that's why I sort of had a bit of a dig at people when they were saying about his reverse scoop. I said there would have been a method and a plan. All right, execution. I mean, as you said, second slip was quite close on that occasion, but he would have had a plan on why he was doing it.
Well, the plan appears to be working today. A partnership of 62, and it's taken up a lot of time as well. 143 deliveries. Ravichandran Ashwin is going to be brought back into the attack. He's going to replace Akash Deep, who's taken 3 wickets on debut. 1 wicket for Ravichandran Ashwin. He dismissed Johnny Bairstow, who was LBW on review, as Foakes is down the track, and this is nicely clipped straight down the wicket to Akash Deep at mid-on, and Foakes moves to 24. The score 175 for 5 in England. Would certainly have taken this at the lunch break. 112 for 5 here on talkSPORT 2. And Root 1 away from 50. Won't get it here though, as once again just plays the ball back where it came from, slowly, methodically. One of the stats that came from that 3rd test match, by the way, was that spider cam that has just moved across and distracted Root. I'm not sure either way. Ashwin is going to have to bowl that delivery again. Was that As Ashwin is in again, and this keeps low. Root jabs the bat down. Now it wasn't straight, but again, just another worrying moment for batters on both sides. This is straighter from Ashwin. Squirts off the face of the bat to backward point. Andrew McKenna about to come in at the back end of this over. We've seen one ball keep very low, straight, and that dismissed Ben Stokes. 2 balls left of Ashwin's over, Ravichandran Ashwin's over. And Root will reach 50. Gets a step down the track and plays this full delivery from Ravichandran Ashwin to deep square leg. And the England fans who've travelled in numbers, who were looking a little bit concerned about their life choices earlier today, are suddenly feeling like it's been a worthwhile trip. Plenty of time left in the day, and of course the game and the series, but Root's reached 50 and England are 176 for 5 as Foakes sees off the over. Steve Harmison and Alex Tudor, breakfast, I'm afraid for you, is going to have to wait another 8 minutes or so. Macca's about to come in, and the point I was about to make, and will make now, is that Rohit Sharma, on every occasion he scored a century for India, they've won the match. So we know the importance of a score from the former England captain, Joe Root.
Yeah, former England captain who, just say, did he need a score? I don't think a man with 11,500 test runs, there's too much pressure on him and needs a score other than from himself. I think Joe would have been quietly reminding himself, that a score it was needed for him and his own personal satisfaction. Because there's a couple of dismissals in this series so far he'd be disappointed with when it comes to what Alex Tudor was saying about execution. But for me in this innings so far, over 100 balls and the execution's been perfect. He's not looked to go to the sweep, he's not gone down the ground, he's just run the bowlers around.
Kuldeep will start a new over the wicket to Root, one that doesn't bounce a huge amount, off the back foot out on the offside, no run.
Macca, I dread to think what this pitch will look like if the game went to day 5. I really would dread to think.
I think you could plant potatoes. Kuldeep in, turning on the onside is Root, and there is no run. Now, of course, you've just made the point about the fact that Joe Root's not played any of the funky stuff, and some people say, he's got to 50. But then, of course, you've got to remember the situation when he came in. England were 47 for 2. It quickly became 57 for 3. Root is solidly forward to Kuldeep, who's outside of off stump, pushing into the covers, no run. Therefore, is it the situation that's determined the way he's played, or is it the change of mentality?
No,
or
I think
mix of the two.
No, I think it's a surface. I really think it's a surface. On a flat pitch, on a good pitch, I can play every cricket shot and wow, that'll want.
Kuldeep is in once again, turning it into the pads of Root, turn around the corner, no run.
Yeah, totally agree. I think it's definitely just the surface, because as you know, your name's going to be on one. So why do I need to play a risky shot to narrow that down? So just bat, and that's what he's done. He just bat. Social media's going mad, going, Joe's getting his runs. He hasn't played anything. He's playing the wicket. The wicket's not great, but he's going about it in the right way.
Kuldeep gives that one a little bit of air. Root tries to just flick it on the leg side. Finds Shubman Gill at shortish mid-wicket, no run.
If this is a flat wicket, Macca, Akash Deep, for all the will in the world, and yes, he's bowled really, really nicely, Joe probably would be reverse sweeping him. He would be trying to hit him down the ground. If the spin day 1 on a flat pitch wasn't there, like it has been.
Kuldeep is in. Oh, now that one turned but stayed down. Root was aiming something big over mid-wicket, but had the time to bail out and just pop it down to mid-off. No run. 50 overs completed here on talkSPORT 2, 176 for 5.
That there is a case point, because there's no trust whatsoever between Joe Root of this surface. Ball bouncing, it's inconsistent. Is the ball spinning? Some of them are spinning, some of them are moving off the cracks. All these are going through a brain who's got 11,500 runs, who knows exactly where he wants to hit the ball and understands his game. But the indecision or inconsistency of the surface is making it's making his job a lot easier to bat, because, well, if I've got 10 cricket shots in my repertoire, 6 of them are out of the equation because this surface isn't good enough. So I'll rework back from that. So that's why he's using the depth of his crease, get back, punching it into extra cover or backward point, and getting all the way out of his crease and leaning on it and pushing it into sort of mid wicket or through square leg and accumulating 1s and 2s. A bit like our great friend Graham Thorpe used to do for many, many years when he played spin. I think Joe Root's playing this way largely down to the not because of the situation or possible pressure he's putting himself not being able to score runs so far in this series. He's doing that because this wicket dictates this is how the best way for Joe Root to play, and it's been brilliant.
50 overs gone. We're past halfway on the first day as Ashwin will start the new over, his 10th. He's over the wicket to Foakes, and there's no run. If you are just joining us or you've just fired up your phone or your radio on the way to work, England won the toss earlier and elected to bat. Ashwin full. Foakes clips on the onside and Shubman Gill at short mid-wicket can't stop, and they'll take a single. So that's now 177 for 5. England won the toss and batted. 47 without loss, became 47 for 2 and 57 for 3, 109 for 4 and 112 for 5 at lunch. That was all before the interval. Since the interval, 177 for 5 after 51 overs. It's like we're watching 2 different games at the moment. Ashwin is in, outside of off stump. Root is playing the sweep. Doesn't really get anything particularly good contact on that. It'll roll down to short, fine leg, no run.
My eyes deceiving me. Does that look close? I thought that looked relatively close.
I think he's asking. He's actually saying, did he
Asking
get a
you
bottom
hit
edge?
it,
Yeah.
Well, I'll be honest with you. I've judged them horribly this morning. So I was about to say I thought it was well outside the line.
We all have.
So's Joe Wilson.
Ashwin in, outside of off stump to Root, just plays it defensively, no run. So England lost 5 wickets in the morning session. Could have lost 3 more. Zach Crawley was clean bowled by Akash in the 4th over off a no ball. Joe Root did get quite a big under edge on that, by the way. Ashwin goes in, Root clips into the leg side through square, and will take an ambled single that takes him to 51, 178 for 5.
Could be harsh, Macca, but it was a chance to the keeper. It's not. I mean, it's very harsh for Joel, but it was low to his sort of bottom left boot, but it didn't even hit his pad.
Ashwin to finish the over. It's turned on the onside, well fielded at short mid on, and it will complete the over. 51 gone here on talkSPORT 2. England 178 for 5. Don't forget, of course, this evening the live sport continues on talkSPORT at Leeds against Leicester in the Championship. That's a big one on talkSPORT 2. England women against Austria women in their game. So Leeds-Leicester gets underway at 8 o'clock. The England game is at 7:45. All the build-up, though, starting plenty earlier than that. So get your app or your DAB radio or your smart speaker, however you listen, and you've got a choice of live sport this evening. We're going to be here till, well, just before lunchtime, the way things are going. India are rattling through the overs. We've had 51 bowled already today. England 178 for 5.
Yeah, it's been good for England. Good from Joe Root and Tudes. How many times have we sort of played in games or watched games where the one standout innings is the one that wins the game? And I think this is something, how many times Joe Root's done that for England. And this will be one that all England fans will be hoping that if Joe Root can go on and get a big score, as the surface deteriorates, that could be the difference between winning and losing, the difference between his higher score and the opposition's.
Kuldeep to start a new over. Joe Root is sort of lunging forward to play that one. It actually takes it quite high up on the bat near the handle. Just seemed to indicate that one maybe bounced a little bit more than he thought, which would be a bit of a worry if they're starting to go up and down. Kuldeep, of course, being the wrist spinner, will probably get a bit more bounce. In he goes, over the wicket. Root is opening the blade, just guiding it into the offside, and there's no run. 66 these two have put on. More importantly, 163 balls. Just feels a totally different game now. Kuldeep in once again. Bowls with a grunt. Root is a long way forward again, playing defensively, no run.
Just had a message off Neil Fairbrother, who looks after Joe Root and that, and he said, I've missed some black pudding off my breakfast menu this morning, so it's got my appetite's gone through the roof in a minute. These 2 o'clock in the morning starts. Kuldeep
Culdeep is in. It's a half volley on leg stump. Jarrod clips it out safely enough out to pad it up at deep mid wicket, and they'll take a single. 179 for 5.
2 more deliveries, Harmy, and then we're off.
Yeah, I'll have to fight Goughy to get him. When I get Goughy and wedge Goughy in this seat, that I'm just going to vacate.
How many times do you reckon he's gone up to the buffet?
I would say a multiple. I don't think it's a singular. I think it'll be in the plural.
Can we touch on the fact that earlier on today, Culdeep goes in and Foakes uses his feet to meet it on the half volley, pushes to mid-off, no run. You actually went for quite a strong coffee, and someone who doesn't do it a lot, you were, shall we say, feeling the effects quite a lot?
I was feeling the effects quite a lot. I think it's done wonders for my appetite. I'm now very, very hungry.
Culdeep who finished the over, and it's just quietly played defensively by Ben Foakes. Gentlemen, start your engines, go on, get out of here.
I'm just going to go and wrestle the brown sauce off Darren Gough. Oh, here he comes. He's actually got ketchup on the side of his face.
52 overs gone. England 179 for 5. Joe Root is 52 not out from 121 balls. Ben Foakes 25 not out from 87. These two have put 67 on. A reminder that at lunch, England were 112 for 5 from 24 overs and 1 ball. It's now 179 for 5 from 52 overs. The hour or so since lunch has just been, well, complete. It's been chalk and cheese from what we've seen earlier on in the day. Goughy has indeed moved in. We'll get his thoughts in a minute because Ashwin is already into bowl, and it's just quietly played by Root for no run.
Yeah, new ball pitch, isn't it? With the looks of it, with those cracks on day one especially, the new ball played a big part. Settled down now. We'd still get the odd one, keeps a little bit low.
Ashwin to Root, turns round the corner. Yes, no, as he plays it to mid-wicket. Shubman Gill will do the fielding no run. There's a short leg and a short mid-on. Root finds the gap between the two of them. Jadeja is the man at deeper mid-wicket that prevents the run. Root 52 not out. Waits. Ashwin approaches. Plays. Well, he's trying to go through square leg. Hits Sarfraz under the helmet at short leg and is denied a single.
I think that might hit him on the end of the finger as well, Sarfraz. Came up very quickly, shaking his hand. Might just be because he fumbled it and want everyone to know.
I got a hand on it, lads. Speaking of which, I did a bit of digging on the Joe Root injury from the last game. Ashwin in. Root is turning it past Sarfraz under the helmet and out to the deep mid-wicket fielder, so they'll take a single. 180 for 5. I'm led to believe that it was just the bruising from the previous impacts that he's had at Vizag. It wasn't a callus on the bowling finger or anything of that. It was just basically the old bruising that was giving him the problem.
So they only bowled 35 overs this match?
Yeah. Ashwin over the wicket to Foakes. It turns, he waits, lets it turn, turns it to short leg, no run.
Can I just make an announcement as well that I've never eaten a pizza with pineapple on it, and I never would eat a pizza with pineapple on it, and I think you know my stance on fruit.
Yeah. Ashwin goes in, bowls. A little bit down leg side. Foakes will feel he's missed out on one there. He pushes it straight to Shubman Gill to end the over. Single from it. 180 for 5 here on talkSPORT 2 England after 53 overs, Goughy.
Yeah, just to elaborate on the pitch, what we're talking about. So with the new ball this morning, we saw a lot of uneven bounce, a lot of nip backers from the cracks with the new hard ball with the nice pronounced seam. But as the game's gone on, the wickets got softer. We know black soil creates a slower type pitch. There's been turn, but it's been slow, no real bounce off the spinners. So it's looked quite comfortable for the England batters this last hour. But we know in these conditions, batting first, a big toss to win, and England have won that, and they've put themselves now back in a strong position in the game, 180 for 5.
Root to face Culdeep. It's a full ball outside of off stump. Root. Oh, it's a lovely looking drive. It's only a push. Ashwin looks like he's got diver's boots on. Pulls it back in a metre inside the rope, but I think they'll look at that again because his feet might have been in contact with the sponge when he finally pulled that one back in. They've run 3 anyway, but there might be a 4th to go on to it.
Was it Neil Manthorp who said the other day that he's very thankful to Ashwin for looking like his age when he runs for the ball? I think that is 4, isn't it? Don't really need to slow-mo it. He wasn't going that fast.
No, that is real pace.
And it looks like Joel Wilson has indeed had a look. Yes, that is going to be 4 to Joe Root. So Root goes to 57 with that boundaries. And that means, by the way, when Joe Root went past 50, he's now joined Ricky Ponting with the most scores of 50 or more versus India in test matches, with 20 test matches they've done that. Joe Root is waiting as Crawley bowled down the leg side. It's turned to short leg, no run. So the same number of test matches, 29, to get 20 scores of 50 or more against India. What you can take from that, Joe Root is a very good player. He's at the non-striker. No, he's not at the non-striker's end. He's getting one that keeps very low from Crawley, actually outside the off stump, and he keeps it out, and there's no run. I was just seeing the replay of Ashwin is basically running in slow motion there, isn't he? And it's not like he did 70 odd overs in the last test match, because he missed a couple of days of it anyway. Kuldeep to Root, turns on the onside, no run.
I mean, that's his speed. Packer, I think you're being a bit unfair there. That's how fast. He's got a lot of incredible micro soft athleticism. He doesn't have fast twitch muscle fibers, does he?
Even so, Kuldeep, little bit of air, Root pushing back to the bowler, and there's no run.
He knocked the hat off. He must be going at a fair pace.
I'd remember when they used to have a bit of fun, the Kiwis and the Aussies, when they used to have the little races. I'd love to see Ashwin in a race against Darren Lehman.
Kuldeep for the final time this over. Slightly slower, gave that one a little bit more air. It's down the leg side. Root can only find Sarfraz, the man under the helmet, on the leg side. End of the over here on talkSPORT 2. talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. England 184 for 5.
That was Mark Richardson who'd take on the slowest member of the opposition, and he beat Lehman. Did he beat Gilo as well? Was it Gilo he went up against?
Gilo's quite quick. Don't be deceived by that. Gilo's quite quick.
Yeah.
He's quicker than you'd think, Ashley.
I can't remember if it was Gilo.
It was Gilo.
But Mark Richardson was quite quick. Lehman was not.
No, Lehman wasn't.
And then there's a couple of players who refused to do it as well. I remember that. But if you want to Google it later on, it is worth looking at Lehman Mark Richardson race, because didn't he wear a suit? Didn't they wear the Kathy Freeman suits when they ran?
Correct. That's what they did.
Not as forgiving on those bodies, Backer. Not as forgiving.
Ashwin to start the new over to Foakes. Gets one, he can clip into the leg side. Shubman Gill will field, and there's no run. One thing, I mean, if you are on Google with Mark Richardson, obviously you then have to put Mark Richardson cramp in, because if you've not seen that for a while, it stands the test of time. You need to watch that. I would say about once every 6 months, just to refresh your memory and keep yourself laughing at it, at the scream of pain. Ashwin in, using his feet, his Foakes, beats the short mid-on, and the secondary fielder Shubman Gill at a straightish mid-wicket can't stop it cleanly, so they'll take a single. Foakes goes to 26, 185 for 5.
There's also Mark Richardson. Jacinta Ardern is another thing worth Googling for when he gets in trouble with the New Zealand Prime Minister and she dresses him down live on air. I promise you it's worth doing.
Ashwin in, Root from outside of off stump is working this to mid-wicket, no run.
Every talkback person's worst nightmare that she'd been listening before she came on and took him to task for something he said it was something stupid, like I'd never hire a woman if I thought she was going to have a baby, or something illegal.
Oh dear. Ashwin in, Joe Root turns around the corner to short fine leg, no run. We'll obviously do that once the cricket coverage is finished.
But she also, the way she does it is brilliant. She goes, you, and you can just see him shrink under the desk trying to get under his microphone. What a man.
Ashwin over the wicket. Root taking this one off that middle and leg, turns into the onside, no run.
I think his first class wickets were Sachin, Ravi Shastri, and it might have even been Kapil Dev, and then he disappeared and came back as a batter 2 years later.
So there's your worry. It's downhill all the way from there, isn't it? Root forward, pushing Ashwin into the offside. Final ball of the over, and they'll take a single. Root will keep the strike as he goes to 58, and England 186 for 5.
I think he played in my debut game, Richardson, at Old Trafford against New Zealand in '94. I think he actually played as the spinner. Left arm spin, yeah?
I think he was a left arm spinner.
Yeah, left arm spinner. Yeah, I'm sure he played in that game. I might be wrong.
I reckon he would have played as a batter by that. He might have bowled. But I reckon
he definitely. Yeah, he might have played as a batter. Listen, I've no idea.
Because he started in first-class cricket as a number 10 or a number 11. Literally got the yips and then came back and straight away batted. He did bowl for a little while as well, but he's had a remarkable career. He's a very interesting person to follow. He says some very, very weird things. But to make yourself from a bowler to a batter in first-class cricket is hard enough, let alone in Test cricket.
Well, Ravindra Jadeja, one of the world's great all-rounders, will be bowling to Joe Root. Left arm around. Root is coming forward. There's a lot of oohs and ahs from Rohit Sharma and Dhruv Jurel, the wicket-keeper, but Root plays that perfectly, respectfully and quietly, and just pops it out on the offside, no run. Jadeja in once again, and again Root is very forward, playing defensively.
Goughy, interesting to you that Root has only played 2 sweeps so far, and we saw Bairstow play it.
Jadeja around the wicket, a little bit of air, Root pushing into the offside, no run.
Not really. I think on this pitch, with the odd one keeping low, it would be a very Irish shot, wouldn't it?
Well, I mean, I think it's a good pitch not to play the sweep, because it's coming on nice if you play normal shots, isn't it?
Yeah.
But interesting that Bairstow decided to go all in on it, and Root's gone the complete other way.
Root is 58 not out from 138 balls. It's now 58 from 139 as Jadeja left arm around brings Root forward defensively into the offside.
I think if you're going to do it, you're going to do it when it's really kind of outside off stump, haven't you? Sweep slog.
And that's what Bairstow's first one was.
Jadeja brings Root forward, and it's just pushed to Sarfraz at short point, no run.
Ashwin came straight around the wicket after that one. And it was like, okay, if you want to keep playing it, you can do it when it's on the stumps. Next over, it didn't go as well.
Jadeja, for the final time this over, finds the middle of Joe Root's defensive bat. And that's an over that's taken next to no time, conceded no runs. 56 overs gone here on talkSPORT 2. India having lost the toss. England won it this morning. They were 112 for 5 at lunch. They're 186 for 5 now after 56 overs. Some more thoughts from the boys, and Neil Manthorp will pick up the commentary.
Yeah, with the softer ball coming onto the bat. Still okay though. It's not that it's coming on slowly, but we saw when the ball was hard and it was spinning, it was just going so quick. And remember that one that Root played forward to and just ripped past the outside edge? Like no one's hitting that. We're not seeing those sorts of deliveries anymore, but we are seeing occasionally the pea shooters. We saw Root play one before. Do you ever go out to a pea shooter in a Test match?
Of course I did, all the time.
Every dismissal.
I think it was mainly going back to a ball I should have been forward to, so I get it. You always used to say it get low.
Ashwin to continue. 186 for 5. Here he's over the wicket, and that's flicked with the spin by Ben Foakes out towards deep mid wicket, and they come back for 2 runs. Very well run. Joe Root has now drawn level with Ricky Ponting, the most half centuries against India. Who do you think got there quickest? Ponting or Root? Ashwin in again. Forward comes Root again, playing defensively, no run.
Exactly the same?
Yes.
How did I know that?
You just had a look at your message from...
No, I had a look at them. My phone's in my pocket, mate.
Very good, Gough. Here's Ashwin flicked away out towards Sarfraz Khan at short leg.
I just know your personality.
You read my eyes. So 20 50s in 29 Test matches.
Assuming Root's done a lot better in India, because Ponting wouldn't have made many of his in India. Really struggled there. And considering he smashed spin everywhere else, it was just in India where he struggled.
Here is Ashwin again, off the back foot, forced away by Root. It's a beautiful shot. Picked up the length so quickly, and I can't even describe it as short ball. It was a fraction shorter than perhaps he was intending, but Root leapt onto the back foot. That might be one of my shots of the day, that.
Absolutely superb shot, really deep in his crease, give himself a little bit of room as well just to add to it, and just punched it. And this is what Joe Root does really, really well. Solid technique, middled it, didn't have to run, straight through. Once it missed the field, it was 4 all the way.
Cracking shot. Joe Root moves on to 62 with that boundary. Here is Ashwin to him once again, and again just using that bottom hand to open the face of the bat and steer it straight to backward point this time. Just couldn't get it past the man. England 191 for 5. They lost all 5 wickets in the morning session, but they are within 14 minutes of a wicketless session between lunch and tea. I hope that doesn't put the mockers on them, as Ashwin is in again and Root defends on the back foot. And this is vintage Joe Root, I have to say. It's been a while. 9 innings since his last 50. 191 for 5, and he's batting beautifully.
He is batting beautifully, and it's great to see. And I think I said before the tests on breakfast yesterday, but if England are going to have any chance of winning this test match here in Ranchi, I think Joe Root or Bairstow had to get a biggie. And I'll stick by that, because those two are world-class players. They bat in the middle order, normally come in when there's a partnership, you know what I mean, if you can come in at like 50, 60 for 2 or something, they need to cash in, and Root and Bairstow are in the best position to do it, being 2 world-class players. Root's now 62 from 146 deliveries. There's a Bazball won't be saying, oh, that's a bit slow. It's important, but he plays this way for the team on this pitch.
Here's Jadeja continuing. Oh, that hits the inside half of the bat of Ben Foakes, and there's a yelp and a cry of anguish from the bowler, but it's a long way from short leg. Do you know what? There's a lot said about top order batsmen who make 20s and 30s and 40s, and they're quite easily dismissed. Here is Jadeja, and off the back foot, Foakes pushes it straight to Sarfaraz Khan again. I think Ben Foakes is a scorer of the most valuable 30s. And you just don't remember the runs that he scores. Oh, big arm ball from Jadeja. That one swung in. It was quick as well, and Foakes almost undone, but plays it defensively.
Mark Boucher 30s.
He scored some valuable ones, it's true. But Foakes in particular, I mean, the victory in Hyderabad, you know, for all Ollie Pope's brilliance, forward comes Foakes now, pushing it past Sarfaraz, who dives to his right. They do go through for a single. Sarfaraz at short point, but England are still 27 away from parity when Foakes walks to the crease in Hyderabad. And yes, Ollie Pope was magnificent, innings of a lifetime. Here's Jadeja again. Foakes comes forward, plays it out on the onside. Foakes scores 34. Partnership's 112, and he just seems to do it time and time again, and he's not spectacular, and he's not a Bazballer. He's Ben Foakes, and he's got 28 off 96 here. This one is chopped away by Root. 4 more. Lovely shot once again. The thing about Jadeja's pace is that it's a problem unless you use it to your advantage, and that's exactly what Root's done there. Jadeja's quicker than the average spinner, and if you can just get it past slip and there's nobody down there, it's 4 runs. Beautifully done from Joe Root. 196 for 5.
Yeah, on the Ben Foakes situation, I'm with you. I think he will always score runs. Listen, it's going to be difficult in India when he goes in. Spinners are normally on, aren't they? The ball's turning. Jadeja, Ashwin, Kuldeep. It's not an easy place to go in. You have to build an innings. But I think wherever he goes in the world, I think he'll score your runs. He'll just score them differently to how other keepers score them, like a Bairstow, or you know where I'm coming from. So he'll score the same amount of runs probably, just not as flashy.
Yeah, it's just 30 to 35, but that 30 to 35 might be in a partnership of 100, right? Which is very important. This is also the slowest 50-run partnership for England in the Bazball era. The next slowest was a strike rate of, an economy rate of 3 runs per over. I think we're running at around, 2.4, 2.5 runs per over in this partnership.
And it's to be celebrated.
Do you think they'll be in the dressing room thinking, oh, we're going a bit slow in this session? I bet they're not.
No.
When they're looking at the scoreboard.
Ashwin over the wicket. Forward comes Foakes, hits the inside half of the bat, no run.
The last partnership was also these two. The second slowest was these two again, but it was in the first Bazball test against New Zealand at Lords. Going back to their roots, literally. Pun intended.
Root is 66. Root 66. Foakes 28 from 97 balls. Partnership is 84. Ashwin in again. And this one turned out just short of Sarfaraz at short leg, no run.
Well, the English supporters have actually been spoiled because it's just gone to a few shots of England supporters and they actually look bored. They're not used to seeing this cricket from England.
Here's Ashwin once again up to the crease now. Bowls. And it's a quicker one. Foakes is, I think he's beaten by that. Inside edge onto pad. I think
he had to have hit that, otherwise it's out, isn't it?
Well, exactly. Signalled by Kumar Dharmasena. I thought there was an inside edge on that.
How's that not out then? They didn't even really appeal.
Hit him outside the line, I'm guessing. Did it? It didn't seem to. Well, I tell you what. I think he edged that, but the signal was by. Forward comes Root now, turning it with the spin to mid-wicket.
There's actually 2 balls in this over. Actually, we'll just see the replay here, where... it didn't hit anything.
Rolled again.
It's gone shot through, hasn't it? It's actually hit the keeper on the pad. So, that was the right call from Kumar Dharmasena. That's turned away with the spin. That had kept very, very low.
There was so many noises because he hit the ground and he hit the keeper. I think he hit the keeper's gloves and his pads.
And it was close to the off stump, very close to the off stump. 197 for 5, last ball of the 59th over. As Ashwin is in once again. And this one bounces. The previous one kept low and this one has spat. And I think it's hit Joe Root on the glove. It's hit him on the bottom hand. It's okay, it's Ashwin, it's not going to hurt. But it'll be a concern. Joe Root 66, Foakes 28, 197 for 5.
So earlier in this over, Ben Foakes flicked a ball in the air to short leg, and it didn't carry because they've got short leg back about 2 meters further than you'd normally have it. Again, I don't think Sarfaraz catches that if he's close, but he's so far back that he can't get near it. So they've got him there for the one off the face of the bat. And that's what he's there for. It's almost like an attacking defensive fielder in that perspective. But in that over, if they had a traditional short leg, they might not have been that far away from getting... Well, they probably would have got Foakes out. I'm not sure if they would have got that one. It might have gone a bit fine.
I love that. Attacking defensive fielder. You're getting a Man City team then, yeah?
Yeah, exactly. With a bonus.
What do you know about football?
I'm aware it exists.
Forward comes... Ben Foakes pushing it out on the onside. I don't put myself down as an aficionado, by the way, but I know that I know slightly more than you.
Not a high bar to jump.
Jadeja is into Foakes again, and that's pushed down to Ashwin at mid-on. What's really interesting as well, mildly interesting, is that we only had 24 and a half overs in the first session. And I know that we had 5 wickets, and that takes up a lot of time. But India have been... Whoa, there's a big appeal for leg before wicket! Very big appeal against Ben Foakes. They cannot believe the umpire hasn't raised his finger. Jadeja is absolutely convinced. He's now got the job of persuading his captain. And the keeper, Dhruv Jarrod, is also animated. Jadeja cannot believe it's not being given out. Hands on hips. And Rohit, with 3 seconds to go, said, all right then. And he's gone for the review. I must say, it did look out.
Well, it did.
TV
But
director, we have
I get
for LBW.
I get Rohit's concerns though as well. It could be going down.
I've checked the feet. It's a fair delivery.
Yeah, I thought it was just sliding down. But it might have clipped the outside leg. They might keep the review anyway. It might be what they're thinking. No, actually, they weren't thinking that, were they, Gough? They were just yelling at each other.
Well, there was a lot of movement from Foakes after the ball. He did turn and come back.
Ooh. Clipping leg is the initial thought.
Don't forget, we're just a little bit on the offside here, though, this camera, aren't we?
Yeah, there's no bat involved.
Very leg side.
I'm satisfied, there's no bat involved.
Well, Joel Wilson's got that bit right. Definitely pad. No bat involved. Ooh, it's touch and go. But it's given not out, and I don't think it's going to be hitting enough of leg stump, if it's hitting leg stump.
I do enjoy the fact that Rohit did the same thing he always does, which just waits the last couple of seconds and just goes, if you're going to keep yelling at me, I'm going to do it.
Is not out.
Oh, it's missing, I think.
Back is in line.
It is missing.
It's missing.
It is missing. Jadeja was absolutely animated. Rohit Sharma is now cross. He feels like the captain. Well, you're the captain, Rohit. You can't let yourself be bullied.
He's passing the buck. It's his decision. He knew it was going down. He took the pressure from Jadeja and his keeper. He's got to be stronger. He's had a mare the whole series with the reviews, Rohit Sharma. He has had a mare.
That's because his whole strategy is... Well, I'll explain it after this ball.
Jadeja into Foakes, defends, no run.
His whole strategy is if they keep yelling at him for the full 15 seconds, once he gets to the 14-second mark, he just reviews. That's not a good strategy.
He can't let himself be bullied. That's what's happening. Jadeja's in again. A little bit of width outside the off stump, pushed out to Sarfaraz Khan at short point, no run.
I mean, they got a ripper before, didn't they? None of us would have reviewed that Ollie Pope one, and they were right on that one, so you got to give them some credit.
Yeah, they have got one go their way. Foakes now keeps this one out, playing French cricket. He's almost chest on, digging that one out as it shoots along the ground. 60 overs gone, 197 for 5. I tell you what, at times during this lunch to tea session, it's felt a little bit like things are flattening out and gone a bit quiet, but I think it's an illusion.
It's bang, bang, bang material, isn't it? It's one of those sort of pictures. These two have played really, really well and got stuck in and waited for the bad ball. They've not gone searching for it, and they've scored nicely. Not at an excessive rate, but they've accumulated runs, which in the first innings is vital. Like I said, we're getting up to 200 mark now, and I reckon we'd have took that, wouldn't we, after being 112 for 5?
Oh, yeah, I mean, I was saying that before. I thought if they were aiming between 180 to 220, I thought that kept them in the game, because we don't know how much worse this wicket is going to get.
Well, I tell you, England may have been rock stars for 2 years, but it's librarian time now, and very, very nicely done, assiduously worked their way towards a more respectable score. Now the next ball is nudged out on the onside, no run.
Got your intro for tomorrow's column already?
Can't believe I just said that, actually. Here's Ashwin once more. Forward comes Root, tucks it out towards mid-wicket. Sometimes I'm shocked at what comes out of my mouth. We're looking at a replay of that LBW, and it's the fact that Foakes is so far back. That's what leads the bowler to think he's got his man, because he's played back to a ball he shouldn't perhaps have been back to, and I think that's just what's taken over his emotions, and he's sort of hasn't been calm and analytical about it. How calm and analytical were you, Goughy, when someone's played back to you and you've hit them?
Yeah, well, we didn't have we weren't lucky enough to have these reviews.
Right.
I wish we did.
You got more or less wickets?
More. 100%.
Do you definitely would have, because you bowl low trajectory in it and it
wicket
helps
to
those
wicket.
bowlers. Yeah. But I have another question.
Okay, Ashwin into Foakes, nudges it to mid-wicket, no run.
Do you think you would have been a good reviewer or a bad reviewer?
Bad.
Yeah.
I would have said everyone was out. Although probably, but I honestly do believe, because the type of bowler I was, would have had a lot more.
198 for 5. Extraordinary start to this test match. 5 wickets in the morning session after England won the toss and chose to bat first, and now none between lunch and tea. We've got a couple of minutes to go until tea, so India are out of reviews now, by the way. That's it, done. Burnt them all. 1 was successful, 3 unsuccessful. As Foakes now pushes that. Was that the Karen ball? Was that a Karen ball?
Seemed to
go the other way.
Yeah, I think it was a Karen ball.
I didn't know that he was he's still a rarity. I mean, he doesn't bowl a lot of them. Here is Ashwin once again, bowls, and Foakes is forward, pushing into the offside, no run.
He doesn't bowl on the top order players very often. If you have a look against the tail, he'll throw one in, especially if someone's slogging across the line, just to see if he can get him to hit it straight up in the air.
198 for 5, 61 overs gone. We've had a remarkable 36 overs in that session, and it is indeed the tea break. And England have fought their way back from the point of brink of disaster, you have to say, at 112 for 5. Winning the toss, choosing to bat first. Zach Crawley made a runner ball 42. Johnny Bairstow made 38, better than a runner ball from 35 balls, 4 fours and a 6. That's his highest score in India in 11 innings. But Akash Deep, on debut, the 27-year-old right-arm seamer, took the first 3 wickets to fall, then 1 to Ashwin, 1 to Jadeja. England 112 for 5 at lunch. and they have fought back magnificently with Joe Root on 67 not out and Ben Foakes on a mere 28. But it's the partnership that has dragged England back to not just parity or respectability. I tend to think that on a very cracked pitch that they might even be ahead, at the moment. 198 for 5.
Well, it's 1-1 in sessions, but I would say you're right. I think England are in a great position. 198 for 5. Hartley and Robinson can hold a bat, and they can be there with either Foakes or Root if one of them gets out. And I think they're in a decent position. They'll want to go on from here and be looking now at that 270, 280 mark. They could even go beyond that. We just don't know the way they made it look comfortable there. But we know there is something in this track where it's mainly now going to keep low with the old ball, right? But the new ball, when that's due again, we're going to see a little bit of bounce again. The ball's hard, the seam's up, and a bit uneven bounce, a little bit too paced. But with the black soil, it does get slow, and we're more likely to see the ball roll than to seam or spin sideways.
Do you know sometimes you watch 45 minutes of football and it's 0-0 and you just think to yourself, that was just never a 0-0 45 minutes. That just wasn't 0-0, but it was. And that just didn't feel like a wicketless session to me. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, it's England's session though. Absolutely England's session, 100%. Not lost a wicket. Yes, slow over it. Run rate was what at 2.33, just off top of my head. 36.5 overs. I might be right, might be wrong. 86 runs, so a good session.
It was a brilliant session. What I mean by the fact that it didn't feel like a wicketless session was that there was a lot happening. There were a lot of chances being created. Brilliant from Root and Foakes. Terrific stuff. But it just didn't feel like it had flattened out. It wasn't like, oh, well, the life's gone out of this. You still feel like there's a wicket just round the corner. Jarrod, Kimber?
Yeah, I think, we had 5 or 6 really low balls. We had a drop down the leg side off Root. Did he get his gloves to that, Jarrod? Yeah. I think he did, didn't he? Obviously, we had, some LB shouts and everything like that. I kind of felt like it was, I know what you're saying, but I also felt like coming in, maybe 1 or 2 wickets in that session was par. Just the way the wicket was playing and everything else, especially if you had Foakes and Root there. 1 more wicket and England could have been all out, before drinks. But having, Foakes and Root, I thought, well, they could probably push an hour or so. And I thought they batted really well. I think this is the kind of wicket that really suits someone like Foakes. Don't think he likes it when it's ragging a lot more, and I also don't think he likes it when it's a little bit quicker. He likes just that little bit of pace out of it.
Well, it's a bit like when he got 100 in Sri Lanka. I think it's a very similar pitch. Hard to score, you're in a slow pitch, and he had to use his feet, and he kept clipping it through mid-wicket. He's really good off his legs. When he has an off-spinner ball at him, that's one of his strengths, isn't it? He does play it well through mid-wicket, off the off-spinner. And I think he's played Ashwin really well.
Okay, tea time. On the first day of the 4th Test match between India and England from the Jharkhand State Cricket Association Stadium in Ranchi. India dominated the first session. England have dominated the second. They are 198 for 5. Many thanks to all of you who've taken the time to provide feedback and comments and some questions. And as always, John Norman and Jarrod Kimber will give you answers and reply to your feedback during the tea break in just a moment.
Exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of the 4th Test match, live from Ranchi.
Past the umpire, now he's straight. See you later.
Only on talkSPORT 2.
Experience life in the fast lane on an unforgettable trip to watch the Grand Prix in Qatar. Listen to talkSPORT Drive all next week from 4. Record the fastest lap time in an F1 trivia time trial. And take the checkered flag to win a once-in-a-lifetime Grand Prix experience in Qatar, including 5-star accommodation, flights, and 2 exhilarating trackside tickets. It's wheel-spinning winning when we play Life in the Fast Lane on talkSPORT with Visit Qatar. Feel more in Qatar.
At Continental Tires, we've been championing women's football for over 13 years. For us, it's more than a game, it's a passion. Join us on the 31st of March at Molyneux Stadium, Wolverhampton, for the FA Women's Continental Tires League Cup Final for a celebration of women's football. Continental Tires, driving safety and performance. For tickets, head to wolves.co.uk/tickets.
F1 is back and it's lights out and away we go around the world. Wahada Norris jeder Kaptemala Hamilton. Norris hat underleiding. Bert in Han van de eerste bocht. Zo steamer. Hamilton wa Norris oi corso tosteru. Hamilton takes him and the race is wide open.
Around the world in 24 races. See it all live on Sky Sports F1 for £15 extra a month. Season starts in Bahrain from the 29th of February. Offer ends 21st of March. Sky Q required. See sky.com for details. Further terms apply.
How do I love thee, big tasty? Let me count the ways. I love thy bacon with the taste so crisp. Your tomato so juicy, so perfect. Oh, yes. Your smoky sauce, it's true I adore. But here, just 5 weeks, please stay. I want more. You're everything I'm so in awe of. I love you, big tasty, big love. Until the 12th of March from 11 a.m. Participating restaurants only, subject to availability.
Got another kitchen job on the go?
Finished that. The customer wants a bedroom now.
Nice. From Howden's?
Yeah, they've a choice of bedroom designs, all easy to fit with the Howden's quality you trust and their 25-year cabinet guarantee, and all in local stock. So...
now you're picking up extra jobs you never would have had, and you finished extra quick.
Exactly. Howden's. Our bedrooms mean business. Find out more now at howdens.com.
Why do I race for life? For our very own stand-up comedian, who's getting cheekier by the day, a bug lover and local celeb around the fire service, and the one who sits on my back whilst I do press-ups. When he shaved his head, I shaved mine, and so did all our friends. Such a loving wee son, whose resilience I'll never be able to understand. His name's Archie, and I'm racing for him.
No matter how cancer affects us, life is worth racing for. Sign up to your local event at raceforlife.org in partnership with headline sponsor Standard Life.
On DAB+, online, via the talkSPORT app and on your smart speaker. Exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of the 4th Test match, live from Ranchi.
Fielded, oh, there's going to be a run out!
Only on talkSPORT 2.
Well, that's the news from the centre. It's England have won the toss and they've decided to bat first.
And, oh, that's a good bouncer. I was just about to say there's no short leg in.
Woohoo! Here we go.
Strap yourselves in.
Akash then around the wicket. Pitched up, edged and out. England have had some wobbly moments so far, but there's no doubt about that one. Akash is in. Ollie Pope's using his feet. Oh my days! Height isn't an issue. It's thudding into the top of leg stump. In goes Akash, who bowls that Crawley this time.
Tremendous delivery, 3 for 20 from the new man. He's looking dangerous.
The ball is going up. Once it starts going up and down, and then you've got a surface which I think is pretty much unplayable.
Ashwin around the wicket once again. Bairstow on the sweep. There's a huge cry, particularly from behind the stump for an LBW shout.
The on-screen signal now.
Johnny Bairstow is given out. Jadeja then left on a run. Oh, it keeps really low on Stokes. Stokes is hit on the pad. He's walked for an LBW. He knows he's out. England are 112 for 5, and the captain is walking off with a grin on his face.
I'm not sure this is good enough for Test match cricket. Really, really disappointed.
Little bit of width on the offer on this occasion, and Joe Root drives it backward a point for 4.
Here is Kuldeep once again, but he uses his feet nicely, folks. Straight drive for 4. Beautiful piece of batting.
As Deep is in, cut away by Roots. There is a half chase from the second slip, no third, so the partnership moves past 50, 53 from 120, and Root will reach 50. And the England fans who've travelled in numbers, who were looking a little bit concerned about their life choices earlier today, are suddenly feeling like it's been a worthwhile trip.
Here is Ashwin again, off the back foot, forced away by Roots. A beautiful shot. That might be one of my shots of the day, that.
Absolutely superb shot.
And it is indeed the tea break. England have fought their way back from the brink of disaster. 198 for 5.
The brink of disaster. 112 for 5 at lunch, 198 for 5 at tea. England, who saw that coming? Jarrod Kimber from 5 wickets down to 5 wickets down. England's first wicketless session whilst batting of the series.
talked off air, and I said I thought it might be a pitch that suited Ben Foakes. Root wasn't playing the sweep shot, so I thought those two things were in England's favour. I still thought England might lose a wicket or two in that session, but it was brilliant batting by both of them. And there's I think people who love Ben Foakes kind of overestimate his batting at times, and I think the people who want extra batting on the side underestimate Ben Foakes' batting. But in certain conditions, perfectly suited to an innings like this, like he was batting with Ollie Pope in the first test.
Yeah, it was a point that we made with Gareth Batty in the third test match. He is the man at times to play. I'm not sure second fiddle is technically correct, but he does provide, he comes to the fore when the conditions really need it. And I think batting with Root, certainly at the start of that session, really helped him. You were making the point that maybe Root was going to shield him a little bit from Kuldeep Yadav, and actually that looked like it might have happened for the first over or so.
Yeah,
but
over and a half. I think it was more natural. I don't think... I wondered if they'd had a conversation. It didn't look like they'd had a conversation. But for the first over and a bit, we saw Ben Foakes at the non-strikers end just looking at Kuldeep's hand like, okay,
like we do.
Oh, he does that. And look, maybe that's all he needed as well, just to see him from the other end. Sometimes it's just as simple as if you're not on strike to the person, you feel a little bit more comfortable. He was set when he came on. Quite often he's come out to face Kuldeep when he hasn't been set. All these things are in his favour. But, I thought India bowled fine. I think India are racing through to the new ball as much as possible, which is...
Do you think so? It really is a new ball wicket?
I mean, I don't think that they're thinking from that perspective, but they brought Akash back on, and it wasn't reversing. They haven't tried Siraj. So my guess is they're thinking to themselves, we can't get this ball to reverse. Let's just dart through our spinners. We'll bring the quicks back on for the seam, and then we'll give the ball straight to the spinners again after 5 or 6 overs with the second new ball.
1 ball shy of 37 overs in a session. I mean, that was even more surprising, wasn't it, than a wicketless one?
I mean, that's why I think they're trying to get to the new ball as quickly as possible, because that doesn't happen by accident in Test cricket, does it?
It doesn't. We've had some people getting in contact with us on social. Dave Blathis says, and he's got in contact with us on TalkSport 2 and via the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. We've been asked to wave every time we mention the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. Not by the bosses, by people on it.
That's the camera there. I pointed at the screen. We've got like a little tiny screen. You've got a big machine and a tiny screen.
Yeah.
Don't know what that says about you.
Sounds like sounds like an album. Dave says, what are we going to declare on then? I mean, it's a joke, but it's also quite an interesting point, because when the wickets were falling in that morning session, I think the feeling was, and I think you said it as well in the afternoon session, a score between, I don't know, did you say 180 to 250?
I think I said 180 to 220 and England were in the game.
Yeah, and
I didn't think in front.
They've got 198 for 5.
Because my thinking at that point was that India has to score an extra 100 runs, and if the wicket keeps going low, that suddenly seems like a tougher one. So they should be able to get beyond that. Was it Dave?
It was Dave.
Let's go with Dave.
And it is Dave.
He continues to be Dave. I think from that point of view, I thought even at lunch, England was still very much in the game. The fourth and fifth wickets obviously gave the session to India, but it didn't mean that England were out of the game. But this was a big one to claw it back. So from that perspective, I've got no issues with saying that England are doing quite well. The odds are still massively in India's favour when you have a look at online, but I think that England are certainly within touching distance of this. If they get 250 to 280 from where they are now, and you would assume they're going to, all they have to do is keep the stumps in play in their innings, and they should at least not have a big deficit in that first innings.
Another Dave's got in contact with us. Just to clarify, you don't have to be called Dave, or pretend that your name is Dave if you're going to get in contact with us at cricket_TS. And David messages to say sunrise over Tropea. Tropea? Do you know where that is? I've just had to Google it. It's in Italy. Cricket_TS in the earphones. Coffee now on the stove. Ready for a morning of busking. Followed by a swim in the sea. Sounds like a good day. Absolute perfection. Hello, Dave.
Can we play one of his songs on air?
Well,
does he have to do originals?
If he records
You've got quite weird, eclectic music. I mean, of all people to say that, I'm probably just as bad. But, trying to find a genre that would please both of us.
It would have to be probably hip-hop.
Yeah, but then, even then, I think we'd still find a way to argue over it.
Yeah, possibly.
Do you get a lot of hip-hop buskers? It feels like it's more of a guitar thing.
You do. I've heard more hip-hop buskers in Australia than I have in England.
We're well known for it.
But maybe Tropier is where you go for your hip-hop busking. I don't know. So, yeah, England are in the game. 112 for 5 at lunch, and now they're in the game. It is a little bit of a... There has been so much talk about this pitch in the lead-up to this game. But what can we take from it? From a session which India dominated to a session which England did, how much of today, though, do you think we'll look back on in terms of the reviews? Because India, I mean, we've had a bit of hilarity at some of their reviews, but they have had to go upstairs 6 times today, twice successfully.
They had a blinder as well. The Ollie Pope one's a blinder.
Yes, that was an amazing, that was, you know.
Because even at first thought, I thought, oh, geez, that probably would be close, but you can't review it because he's halfway down the pitch. And they were like, no, you can review it, and it is hitting the stumps. So, you know, that I thought that had to be, you know, either beyond the 3 metre mark, which would have made it tricky, or outside the line. And so they did well there. Yeah, it's an interesting one because I thought England played, I think Crickford sent us through 25% false shots in that first session, but they didn't go out to any of the false shots. They were just, every time a ball was there to be hit, they tried to hit it very hard. The last wicket, so the last 2 wickets in that session was Bairstow sweeping a ball he probably shouldn't have, and then Stokes getting one run along the ground. That isn't really the story of the rest of the day. The rest of the day has been much more mundane than that, right, than those 2 deliveries. However, you know, if they do get to 250, 300, and the wicket only gets worse, then the pitch becomes a massive talking point. And that start of England's, as reckless as it might look on paper, I didn't think it was quite as reckless when we were watching it, but as reckless as it looked on paper, probably looks like a masterstroke.
And what about the pitch? Because we did see one delivery from Ashwin outside off stump, which kept very, very low. Foakes got his back down on it. Obviously, that delivery that dismissed Ben Stokes, and he's had a couple of, you know, really fiendish deliveries in this series. I mean, that was a Nasser Hussain low. You're going to see that, aren't you? And that's why when England do come out to bowl, and they do have the bowlers for this, of course, certainly the fast bowlers, and tall bowlers as well, so they're going to be extracting bounce but also maximising it if it keeps low.
I don't think we've seen one keep lofted seamers though, have we yet?
No, we haven't.
But I still think Hartley and Bashir, if they can keep the stumps in play, that's the main thing. What I thought England did really well in that first session, despite losing all those wickets, was every time the stumps weren't in play, they hit a 4. Right? And where Bairstow went wrong, which really opened up the game, which England have now wrestled back, is that Bairstow gave India a chance by playing a shot with it, you know, from on the line. But if you really look at what they did, I think it's really keeping those stumps in play. So Bashir and Hartley, that's kind of why they've been picked, right? Is you're tall, bowl straight, bowl fast. Occasionally one will run along the ground. It's Anil Kumble without all the, you know, Anil Kumble-ness.
Without the 500 test wickets.
600?
500 plus 600 test wickets.
He took a lot of wickets.
I just remember that he was the first man to go past 500, wasn't he? First Indian to go past 500?
I don't know. No, yes, he would have been the first Indian. Yes, definitely.
Macca's ready. Gough ready. I'm not sure who else. Are you sticking around? Or is it... no, it can't be. Oh, Tudes is ready. He's eaten as well. It'll be happy Tudes. It's always happy Gough. And Macca lives to be on air, and he's going to be on very, very shortly. I'm just going to wait till somebody sits down so somebody could talk while I wait for Macca to come in. Gough it is, back on duty.
Hello everyone, yeah, big session coming up. 1 warning sessions. First session to India taking those 5 wickets. The second session, England going through a long session where India got through plenty of overs, but no wicket fell. Joe Root playing quite beautifully and well supported by Ben Foakes. But it's a big session. We all know how quickly the game can change when you play in India. In fact, where you play anywhere in the world, the game changes quickly, but especially in Indian conditions. Not really a lot of turn, not a lot of seam, a little bit too paced and up and down with the new ball. And you're more likely to get out to a P-roller than you are to an absolute beaut of a delivery.
That's a fair summary. Yep, absolutely. I suppose the other thing we've got to keep an eye on, 61 overs bowled with this one so far, so therefore we're 19 away from the new ball. And what we've seen is the new ball is doing plenty. Right, Jadeja to bolster first after tea. It's Joe Root coming forward, inside edge of the bat, and it'll go down to short, fine leg, no run. So Root resumes, 67 not out from 155 balls. Foakes is there, 28 from 108. England went to lunch, 112 for 5. They come out after tea, 198 for 5. Jadeja, 2-leg stump on that occasion. Turn around the corner by Root, no run.
You got 2 fast bowlers where you got a proper fast bowler to my left. The one thing I'm excited about is balls faced. It's in the triple figures.
Root is steep in his crease on this occasion, steering down to short third, and will take a single. Root goes to 68. It's 199 for 5 England.
That's what I love about Big T. He's a traditionalist, isn't he? He's one of them, isn't he, with those cricket members who's moaning all the time about the way they're playing. He loves this. Root, 68 from 157. And Foakesy from the Cricket Club you came from, Surrey, 28 of 108, mate. You're loving this.
Well, what I know is when this is happening, bowlers are getting a rest. There was always, an issue. The bowlers are not getting enough rest.
Jadeja in, Foakes is forward, inside half of the bat, out towards mid-wicket, no run.
And when we signed Ramps, we got Ramps from Middlesex. Me and Bickers were the happiest men in the world. Then first game at the Oval against Kent, he starts running at Mark Elam.
Jadeja in, on the back foot is Foakes, punching to cover Shubman Gill, no run.
Wicket was a little bit spicy, but a little bit like this, it was a little bit spicy. And Ramps went out there, being Ramps, he got 100 on debut, you know what I mean, he got 100.
Jadeja bringing Foakes forward. A lot of oohs and ahs from around the bat, but in truth that hits the middle of the bat and it's out on the offside, no run.
I will be honest, coming from another fast bowler, it is nice when you know you've got a wall coming in. So when you sign an overseas player or you sign someone that you know just bats time, it does make you feel a lot happier. You don't want people everyone dashing, because the game's going forward too quickly. You've got 4 days or 5 days to get a result. You don't have to finish in 2.5.
Yeah, but then they get on the golf course.
It's going to be Ashwin to bowl the next. Does that maybe influence how you think as a director of cricket, Goughy, in the fact that, yeah, we've got all of this modern stuff and the game's clattering along at a huge pace, but do you actually go, well, hang on a minute, let me put my bowling head on a minute when I'm doing my recruitment? If I can find a bloke who can bat time, we'll be better off with that. It will be Jadeja to bowl over the wickets. Joe Root, I think, misses that one. It's through to the keeper and there's no run.
Very difficult to find a batter who bats time now, especially if they're ambitious and they want to play for England, because they know they can't play that way. If you look at Leeds, played for England, did okay, went back to Durham, he's now like Viv Richards.
Ashwin in, Joe Root clips it off of his toes through mid-wicket, will take a single. The England 200 is up, 63rd over of the innings. They are 200 for 5.
Yeah, because they know now the only way to get in the... Keaton Jennings is another one. The only way to get back in the England side is by playing shots. Lees and Jennings.
It is interesting, Goughy, as you say. You know, one thing I do, I watch the balls they face, and they, you know, on this Lions tour when they're out there, and as you say, they're getting on with it.
Foakes is covering up as Ashwin bowls again. Right arm over the wickets, and it's running into the right-hander, no run.
I used to know a school teacher from Birmingham who used to love betting on Atherton dot balls. Right?
I think I know the teacher you're talking about.
Ashwin comes in, Foakes uses his feet, gets to it, turns it on the leg side, and they'll put it out for a single out to Akash. 201 for 5. Foakes goes to 29.
Theo, great lad. And he used to make a fortune. He used to pay for his holiday every year. But he'd never get that on this team now, would you? I mean, you'd not a chance.
One thing you know is that the average they bat is 71 overs.
Ashwin goes in from roundabout off stump. Joe Root is taking this through deep backward square out to the leg side sweeper. Akash doesn't pick it up cleanly, and as a result they're able to come back for a couple. 4 from the over so far with 1 ball to go. 203 for 5.
I'll tell you what it showed this series as well, though. People talk about the pitches when you go to India and it's difficult, but there's been plenty of runs, Scott. There's been plenty of hundreds, a couple of doubles as well, by the way.
Yeah. In goes Ashwin, dropped into the offside by Root. Single to end the over. A little bit of push and run. 2:04 for 5 at the end of 63 overs here on talkSPORT 2, and also on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. And I got told off on social media earlier because we have been saying when we say hello to the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, we'll give them a wave. So there you are. There you go. You've had your wave. 2:04 for 5.
I think sometimes, Goughy, you know, when people say don't reinvent the wheel, you know, obviously the game's moving forward and this is the way they want to play. But sometimes you have to play the situation. And I think the wicket that has been forced upon them in this match has made them play this way, as you said, you know, as Harmy was saying when he was on. Had this pitch been flat, you would have seen all sorts of shots.
Jadeja to start the new over. Root is forward, turning on the onside. No run on this occasion.
And I just think you just bat normally, you know, because you know your name's going to be on one on a wicket like this. So you just bat. No need to do anything funky.
Jadeja in, bowls. Joe Root off the back foot guides this through point. As talkSPORT listeners have joined us on talkSPORT 2 for a bit. England, well, they've had a comeback. They are 204 for 5, having been 112 for 5 at lunch. Joe Root and Ben Foakes are doing an absolutely cracking job of rebuilding things and batting time as they continue on their merry way. Joe Root has gone past 50, which is the first time in this series he's done that. He's 73 not out at the non-strikers end as Foakes plays a back foot drive that is half stopped in the covers, and Almina single is taken. 2:06 for 5. Your thoughts, Darren Gough?
Well, I think my thoughts on Joe Root is, but he's realised this match, but he's going to play away, he's going to be watchful, he's used his feet, he's got back and deep in the crease.
Jadeja bowls, Root covers up defensively, no run.
And when he's gone forward, he's made sure he's got as close to the ball as he possibly can and smother it. The odd one's kept low, he can't do anything about that, he's going to take that out of his mind.
Jadeja in, Root turns it around to short fine leg, no run.
So if he gets a delivery like Ben Stokes got, you can't do anything about that, but your technique's going to be solid. You're going to wait for the bad ball, one that's slightly short, slightly full, and score off it.
Jadeja for the final time this over. Now that one stays low, not as low as the Ben Stokes ball, but low enough that Joe Root plays an exaggerated defensive shot. It's very low on the bat. He keeps it out though to end the over. 2:06 for 5 after 64 overs are England. Joe Root 73 not out from 166 balls. Ben Foakes is with him, he's got 30 from 114. Alex Tudor.
I think what we've seen, Goughy, has been, even though it's a new day, new time, the way that the game is going forward and moving, it's been an old style partnership in the way that they've gone about batting. Because of the wicket, they've gone back to just batting, taking out all the, say if they got 10 shot selections, got to take 6 away, only got 4. And I'm just going to bat as I see it, and they bat beautifully. Partnerships 94 of 239 balls faced. Normally if England facing 239 balls, we're talking about 300, aren't we, Matt?
Absolutely. So if you want to stay with the cricket, get your DAB or the app out. England 2:06 for 5. Ashwin will start the new over. Foakes clips to Shubman Gill at mid-wicket, no run.
I love watching him play that shot. He plays it so well, folks. He watches it onto the bat and plays it through that mid-wicket area.
It's a very calm shot. He waits as Ashwin goes in, and it's clipped to Jadeja, who's a straight catching mid-on, all along the floor, no run. Ashwin 1 for 52. He was the man who got Bairstow earlier. Pitches this one up, little bit of air, push drive again from Foakes. Siraj will field at mid-off, but can't stop it cleanly, so a single is taken. And the minimum of risk, the minimum of fuss, but it just rotates the batters, keeps the scoreboard moving as well. And it sounds a bit like old-fashioned cricket, but it's doing the job.
It certainly is, and the bowler has to bowl to a different player. That's why the rotation of strike is so important.
Ashwin bowls to Root. Root is coming forward, pushes to Jadeja, no run.
He has to change his length and line depending on the batter that he's bowling to. It's just good to see. Shows it can be done.
India have packed the leg side field. There are 4 catches on the leg side as Ashwin goes in. Root is turning it around the corner, can't beat Sarfraz under the helmet at short leg. and there's no run. So there's a short leg, there's the straight catching mid-on, and then there's two mid-wickets basically looking for the clip off the toes with the spin. Ashwin fires that one in a little bit. Root's able to turn it around the corner down to fine leg, and will take a single. 74 to Root. 208 for 5 England at the end of the over here on talkSPORT 2.
As good as Ashwin is, and as good as he's actually bowled this series, I don't think he's looked as threatening as he normally does in these conditions playing against England. I think England have played him actually quite well. They've looked to be positive against him rather than that defensive mode, and I think it's worked in their favour throughout the series. Yeah, Ashwin's picked up wickets, but what I mean by not as threatening is, but every over he bowled Ashwin, you used to think, he's going to get a wicket. But now I think the way England have played him, especially in the last Test match and this one, I think they've been quite positive against him.
New over starts from Jadeja. He's left arm around the wicket. Joe Root with a big stride forward, and there's no run there. So yeah, Ashwin got 3 and 3 in Hyderabad. Root plays defensively to Jadeja, no run. Then 0 and 3 in Vizag, and then a single wicket in either innings in Rajkot. So Root defensively as Jadeja's left arm around the wicket. Pushes out on the offside, no run. There's a series where he's gone past 500 Test wickets, and today's has taken him to 100 Test wickets against England. Jadeja in once again, Root defensively out on the offside.
But you expect more, don't you? You look at Ashwin every Test match, you're thinking he's going to get 5. In one of these, he's going to get 5 for, and we haven't really seen that this series.
Well, 14 Test match fifers, 34 backs of 5 in Test match cricket as Jadeja is around the wicket, pushes into the offside, no run, and 6 of those are against England. So, and 6 of those in 22 matches before today, so he does pick them up fairly regularly. Jadeja to finish the over. Root defensively out on the offside, and another over is scooted by. 66 gone, 208 for 5 England. Joe Root remains 74 not out from 175 balls faced. Ben Foakes 31 from 117. These two have faced 251 balls between them and put on 96. Darren Gough.
You can just imagine, can't you, all the newspaper, the writers, the journalists coming out and saying this is the way we want Joe Root to play every single Test match. But it's not. Well, I want to see Joe Root play positively, right? But I think when you get these conditions, there's no better player you want in your side. Well, there's a couple. You'd like Virat Kohli, you'd like Kane Williamson, but Joe Root's in that bracket, right? And when he bats and he bats long, England are going to score, get a good total, especially winning the toss. It's vital that England get a good score in this first innings.
Ashwin goes in to start a new over. Oh, Foakes comes down the pitch to meet him and launches him over mid-wicket for 6. Wow, where's that come from? We've not seen one of those or anything like that for quite some considerable time. England just happy to move it around and milk it, and Foakes comes down the pitch and hits the 3rd maximum of the innings.
Ball on its merit. It's just come down a little bit more air, shuffled down, vacant deep mid-wicket, thanks very much, 6 runs. That is just a good cricket shot. There's no one out there, everyone's close.
Ashwin in, Foakes plays defensively up to Jadeja at mid-on, no run.
It's just sensible cricket, and that's what we're talking about, and that's what Gough's talking about. It's just sensible cricket. Yeah, we know what Joe Root can do, but it's playing the situation. And as you say, social media is going mad because everyone's going, he's not played a reverse.
Ashwin in round the wicket. This occasion Foakes is going to swing it away through deep backward square for 4. 6 and 4 in 3 deliveries. All of a sudden Ben Foakes is getting a move on. It's 41 for him now. England 218 for 5.
And for me, Ashwin's searching. He's not sort of bowling that controlled line and lengthways range. Every ball's is something different. And Ben Foakes is seizing on that, and that's 10 or 3 balls, and they're just rattling along very, very nicely, this partnership.
Ashwin around the wicket still, and Foakes is going to swing him into the leg side once again, and that's another boundary. Ashwin is going around the wicket here, and he's being treated with contempt by Foakes with some glorious cricket shots. 6.44. Foakes is 45 not out.
And it's a good counter-attack, this, because India were in holding pattern. Jadeja and Ashwin, they thought they'll get through plenty of overs to the new ball as quick as they possibly can and make it difficult for England. So England, all the fielders are in, stopping one. So it's right, it's sensible cricket.
Ashwin stays round the wicket. Foakes just pushes defensively on the offside. This time, no run.
Now they'll have to make a change. Kuldeep will have to come into the attack. He's more of a strike bowler for them. He might bowl a lot more 4 balls. And I think India wanted to just keep squeezing England. But that's took up the handbrakes off, isn't it?
Ashwin around the wicket for the final time this over. Foakes comes to meet this. It squeezes off the outside half of the bat and will go down towards third. And they'll take a couple. That's a cracking over for England. It takes Foakes to 47. England 224 for 5 after 16 overs. And Ashwin's now bowled 18 overs, 1 for 70. Oh, by the way, I don't think we've actually mentioned this. I haven't mentioned Virat Kohli. Congratulations to him and Anushka with the birth of their son a few days ago. So we now know the reason of his personal circumstances of why he hasn't been involved in the series. If you're not aware, by the way, and haven't been with us since 3:30 this morning, Rayan Ahmed has become the latest player to have a press release written about them, including the words personal circumstances. He is going to be leaving the tour and won't be coming back, so he can go and address an issue in the UK. So good luck to him sorting that out. I think there's now 4 players. Of course, Harry Brook before a ball was bowled, Virat Kohli. Obviously, Ashwin had to leave briefly in the last Test match to head back, and now Rayan Ahmed. So 4 players in a series having to leave due to personal circumstances. Shows how the game's changed, though, because previously it would be suck it up and get on with it.
Well, yeah, I mean, I lost my grandfather, didn't I, night before the Brisbane Test match, and I played.
Siraj back into the attack, replacing Jadeja. He's straight away down the leg side, and Joe Root will milk that all day long for a single down to long leg. He goes to 75.
But on the look-back test, I wish I wouldn't have played. We should have gone home, right? So, but they were taken off the table back then, and you literally just you just got on with it. You had to get on with it.
Well, it's like guys, you know, how many guys in our generation, even before, if their wife partner was having a baby, it was generally they still played. Yeah, it was. Yeah, times have changed.
Siraj in once again. Foakes is turning on the onside this time, no run.
Well, there you go. The previous Brisbane Test in '94, my first child was born, Liam James, 24th of November, and I was playing the first day of the Test match against Australia, my first Ashes Test. So then, to be fair, there was never no chance of me coming home on that anyway.
Is that the one where McKagan defrayed us in the first session? Got Lashness and Stuart Slater.
Absolutely, yeah.
Michael Slater was flaying it all over the place.
Siraj once again makes his way in. It's a little bit floaty, that one, trying to go for the full ball. Foakes is there and meets it, pushes it strongly back to the bowler and his follow through, no run. And of course what people don't then factor in is you've missed the birth of your child, but then with winter tours you're then going to miss pretty much every birthday there on in until you finish playing. So it's not just the fact you missed the birth itself, but you're then away.
Well, you know, Brisbane Test has not been a good one. Well, it's been good and bad for me. I've had a birth, a death, and then I never got to the Brisbane Test because my knee went.
Siraj in once again. It's clipped on the leg side by Foakes, straight to mid-wicket, and the catch is taken. Jadeja. There's a little bit of standing around just to make sure that the ball is carried, but the 6th wicket will be down. Foakes has missed out on a 50 that he's been looking really, really good for. Siraj went fuller, drifted it in, and Foakes clips it off his toes to Jadeja, and England 225 for 6.
Oh, he's been so composed, had a real good over off Ashwin just the one before, but again went searching for his favourite shot to clip it through mid-wicket. Siraj, we said if anything this pitch is a little bit too paced. The seamer comes back into the attack for India and Siraj gets the breakthrough. He's been disappointing today, Siraj, with the ball, but that's a big wicket. where Ben Foakes, fantastic partnership with Joe Root, but he's got to go. A good little innings of 47, and it brings Tom Hartley to the crease. But 225 for 6, England in a good position, but a very important 20 minutes now coming up.
It's just it was a lazy shot, wasn't it? As you say, Siraj has just coming in. He's not bowling with that same vigour, sort of trying to just get into a spell. And he just sort of like he fell over it, a little bit late, lapsadaisical, and just flicked it to Jadeja, was that close mid-wicket. And you saw Joe Root at the other end, he was like, we've done so well. You know, the game was going sort of away from India a bit. England were accumulating runs at will. And you're just thinking that now just gives them a sniff, gives them a chance now. You're into the lower order, you can't call them the tail, the lower order of England. But while Joe Root's still there, while he's still that world-class player at the crease, they can still get to a good total.
I'm going to be really interested to see how Hartley plays this, because we've seen in previous games he can get after it. Now, 68, this is the 68th over of the innings. With this ball, there's been no changes. So there's 12 overs basically till the new conquer. But Joe Root's still there. So how does Hartley play? We will see. He's got a very, very wide stance. Then he pulls it back a bit and waits for Siraj, who's around the wicket to him. First ball, of course, he's defending and solidly blocking back up the pitch, no run. 225 for 6.
I think most of his cricket has been white ball, so we know he's a good striker of the ball. I've seen him play some top innings for Lancashire and for what they call the Manchester Originals. He's played some good little innings. He's a very aggressive player, and he's played well this series with the bat. He's made some useful contributions, but yeah, just didn't quite get to it, did he? Clipped it. It's a good shot for Foakes. It's got him plenty of runs, so let's not criticise the shot.
Siraj is into Hartley, playing defensively, no run.
I think the bat just turned in his hand, Goughy, so he didn't get the connection he liked. It was, I don't know if it'd be the sweat, obviously it's hot, it's humid, and it just turned in his hand, so he didn't get the connection, hit sort of low down on his bat, and it just scooped up. You can see the disappointment. They've worked so hard. It was a really good partnership between Joe Root and Foakes, and as you say, it just gives India a little sniff now to try and blow away this lower order.
Some more thoughts from the boys, then Manners will take up the commentary.
Yeah, really good partnership that was from Ben Foakes and Joe Root. Fantastic. Joe Root's 75 not out now from 176 deliveries, and Ben Foakes 47 from 126. But it's a big wicket for India. They were in holding pattern. They were just trying to create some pressure, and they got their rewards. Caught short mid wicket, and he brought Tom Hartley to the crease. We need another good partnership here. It's an important part of this game. Joe Root is in. He's set.
Ashwin continues, and forward comes Root, pushing it out to a gap at extra cover, fielded by Siraj, running around from mid-off. Root moves on to 76. I haven't changed my view that 250 is a good score. Said it before England had lost a wicket, and I still think that it'll be a good score, particularly if they nip out a couple of Indian wickets before the close of play. But I have to say that it's the Indian over rate's been startling, and we heard Jarrod Kimber suggesting that they were just rattling through the overs as quickly as possible, because they also believe that it's a new ball type pitch. As Hartley comes forward, and he's off the mark with an inside edge called Kuldeep Yadav down backward square leg. Scurry through, and Hartley moves on to 1. It's been an innings of the highest quality from Joe Root. It's read the situation, read the conditions. The fact that he hasn't been sweeping, I heard you talking about that, Goughy, earlier, and it's with an uneven bounce. It's not a sweeping wicket. He's played very, very straight. Pushed away this time defensively by Root to short mid-wicket. You do need to assess which options were your best chance of scoring runs. He goes right back to Ashwin now, again playing it off the pitch. You can counteract up and down bounce a lot more easily with a straight bat. Obviously a vertical bat rather than a horizontal bat. This provides a much bigger target, and especially when there isn't a great deal of sideways movement, which there hasn't been. Right back again goes Joe Root, Ashwin throws his hands in his air in frustration, even though the ball has hit the middle of the bat. As a bowler, you think that if the batsman's playing right back to full-length deliveries, you're in with a shout. But Root comes forward, bottom hand, flicks it wide of Shubman Gill at mid-wicket. Again, beautiful hands, but they decide against the single. I think Hartley was willing to commit, but Root said no. He wanted the single off the last ball of the over. Keep the strike, look after the tail. Ollie Robinson to come. Joe Root's thinking probably almost every run from here counts double.
Yeah, he certainly does. I think we asked the way that Hartley's going to play, because as Gough said, he plays a lot of white ball cricket and he can strike a good ball. I think his job is to bat for his partner, to bat for the world-class player that England have in their side, and Joe Root. He's batting extremely well, back into form, batting the way Joe Root does. I mean, he's got so many different ways he can bat. Don't get fooled, people, just because he's batted a lot of balls, well in excess of 170 odd balls. He can turn it on as well, but it's good to see him back in form, because he's a world-class player. And the way he goes about it's always a masterclass I talk about when he goes about.
Mohammad Siraj continues to Hartley outside the off stump, trying to push it away for a single, but it's just a dot ball, trickles back to the bowler.
Yeah, Siraj has just come on. A little bit of reverse there, I think, from Siraj. Kept a little bit low as well. Again, just watching now, it's hit one of the cracks and just skidded through a little bit low, and we're going to see that more and more as the game goes on. So as I said, the importance of first innings runs is vital. So whether it be England, and then when it's India's turn to bat, they'll be in the same mindset. Whatever England get, India will be thinking, right, first innings, anything time we go past them, it's almost worth double. That's the mindset they should have going into that innings. But they've still got to dismiss England. Joe Root is on, let's say, on 76.
A slip and a fourth slip in as Hartley drives this one straight back to the bowl of the crowd. Initially wonder whether it was a return catch chance, but it was hit down into the ground. Does it annoy you, Alex Tudor, when you hear people say that Joe Root's been trying to fit in to the New England side? Does that annoy you?
Yeah, very much so. Very much so. And I'm not one for taking to social media too often, but I had to say something. I mean, I'm a massive Joe Root fan, one of his biggest fans. Just the way he goes about accumulating his runs. He's a world-class player. And for someone who's scored 11,500 runs and people to question the way he goes about it is utter nonsense. I mean, his strike rate in this era has been better than it has before it. So I don't know what people were talking about, to be fair.
Siraj in again, and Hartley comes forward and plays this defensively up towards mid-on. The thing is that people who criticise the new, innovative, creative, faster scoring Joe Root, and then when they look at an innings like this and they say, well, why can't he just stick to this? This is what England need. And well, he's, as you said, he scored more runs at a higher rate in the new era than he did in the old, and besides, I think he deserves to make that choice himself. Here's Siraj looking for the Yorker, and it's dug out very nicely by Tom Hartley.
Go on, Gough.
It's a fine line, isn't it? And because we all saw him play the reverse sweep against Wagner or against Cummins, and we're all saying how brilliant it is, and then he does it against Bumrah and gets out at slip, and everybody said, oh, he shouldn't have been playing that shot, right? And it's people who praised his previous shots, by the way, doing the same in other games, in the Ashes series and against New Zealand when this old Bazball era started. But I like him, but on pitches like this, when the situation in the game, this is...
Siraj in, big reverse swing away from the left-handed Hartley, leaves it alone.
This is when we need Joe Root to play his natural game. And his natural game is this. But he also has got a game where he can take the game forward and score quickly. He's got all the shots. He's got every shot in the book. I've known Joe Root a long, long time. He plays every shot. There's not a shot he can't play.
Is the reverse scoop in the book now?
Well, it is. You've got to. Most kids now are playing it. Yeah. So if you're a coach and T's a coach himself, he'll have seen it. All kids now, because of the TV and the franchises around the world and the IPL, all kids now are playing reverse sweep and sweeps. Everybody. In my era, when I started as a kid, it was forward defensive, back cross, leave, everything, you know, front arm.
You didn't listen much to your
No,
coaches, did you?
I played baseball.
Here's Siraj again, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Hartley, was it? Or was he beaten outside the off stump? He's missed it by some distance. 70 overs gone, England recovering beautifully on 227 for 6. So what do you say to a kid who says, Coach, I want to play the reverse scoop? Do you say, all right, yep, sure, let's get on with it? Or do you say, you've got to play the off drive first?
No, that's fine. I haven't got a problem with it, as long as there's reason for it, right? And you've practiced it. Yeah, I haven't got a problem with it.
Does have a reason.
I would rather they play, especially at school level, aggressive shots first. The defence is easy to teach. Getting kids to hit boundaries or having options is harder. So I'd always sort of emphasise, I want you to play attacking shots. I can teach you a forward defence, that's easy. That is not a problem. I want them to hit it off the square, is my issue.
What I will say, and I think is important, I think we have gone away from it, some coaches, is but they still need a good technique first before they can start playing all these shots.
Ashwin continues, and that's flicked away by Root, out straight to mid-wicket, no run.
And the important thing that Gough's talking about is a base. You need a strong base to hit from. Where does the power come from? It comes from the hips. Yeah, people start skipping and playing a flamingo shot. You need a base.
Does play the reverse sweep now. Joe Root gets it away very nicely, just past slip, and Kuldeep Yadav has to chase after it. Now, he wasn't trying to hit that. It was more of a reverse lap, wasn't it?
Yeah, don't be careful, Joe. Don't get out to it, because people will be waiting to criticise you.
Their fingers on that send button on X.
But
isn't it?
There was a reason to play that.
In control.
Reason? And how many balls has he faced? 183. 183 balls, and he's played his first sweep. Reverse.
First reverse sweep. I think it's only his fourth sweep. He's played 3 conventional sweeps. That's it. Pushed away this time with a straight bat wide of Siraj, who tumbles to his left at mid-on to field. England move on to 230 for 6. Joe Root on an imperious 79. 184 balls he's faced.
And again, it's an exhibition. It's an exhibition. I always stress to young kids, if they have the ability to watch it on TV, listen to us on talkSPORT, just follow how Joe Root goes about getting his innings when he scores runs.
Here's Ashwin slipping a short leg in for Hartley, who comes forward. Jabbily just lunged at that one. He knows he's got a job to do here, and it doesn't involve hitting 6s and 4s yet. He knows what his job is. He's 1 off 10 balls. Ashwin in bowls, and it's pitched up and it's driven. There you go. You can hit that one, but Ashwin fields off his own bowling with his right hand, leaning down to his right. Hartley 1, Root 79. The other scorers today, major contributors. Zach Crawley 42 from as many deliveries, and 38 from Johnny Bairstow. Mostly it's been the Joe Root show. 79. Hartley on strike, on 1, Ashwin in, and he plays back to this again, watching it off the pitch, spinning, and no run, picked up at cover. 71 overs gone, England 230 for 6, winning the toss, batting first on the first day of the 4th Test match, coming to you from Ranchi, from the Jharkhand State Cricket Association Stadium, with its 2 dominant pavilions, the MS Dhoni Pavilion and the Amitabh Chowdhury Pavilion. The ground is less than a dozen years old. It's only staged 2 Test matches, but it is certainly one of India's more impressive new venues. Hello, Jarrod Kimber.
So I was at the first Test there. My memory was that the bins are shaped like dolphins.
What the refuse bins?
Yeah.
Just, what?
I'll try and find a photo for you, because I remember being surprised. It didn't feel like a dolphin-y area, Ranchi.
To be fair, the bin that got my sort of breakfast empty needed to be like a whale, never mind a dolphin.
It's a popular venue, not necessarily with dolphins. Here is Siraj, and that's flicked away out towards backward square leg. Kuldeep Yadav comes in to do the fielding. Joe Root moves into the 80s, or onto 80. So it's on the east of the country, but nowhere near dolphin, unless there's a aquarium. perhaps. Is there an aquarium that you
If
found?
there was, and I missed it, I'd be very upset.
Hartley on strike on 1. What a day of a rich entertainment it's been. Contrasting, highly contrasting. You have got a photograph on your phone of the bins, and
looks like I've taken
they're
2
not
photos in
dolphin
Ranchi,
shaped.
by the way,
They have
and
a
one of them
dolphin
is the bin.
attached to. It looks like the dolphin's hugging the bin. Here's Siraj again outside the off stump, and that's left alone. What is impressive is not necessarily the bins which have dolphins hugging them. It's the fact that you took it upon yourself to take photographs and keep them on your phone for 5 years.
7 years. I've only got 2 photos from Ranchi on my phone, and one of them happens to be.
It's 7 years. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
But yes, no, you're right. It is ridiculous. But you can understand why I kept that photo.
I thought you. Can you keep photos when you change phones? I haven't done that. It's a cloud thing, isn't it? Here is Siraj again. Hartley drives out towards extra cover, and there's a diving stop from Rajat Padidar.
Did Padidar jump on the ball then, Harmy, and just maybe land on his stomach or his ribs?
I think he landed on his thigh. Did it land on his thigh? It was a good stop in the end. He's dived full stretched. Put it in his right hand. It's on his ribs, and then it's rolled down somewhere unthinkable. It's just put a little tear in his eye. Siraj, give her
It's
a
put
little
a tear
clap.
in all of our eyes.
Oh, because
in the sternum and then straight down between the legs.
The sternum hurt, and then it went further.
Oh, yeah. He's rubbing his sternum, but I don't think that's the only place. That was where the initial impact was. Anyway, Hartley picks up another single, just his second. 2 not out. Joe Root 80. England 232 for 6. Here is Siraj again, and Joe Root just drops it ever so skillfully on the offside. Nice soft hands. Frustrating for the bowler, frustrating for the fielders. Shubman Gill did nothing wrong. He's at cover, but it wasn't hit hard enough for him to affect the stop or to prevent the run. 233 for 6.
You know, with that wicket of Foakes, I think it really justifies the way India was zipping through that middle session, trying to get to this new ball a little bit quicker, because England haven't got away from them. They're actually, weirdly enough, England have played more like India, and India have played more like England probably since lunch.
Tom Hartley on strike. Short mid on, short mid off. Straight, both very straight. Hartley nudges this one out to mid wicket. No run.
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying, Jarrod, but I also look at this surface and go, if England can get to that second new ball, what will there be? Probably 260, 270. And then if there's still wickets going, if England can get somewhere near 300, batting the way they batted, that for me is not only is it sensible, it shows that they've possibly had a chat about it. 300 is a lot of runs. I still think 250, 275 is still a lot of runs on this surface.
Yeah.
2 slips and the 2 catches straight. Oh, and that one swings late, reverse swing past the edge. It actually swung after it went past the edge, I think, and Dhruv Jurel, the keeper, fumbled it as a result.
Swung off his fingers, I think, as well. I think you're right. The best way of looking at this at the moment is most people will be like, well, 233 is not that many. But India have to get 100 past this by the look of this wicket because of the variable bounce that we've already seen. A couple going high, but mostly going low, subterranean, some mole man delivery so far, right? And I think because of that, they're already looking at making 333 on this wicket. That doesn't look particularly easy for any of us. I mean, not for us. I think the 3 of us would struggle.
You know, often 20 or 30 runs is inconsequential, but I think England have got to get 250. That's a good score. If they get 280, which is only 30 runs more, but it'll feel like a really good score.
Yeah, I agree, and I think I look at normally you get there's a one innings in a small total game.
Here's Ashwin again around the wicket and pushed away by Root, no run.
There's always one innings that stands out, and that innings normally is the difference between the opposition's highest scorer and the highest scorer of the innings. And if Joe Root is to go on and get 90, 100, 110.
Here's Ashwin again, and that's pushed away defensively. No run.
It wouldn't surprise you if England go on to win this game. The difference in the margin would be, that Joe Root's innings compared to what India's main scorer. I think if it turns out, I'm really intrigued to see how the second new ball goes, because if that starts zipping about a bit and does a bit, and England will come out and use the new ball well, I'm not sure India have got to play in their middle order can play the way Joe Root has.
Root again just drops it into a gap. He's so good. He's so clever at doing that. Just takes the single, rotates the strike. He's taken half the over. I just got a funny feeling that an awful lot will depend on the performance of Ollie Robinson. You know what you're going to get from Jimmy Anderson. You know that he'll take wickets. It'll be a big surprise if he doesn't with the new ball. But I think there's an awful lot will depend on the performance of Ollie Robinson, who you remember hasn't played since Headingley in July. Here is Ashwin. Forward comes Hartley again, pushing it out on the onside. Hasn't played a first-class game or a test match since Headingley in July.
Yeah, but looking at it, it doesn't seem the extreme conditions. It doesn't look really hot.
Down the wicket comes Hartley, and he's launched Ashwin over long on, and he's got more than enough of it into the safety netting in the motor round the outside of the ground. 6 runs. Clever stuff from Hartley, not just because it worked, but because he hasn't tried it too early.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. He waited for the ball to go up out of the hand, saw it, came down, and he didn't get completely to it, but it's not spinning that much that you need to worry about it, as long as you're near the pitch of the ball. And then, of course, the long levers. Was it Steele Van Sale? Was he the number 7 for South Africa that averaged -7 against Ashwin?
Stean Van Sale,
That's it.
Here's Ashwin. Quicker one, heading down the leg side. Massive appeal for leg before wicket. And he's raised the finger. Oh, and review it, I think, Tom Hartley. Looked like it was going down to me. And I think Joe Root has said to Tom Hartley, I think you should review it. The finger went up. India don't have any reviews remaining. Just seemed like that was sliding down. 240 for 6.
Sliding down. I think it was Ashwin's 4th or 6th appeal when Kumar Dhanasena give it out. It did look as though it was going down, but it was a long appeal.
You can talk us through the review along with Joel Wilson. John Norman will take over from me.
I think it's the hitting it.
He had to be any bat involved, but the bat's passing close. Can you give me ultra edge, please?
Because he did seem to review it very, very quickly, didn't he? See, I didn't think it was going down leg, but that makes sense, because if it hit his bat, that's what would have made it.
Let's take it back.
Go
yeah.
off.
Take it back.
Yeah,
take it back. Take it back. Take it back. Take it back.
Yeah, but did you hear what Joel said before there? It doesn't appear to hit his bat.
Yeah.
It's hit his bat very, very hard.
On the bat. So Kumar, you'll have to reverse your original decision.
What was he looking at when he made that comment? I mean, it looked like it hit it fresh. Then it looked like it hit with ultra edge. John Norman was out the back doing push-ups, and he thought he hit it.
I thought it was missing.
I thought it was going down.
And I think Joe Root did as well, because it seemed to me that he said missing. He said the word missing to Hartley. So
I think it would have hit the outside of leg. I think it looks more like it was missing because it started to go off on an angle when he hit it, but it doesn't matter because he hit it.
They've not had a stellar day, have they, the umpires?
No.
Short and sweet from Steve Harmison.
I actually didn't think they had a very good game in the last Test match. I didn't see the whole. I wasn't concentrating too much on it, but in this one, I think some of the. I think the noises that's come out of Joel Wilson's mouth. Wow.
Well, Dharmasena
Really?
has suddenly started taking 28 seconds to make every decision. Have you noticed? I think Army said he appealed 6 times. It's just because they know that you wait with Dharmasena and then eventually he changes his mind.
240 for 6 then, not 7. Tom Hartley has overturned an on-field leg before wicket call. You're listening to talkSPORT 2. You're watching us via the YouTube channel, the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Head over to there, subscribe. Plenty of content, plenty of interviews. As Siraj down the leg side, wide, not given of course, it is a test match. 82 not out, Joe Root from 190 deliveries. Tom Hartley has swiped Ashwin for 6, he's 8, and he's just overturned a leg before decision. Earlier today, England lost 5 wickets before the lunch break, and there were still 5 down at tea. 198 for 5. Since then, though, Ben Foakes, who hit 3 successive boundaries, or three boundaries from 4 Ravichandran Ashwin deliveries, 2 4s and a 6, before he succumbed. Touch of reverse swing, perhaps. Mohammed Siraj with the breakthrough. Foakes driving to mid-wicket, departing for 47. England winning what looked like a big toss, as it normally is in India. Earlier today, about 3:30 in the morning. Duckett the first to go. England losing 3 wickets for just 10 runs, and then a couple of quick ones just before the lunch break. But this game has gone one way than the other, and the second new ball is due in just under 7 overs time.
Wouldn't surprise me if this ball is around the hip of Joe Root to try and get him off strike while the ball's reversing, because this might be Siraj's last over with the old ball.
Joe Root is batting out of his crease and flicks this to mid-wicket. I should also mention that Joe Root has had a couple of nervy moments. India lost a review on LBW, the ball hitting him outside the line when he'd yet to get off the mark. They lost another review when he was on 16. That one seemed a little strange. Joe Wilson with the reprieve as Root plunks himself down on the front foot and pushes the ball to Shubman Gill at cover. Joe Wilson upholding the not out on-field call, and Joe Root was also dropped by Jarrod on 48. A little glance down the leg side from the bowling of Kuldeep Yadav. Since then, India lost their 3rd review, chasing an LBW on Ben Foakes when he was on 28. Stifled yelp as Root is forward on the drive, inside portion of the bat. Ball deflects onto the pads and then out to mid-wicket, no run.
Reversing nicely as well. That seam there going, but not quite bowled upright, but the shiny side taking the ball, and it's going well into Joe Root's pads. Joe Root's having a strong word with himself. He's trying to say to himself, play it straight rather than play across the line. He's well out of his crease.
As Siraj is in again and defended by Root. There's a square leg, a mid-wicket cover, and also a gully fielder, or maybe a backward point. Either way, no slips in play. It was a reverse swing that maybe did for Foakes.
That's better though, because he gave himself a nod of approval and he's sort of pushing with his hand. He's telling himself to back down the ground, hit it straight down the ground, not cross the line, try and cross the line, reverse swing, very, very dangerous.
Which is how Foakes got out. Touch fuller, and this is played to mid-wicket. At square leg, Sarfraz Khan is just doing a few shadow shots. I don't think he's going to be batting I don't think he shouldn't be batting today.
No, he shouldn't be batting today, but this is the conversation Manaz was bringing up before he left. It'd be interesting to see how Ollie Robinson hasn't played first-class match since July. The one thing I will say is I don't think I was saying at the time, I don't think it's red-hot conditions. It's now coming towards the end of the day. If Ollie Robinson does get a chance to bowl, the likelihood is his first spell will probably be his longest spell, and probably one of the only spells he bowls in that innings until he gets a second new ball. I don't think Robinson's a massive one for coming back from reverse swing, so I think the second new ball will be crucial, not just for India but for England, to see how it goes with regard Robinson and then Anderson using it.
Coolest conditions of the series so far, according to the reports in the build-up to this 4th test match. Temperature hovering around 25-26. Seen some cloud cover as well today, as Tom Hartley setting himself up to face Ravichandran Ashwin. Round the wicket, and Hartley defends to mid-on, no run.
It gets quite hot in Ranchi as well. It's kind of a dusty place, so any cloud, I think both teams will be happy with that.
Forward again is Hartley. I think Hartley's impressed us all, really, hasn't he? Considering so little was known of him coming into this series, but he shapes up well with the bat. Competitor. He bowls wicket-taking deliveries. Slightly wide at Ashwin, but straight again and defended again by Hartley.
Yeah, I think he's been a real find. I think the reason why they picked him was because of his tall release point driving to the surface. I think he's not had the control as probably you would want, but he does bowl wicket-taking balls.
Down the track and driven. Ashwin sticks out a right boot. Hartley was coming down the track come what may. There's a misfield at mid-off, otherwise could have been different. If Akash Deep could have collected this ball, I think Hartley probably running to the danger end would have been okay. And probably Joe Root as well, who seemed a little bit flat-footed when he took off, but a single added to the score.
Yeah, I think they were both fine and both safe. That's the beauty. I think the thing from Hartley's being his batting.
This is middle and leg line from Ravichandran Ashwin, bowling around the wicket to Joe Root, who finds Sarfraz Khan at square leg, short square leg. Again, same line, and if he was at short leg, that would have gone straight to him. As it was, it's short fine that fields. 241 for 6. Second new ball due in 5 overs time. Will they definitely take it?
Yeah. I mean, it just looks like that kind of wicket. Also, they were racing through to get to it. So Ben Foakes' average in from 0 to 25 runs in Test cricket, he averages 28.9, which is just under the global average of 30.38. But between the score of 26 and 50, he averages 32, whereas the rest of the batters in the world average 38. So he's getting himself in at roughly the rate of any top order player in the world. And for number 7, that's pretty handy, that number, but just not going on once he's out there. So he's getting the partnerships, but not the big scores.
Yeah, but sometimes stats can be misleading, but you don't know what's happening at the other end. Batting at number 7, you have got to play sometimes 2, 3, 4 possibly different ways when you've got tail enders in or you're batting with a Joe Root.
Hartley readies himself. He's outside his crease, really wide batting stance as Hartley drops the ball down into the offside, no run.
You're right, but he's doing the hard job.
Yeah.
And he's not quite cashing in, as half of our studio falls apart. He's doing the hard job and he's not quite cashing in, even if he is batting with the tail or not. Like Jadeja wouldn't have a record like that. Jadeja would have a much better average in that second bit. So it's something
going through the gears.
Yeah, it's probably someone who's not a specialist batter when they were young, perhaps not as used to that. I don't know.
One thing, he's put a little gem of an innings.
Well, he's played 2 gems.
Yeah.
One with Ollie Pope in the first test, and
one
here with Joe Root in the fourth. As Hartley edges just short of second slip, the ball will race away to the boundary for 4. I think it died on Shubman Gill. No, it's Jaswal at second slip. That was a genuine edge for 4.
Yeah, good bowling. You know, I thought earlier that they'd try and get Root off the strike so that they could give Siraj an over at Hartley. This time he finally gets him around the wicket. But soft hands from Hartley, to be fair, and that falls short of slip. Just a length ball outside off stump, maybe faded away a little bit in the air. Not the reverse swing we saw when Foakes was out.
So who will take the new ball then, the second new ball? Obviously Akash Deep will bowl at one end.
Probably go with Deep, and will it be go with Jadeja?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, Ashwin's more comfortable with a newer ball, but Jadeja I think's been more dangerous.
Hartley sets himself up and he's bowled! Mohammad Siraj gets one to come into the left-handed Hartley, and off stump spin knocked back. Hartley goes for 13. England lose their 7th, and that was an absolute peach of a delivery from Siraj, who picks up his 2nd wicket of the day.
Never mind the second new ball. Mohammad Siraj is saying, we're not going to get there, I'm going to bowl them out and not give anybody else the chance. That was an absolute beauty from around the wicket. Tom Hartley's face just says it all. And that's not done a great deal wrong there. Ball's in and around off stump. I've pushed forward at it. And the ball's just left him, clipped the top of the stumps. It's a beauty from Mohammad Siraj. And Ollie Robinson walks out now. England 245 for 7. Joe Root 82 not out. 4.3 overs away from the new ball. So yeah, this is crucial time for England. Can they eke out another 20, 25 more runs? India will be looking and thinking, right, do we really, not so much do we want the second new ball, can we get England all out before they get there?
Well, that was an absolute beaut of a delivery from Siraj, wasn't it? And it's going to be tricky for Robinson. I suppose now, if you're going to start reverse scooping, I think everybody will agree that now's the time to do it if you're Joe Root.
Yeah, no, I think Robinson can bat.
I thought you meant Robinson.
Yeah, Robinson possibly.
He can do it as well.
I really hope he doesn't, because I think we need his body to stay intact for him bowling. And if he starts reversing, sweeping it and going down on one knee, then something might fall to bits in his body. But no, I think from a Root point of view, I still think Root carries on playing the way he does. I think once he gets Bashir and Anderson in, then I think you might see Joe go for the more expansive shots. But at this minute in time with Ollie Robinson, I think Ollie Robinson can hold a bat. There's no real short ball in the equation, so I think from that point of view, he's not the worst batter as Ollie Robinson. I think his first-class record is obviously better than his test record. I think he can hold a bat and he can score runs. But he has to hang around there for Joe Root. And Joe Root is the key now, Ken. If Joe Root can turn this 82 with the 3 wickets that's left into 110, then that takes England closer and closer to that 300 mark, which would be a very, very good score in the first innings on this surface.
It's interesting from a tactical point of view. I don't think you'd make this change, Harmy, but from a tactical point of view, when the ball was reversing, it probably made more sense to have Robinson in with his low back lift.
Yeah.
And then when the ball stops reversing, or when the new ball comes, that's when Hartley comes in.
Robinson to face his first delivery, and he's late to get the back jab down. Siraj thinks that possibly the ball has hit the pad before hitting the bat. India do not have any reviews though.
That said, that's exactly what he did there, and it almost bowled him anyway.
Almost bowled him, yeah. I think Hartley's right. You're right to bring Hartley in at number 8. I think Hartley's a proper batter, where I think Ollie Robinson's a good tail ender. He is a good, Ashley Giles. Ashley Giles was a proper batter when it comes from a bowler's point of view.
Robinson's a little more hoggard.
Yeah, he's a little bit more. Yeah, he's better than me. Probably a better Goughy, should we say? I would say the next level up of tail enders, where I think Hartley's more like Giles, can bat properly.
Second ball, and it's a full toss driven and fielded from his bowling by Siraj. Didn't quite get that one right. Sun comes out. England 245 for 7 here on talkSPORT 2.
Yeah, I don't think you'd ever make the change, although in baseball they'll do all sorts of things. I just more meant from the game situation, you get 10 overs out of Ollie Robinson blocking it, and hopefully doesn't get bowled or LBW from the ball, and then Hartley could come out against the new ball, hit a couple of boundaries quickly. Yep, but Siraj is bowling beautifully here again. I thought he bowled well against Root in that last over. Trying to get it to swing very full. At these spells today, he's gone for 6.7 runs, 8 runs, and 1.6. He basically needs it to reverse, doesn't he?
Here is Siraj. This is a length delivery, and Robinson will get off the mark with a nicely played clip through mid-wicket. 2 fielders there, bisects them, and it means that he will face the first ball of the 77th over, 2-4-6 to 7. And I'm not sure India will be too bothered by that.
That's what I was about to say. They had 2 short mid-wickets. He picked the gap, and then suddenly Robinson realised there was a single on offer. They'd be massively happy with that, India, because they weren't even looking for that as an option. So probably with Robinson in, you give the ball to Jadeja or Kuldeep now.
Yeah, you still need runs. You still want to keep that scoreboard ticking over. And England going into the negative mindset. Robinson can bat. I still think England has still got to be thinking be positive from getting runs on the board, as opposed to just completely stopping the game. Then all of a sudden Joe Root not get on strike, and India go bang bang bang, and England all out for 250.
It is Jadeja. He's taken 1 for 44 from his 23 overs, and he is in bowling to Ollie Robinson, who is forward defending. 1 slip in place. Kind of fielders coming in, trying to prevent the ones. As again, he's forward defending. Jadeja bowling round the wicket to the right-handed Ollie Robinson. Shubman Gill at cover. Sarfraz Khan close to the bat on the offside. He plays back, and it's Khan who fields. Can England get up to, 275? Certainly would have taken it when they were 112 for 5. Jadeja against a full toss, and Robinson, no timing, but he will pick up 4 through mid-wicket.
Should be 6, I was going to say, yeah, is it no ball?
That was proper club cricket.
From everyone.
It was so badly played by Robert, and not his fault. You're not expecting Jadeja of all people to bowl a nipple high, belly button high, full toss, and he wasn't ready to play that shot at all. Oh, Rohit not happy.
Little apology from Jadeja. We'll try this again as Robinson plays this late, dabs this down to backward point where there's no run. 251 for 7, England. Joe Root at the other end, leaning on his bat. He's 82 not out. Really have an opportunity to reach 3 figures. Flatter from Jadeja, and Robinson has a little stroll towards square leg, seemingly unflustered on his return to the England side. He's had a spell on the sidelines. 5 not out as he faces Jadeja, and this is on the pads and clipped to mid-wicket. No run. And drinks, gentlemen. Jarrod, Kimber and Steve Harmison alongside me. John Norman in the commentary box. This has been a brilliant day's cricket.
No, it definitely has. It's, just the steam going out of the ball weirdly has made the game a little bit more tense. Where early on we had that sort of Baz ball session of England scoring quite quickly but losing a lot of wickets. And then, I don't know, we had the opposite of that where suddenly it was all about attrition and getting the ball soft and India rushing through their overs. And now, again, 251 for 7. England have won the toss. England are a chance of winning this game. India are a chance of winning this game. It's exactly where you want it at tea on the first day, plus lots of wickets, which is fun for us, Army.
It's always fun when there's wickets. Low-scoring games are always better to watch than the big high-scoring affairs, but there's also, you top your hat when class shines through, and I think Joe Root being there, 82 not out, showing his class in this innings. When carnage was going around him first thing this morning and then built the partnership this afternoon, I'm intrigued to see how the second new ball goes. I think we're going to get it now. The second new ball in 3 overs, and then you'll get an indication of, is it being a minefield wicket for the first hour and a half, 2 hours, or is it a new ball wicket where every time there's a new ball on there, you've got to make it count, and then you've got to see if utilise the danger that's in that. So there's an intriguing next 45 minutes to come, because England have got 3 overs to get to that second new ball. Hopefully Root and Robinson will still be there, and then if England can get pushing it towards 300, I actually think if England can amazingly get 300, so I think that's a fantastic score on this surface.
Apologies if you've mentioned this, Jarrod, but there have been 85 50-run stands in the Bazball era, and that Root and Foakes partnership was at 2.59 runs per over, the lowest.
I did mention it. I think the second lowest is also Root and Foakes, which was 3 runs and over in the first game of Bazball before. I don't know, Bazball was fully turned on in that first innings, I think. So yeah, no, it's happened a couple of times so far.
Right then, 251 for 7, 3 overs away from the second new ball. Going to see some changing in the commentary box. All change, actually. You're listening to talkSPORT 2. We've got football coming your way later today. England ladies against Australia ladies in TS2. That's at 7:45. 8 o'clock on talkSPORT. Leeds against Leicester. That's the top 2 in the championship. Massive, massive game there. To talk to you about how QPR season's gone will be Alex Tudor. Barnsley will be covered by Gough, and Notts County might get mentioned by Macca, who is next in the commentary box.
Mine's going to be brief. We've not been very good. Gough, Barnsley?
Yeah, doing well, mate. Yep. Doing well, rounding about. Blackpool last away game at season, fancy dress, be awesome.
Right then, hour to go. Actually, it may not be an hour because there's only 13 overs. 3 away from the new ball. England 251 for 7. Mohammad Siraj is starting in once again. And Joe Root will take a big stride forward and play it defensively out on the offside and continues on his merry way.
I think that's what's been impressive about Joe Root today for me, is he's been positive with his footwork. When the ball's been pitched up, he's got really and lent into the ball, and then off the spinners, when he's had to go back, he's got deep in his crease and he's played with a straight bat. He knows the ball's going to keep low, no cross bat shots except for a little cheeky reverse when he's on face, what is it, Chi? 190 balls or 220 balls?
Yeah, he's faced a lot, hasn't he?
In goes at Siraj, inside half of Joe Root's bat, and we'll take it up to Jadeja at shortish mid-on, and there's no run.
And even though he hadn't scored a lot of runs up to this point, Goughy, I don't think his game was in much of a problem. He was just getting out, really, wasn't he? He was just getting out. It wasn't like, oh, he was falling over or, you know, his feet weren't moving properly. He was just getting out. So there was always a time where Joe Root's going to get you because he's a world-class player. You named a few lads. You named Kane Williamson. You named Virat. He is there. He's in that group. There's 3 of them. Steve Smith may say something about that, but obviously there's 4 of them.
Joe Root waits for Siraj, who bowls up a full toss outside of off stump. Root hits it out to deep cover. They will take 1 and only 1. Root goes to 83. England 252 for 7.
You could put Babar Azam in there as well, T. Let's not forget him.
Yeah, he's serious boy. So my good friends are going to be on the phone if I don't name Barber. I mean, look, listen, Barber's a serious player. All right, let's go 5. There's 5 world-class players. There's good players. There's your Rowitts and Giles Swar and all these players. They're very good players. But for me, that's the 5. That's the elite 5. They've done it all around the world.
You've got a feeling that Jaiswal's going to be there or thereabouts for a good few years to come. He looks the absolute business. It's been a privilege to watch him bat so far. In comes Siraj, the ball to Ollie Robinson. Plays it well, completely in control. Dabs it down to deep backward point. It wasn't picked up quickly, and you just heard Joe Root there through the stump mic going Ollie, Ollie, as if to say we could potentially come back for a second. They don't. 253 for 7.
I thought you were going to say oi, oi, oi there.
Well, it's the Six Nations weekend, you know, the Welsh. God, oh no, the moment's gone now. We can't recreate that. Well, it's been a hugely eventful day's cricket so far. We're 77 overs in as Joe Root gets a big stride into this one. Well fielded at mid-off. Takes the pace off of it, does Patidar, and then has to turn around, look where the ball is, regather himself, and they will take a couple. 255 for 7.
No, what he thought there, Macca, which was funny, is but he actually thought the ball was his glasses. Watch. I know we're watching the TV, you can't see this who listen on radio obviously, but watch. He thought his glasses were the ball.
So his glasses fall off the top of his cap and he's scrabbling around going, where is it, where is it? Here's something. He goes, there it, no, hang on, no, that's my sunglasses. Where's the ball? Final ball of the over then. Siraj in once again, and Joe Root's clipping this to mid-on. They're going to take a quick single, and if that throw hits the stumps, I'm not sure Joe Root's in the frame. Well, the single is completed. 78 overs are in the book. We're 2 away from the new ball being available. Root is 86 not out from 202 balls. Robinson 6 not out, 256 for 7. But all eyes are going to go on that replay because I'm not sure Joe Root is beating that throw.
Not too sure, but that's poor from India. You should know that what Joe Root's thinking. 5th ball, he's going to look to get on strike so he can marshal this lower order. They should be tighter. I think even if it was a direct hit, Macca, I got a feeling he might have just made it, been touch and go, but they got to be on that. Game awareness for me has got to be better. And just to say, my friends did message me if I didn't mention Barber, so apologies. Say more to my boys. All right, he's in that 5.
We might have a slight problem here. Ollie Robinson has just signalled to the dressing room that he wants a painkilling tablet. Now, Ollie Robinson, this is his first-class game of cricket since July. And we know, obviously, that he had the problems with back spasms and all of that kind of stuff. I'm putting 2 and 2 together. I might have 1,005,000. I'm just hoping that this isn't a reoccurrence or something.
Well, he's had more rounds of golf than he's bowled overs, hasn't he, over the last 6 months. So yeah, difficult. He looks pretty fit though, Ollie Robinson. I'll give him that. He's worked hard on his fitness. I think he had that kick up the backside, didn't he? And I think all of them, credit to the training group with England, the backroom staff, they've got the players in tip-top shape. I saw Harry Brook the other day. He's looking trim as well, by the way. Amazing. Some of the shapes some of the guys are in. So some credit there to the team.
I think this was always going to be the issue, wasn't it, Macca, with Ollie Robinson playing? Was he's not played for a long time. How much bowling has he done? As I said, you can bowl as much as you want in the nets, in the middle, but game situation, playing it in India was always going to be difficult. Can he bowl second, third, full spell if needed? As you say, hopefully it's not too serious.
Well, 2 members of the medical staff have gone out there to have a chat with him. He's taken the tablets. So let's hope it's done what it's, or going to do what it needs to do.
Well, the magic, them things. When I played, sometimes. But his body should be fresh, you know. Not played for such a long time. Might bowl a few overs in the nets, but when you're playing every single day, hard ground, hitting that ground at 7 times your body weight, goes through that front foot.
Right. We were about to get going, and then Joe Root backed away as Jadeja was about to start. Well, I was about to say his run up, but it's only 3 or 4 paces, but you know what I mean. Right, here we go then. Jadeja left arm around, roundabout off stump. Joe Root plays defensively back down the pitch, no run.
Solid that. Love seeing that. Joe Root, full stretch, solid, showing the full stickers on that bat.
It's the old-fashioned barn door job, that, and he's doing it again as Jadeja is around the wicket.
In front of the pad as well. Old school 60s cricket, that. Get it out in front of the pad. Get it out there. No back pad.
That's how Lara used to play it. Great BC.
Jadeja a little bit wider. Invites Root to play the square push, and he'll get a single out to Crawley, who's the deep square fielder on the offside. Single taken. Root goes to 87. 257 for 7.
Well, we had Doug Paget, Yorkshire coach, legend, played for England as well, and he used to teach all the players coming through, always, he played on uncovered pitches, bat in front of the pad, not together.
Jadeja down the leg side. Robinson's trying to just turn this away, but finds Siraj at short fine, no run.
Yeah, so Gary mentioned it as well. I've been lucky enough to, and he always talked about, you know, getting that bat out in front.
Jadeja again inside half of Ollie Robinson's bat as his left arm around, down to short fine leg, no run.
I remember Jimmy Adams when he went to India and he got all those runs, and they called him Jimmy Paddams because he was just padding up all the time, wasn't he? Obviously he didn't have DRS back then, because I reckon he would have been back.
Jadeja goes full to finish the over. Robinson clips to mid-on, no run. So 79 gone, 1 more till the new ball becomes available. 257 for 7. Interestingly, Rohit Sharma was just off the field for that over. So I wonder if there's a little conversation with the coach about new ball and what the approach is. Well, we'll find out in 6 deliveries time here on talkSPORT 2 England. 257 for 7. Joe Root 87 not out. Ollie Robinson 6 not out.
You've got to take the new ball, but on that Jimmy Adams one, you're right, he wouldn't have got a run. If they were doing it now with the DRS, you wouldn't be able to play like that. So simple as that, and that's where it's changed. And that's why I always say about spin bowlers, great spin bowler. John Embury, if he would have played in the last 15 years, imagine how many test wickets he would have got.
Don't worry, he tells us.
Well, he would have done, but he would have. Anybody
us.
with any sort of brain would say the way he bowled, he got LBWs never got given them.
Siraj is going to bowl. Joe Root is taking this one off leg stump, turning it down to Kuldeep at fine leg, and a single is taken. We've just seen Akash Deep, by the way, starting his loosening up. So there's your answer, 258 for 7.
On the Embury, I don't know how many tests he played, but I would say around 80, and he probably got about 140 odd test wickets, right? It would have been, again, double.
Robinson waits for Siraj. Now they're going to station 1 slip and 2 catching straight short mid-wickets for the clip off the toes for Robinson. Siraj goes in, but actually bowls a short ball. Doesn't get up massively high. Robinson ducks underneath it no run. Is that the first genuine short ball of the match? In the first over, Crawley got hit on the gloves, but that was a ball that leapt off a length. That one was actually dug in.
I don't think we've seen a lot throughout the series. I remember when I said, I think in the second test, I said, is that the first bouncer of the game? And I think Jimmy Anderson had ball one, and I think Joe Root had ball one, and that was it.
I mean, Mark Wood in Rajkot did go basically a spell of hammering it in short, which was pretty soul-destroying for him, actually, but we haven't seen that many, but that was a genuinely short one. Right, does it follow now with the toe crusher? In goes Siraj. Well, he's hunting towards the off stump, but Robinson is solidly forward, pushing it back on the offside. No run. 3 balls the over gone.
Yeah, that's well bowled. Obviously the bounce is just to try and get the lower order batsman's feet not moving. It didn't really move that far, really. All it did was shuffle to middle and then shuffle a little bit to the leg, but his bat was broad. But he didn't have that foot movement. That's when Siraj sort of went up thinking, should have deserved better.
That is purely hand-eye coordination, that one, isn't it? That is purely trusting yourself.
Guesswork.
Or it's guesswork. Fourth ball of the over. Siraj is on the way, past the umpire. It's a nice looking shot from Robinson, just easily plays it up to mid-off. No run, 2 balls of the over to go until the new ball is available.
That's where we like it. Us lower order players and all-rounders. Pitched up, nice drive length, gives you the opportunity to smash it as hard as you can through the offside. Once it starts going on length, that's when the guesswork comes into play from us lower order players.
Siraj is actually swinging it more in this spell than he has throughout the game so far, and it's still not massive swing, but Siraj is in, and Robinson from the crease is trying to force off the back foot, doesn't really time it, it's fielded at points. No run, 1 ball left of the over to go.
I think, to be honest, if I were going in at this point, if I was Ollie Robinson now, I'd prefer to be facing this than I would be a new ball on here, knowing it could go up and down. That'll be the test for him. When you've got Akash, who's got 3 wickets now on his debut, and Siraj, has he got a couple more in with the new ball? I would. I mean, you wouldn't get the ball out of my hand, would you, if your new ball was due on here? And he's got a nice little rhythm going now. I'd give him a couple with the new ball, with Akash, and see where we go, and then go back to the spin if you have to.
Right, what looks like it's going to be the final ball, or the final delivery with this ball. Siraj sets off, delivers it right arm over, and Ollie Robinson just pushes into the offside. They're going to take 1. Can they come back for a second? Yes, they will, comfortably enough. 2 runs taken. So, 260 for 7, England, after 80 overs. Robinson's got 8 from 19. Joe Root, 88 not out from 206. And all eyes are on the umpire, just waiting for the signal to be made that the new ball will be taken, because we're all expecting India to take it absolutely straight away, bearing in mind what it did earlier. England 47 without loss, became 57 for 3 in the spell of 2 overs and 3 balls. By lunch they're 112 for 5, 24 overs and 1 ball in the morning play. The afternoon session saw a brilliant one from an England point of view, 86 without loss in basically 37 overs worth of bowling. That was 198 for 5 at tea. They're now 260 for 7, and Jadeja is continuing with the old ball. So maybe it's going to be Siraj to be replaced by Akash Deep. So we'll see, but Joe Root takes a single off the first ball of the over, and Ollie Robinson is now on strike. 261 for 7. Jadeja around the wicket. Robinson playing defensively. Oh, Sarfaraz has just gone straight through his hands and through his legs. At short point. There's no run taken though. So we're into the final 10 overs of the day. Jadeja goes in and bowls an absolute beauty. Is that pad first? Is there any bat in it? Not out, says Kumar Dharmasena. We've seen Jadeja go up really excitedly throughout the day, but India don't have any reviews left. They've burnt all 3. Now all eyes on the replay. It pitches, straightens. That was bat, wasn't it?
I was thinking,
I think he's edged it through to the keeper.
Yeah.
He's edged it.
It's a drop.
And Jarrod, it hits him on the thigh. His gloves are nowhere near it. So Rohit's now going up to have a conversation with the umpire. I don't know what about. Just half listening. I'm half listening to the stump mic to see if we can pick up any part of the conversation, but I don't know what the captain can be talking to the umpire about there. Jadeja's got ball back in hands. Robinson pushes to Sarfraz under the helmet. No run.
I heard one thing as it sounded like it. That was the one I heard, and that was Rohit shouting to the umpire, so he'd have said bat.
Jadeja in, brings Robinson forward, pushing into the offside. No run. Well, they're also... Come back to that in a moment. Jadeja bowls, that one turns, stays down a bit on Robinson. He plays out on the offside. No run. They've also just shown a replay where Jadeja, in trying to go after the ball, then ran straight down the middle of the pitch. And you remember from the last Test match, they got penalised 5 penalty runs for running down the pitch too often. That's not a fact here at the moment. And it looks like we're going to get the new ball pretty soon, because Akash Deep has just handed his cap to the umpire. 81 overs gone, England 261 for 7.
I'm surprised they've not had let Siraj have a go with a new ball. Replaced him, unless he's going to have a go at the other end, but that wouldn't really make sense when he's in a nice little rhythm. That's the best he's bowled in the match so far. His best spell of bowling. Got a little bit of swing with the old ball, reverse swing, and it would have been a good idea probably to give him a couple of ball overs with a new ball, but they've gone for Akash Deep. He's picked up 3 wickets so far, bowled really, really well actually. His first spell with the new ball was fantastic. And he's got a great opportunity here to clean up the tail on debut and finish with 5.
Yeah, he's been impressive. I've been impressed with his pace. I think he's quicker than you sort of think when you see him running. Bowls a good length, hard length. Always looks like he's attacking the stumps with his slight angle, coming back into the right-hander away from the left-hander. And it's a good debut, 3 for 47 or 13. As you say, Gough looking for that 2 to get a fifer.
2 slips in place. Short catching mid-wicket. This is still with the old ball, so they might give him a couple of deliveries just to loosen up. He goes in, Akash, right arm over, and Jarrod very solidly forward, pushing to mid-on, no run. Okay, we've all stopped talking, and I'll explain why in a minute.
Absolute.
But you've just heard a death rattle from the TV. That is because they have shown, I've just put the technology on, they don't believe it was an edge from Ollie Robinson. In goes Akash Deep, it's down the leg side. Joe Root helps it on its way, and it'll be 4 runs. Joe Root goes into the 90s, 93 not out. England 265 for 7. But yeah, just to finish that off, Ollie Robinson, according to the technology, didn't get a touch on it. It was pad, and it was clattering into the stumps if it had gone to the technology for the DRS, but India don't have any reviews left.
All I'm going to say is, thank God Harmy's not in there. Harmy'd be going off Dartmouth like again, wouldn't he?
He was dead, wasn't it? Middle and off. He was hitting, knocking the poles out.
Akash Deep in once again with the old ball. Root turns round the corner through square leg. It'll be hauled in about 5 metres inside the square leg boundary. 2 more to the total, 2 more to Joe Root. He goes to 95.
Well, the only thing, Gough, that we felt that saved him is that we thought he nicked it. But he's missed it. Absolutely missed it. He's absolutely... It's plum. It's literally plum. Keep Harmy out of it. Keep Harmy out of it, honestly.
It's been a tough day for the umpires so far today, it has to be said. 267 for 7. There's been a lot happening. Root 95 not out. In goes Akash. He's down the leg side. Root's missed out on one there. He doesn't get anything on it, and Jarrod takes it going down the leg side.
He probably can't believe, Joe Root, the answer to the new ball. He's in the 90s. In the 90s, we've seen a little bit of uneven bounce to the new ball, hard ball. We've been waiting for this opportunity. And they've given him 6 runs here with the old ball.
Yeah, I thought Akash might have 1, maybe 2 to get fully properly loose, but then he'd have the new ball in his hand. We're now 4 balls into this over. Well, there's that thing about the new ball going away quicker. Root's 95 not out, gets a ball leg stumpish, he turns it into the leg side, it's fielded at mid-wicket and there's no run.
It used to be generally, well, Gough would know because he bowled with the new ball. Your skipper might say, look, you got 1 delivery with this older ball, and I guarantee Goughy's asking for that new ball. But nothing in cricket these days, really. You try and make sense of things, and they have their own ideas. Sometimes it doesn't make sense to us old pros, but there you go, we just move on.
So final ball of the 82nd over then, and Akash goes in and bowls. He's fairly wide on the crease, turning it in or putting it into the pads of Root, clips towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. So Ollie Robinson will be on strike for the first ball of the 83rd over. It's 267 for 7. Root is 95 not out. Robinson is 8. Some more thoughts from the boys, and John Norman will take up commentary.
Yeah, 267 for 7. I think England still, what I've seen in this pitch, I think they're in a decent position. You never know until you see India bat on it. They're used to these conditions more than England. We saw in the last Test match they were totally dominant with the bat. But there's another important partnership here between Robinson and Root. 22 of 40 deliveries. Jadeja 1 for 51 of 26. A lot of overs, not much success, just the 1 wicket. Probably should have had a wicket the last over.
And it is Jadeja. Draws Robinson forward. Yeah, for all of the angry scenes at the culmination of the 3rd Test match. Jeff Crow, the match referee. Brendan McCullum and Ben Stokes heading up there for a chat. Forward again is Robinson, no run, defended to cover.
Lovely.
Brendan and Ben might be back with a bunch of flowers tonight. 267 for 7 then. We've had 82.2 overs today. Second new ball has not been taken. We're going to get our allocation in. Touch Fuller, and that is driven by Robinson. Not a million of miles away from Ravichandran Ashwin at mid-on, but far enough away for the ball to scoot to the boundary after a couple of bounces and away for 4.
Yeah, he just got the length that he was looking for. It was a little bit full. Didn't get the connection he would like, but it was straight down the ground, sort of straight off mid-on, long on.
Beaten this time, Robinson, past the outside edge of the bat. Here's a little stroll to square leg. He'll come back again and reset. Seen that happen a couple of times today. The ball turning from an off-stump line, or even straighter on some occasions, as he draws Robinson forward again to Jadeja. 271 for 7. England wouldn't have dared dream of such riches when they're 112 for 5 at the lunch break. Jadeja again. This is comfortably dealt with by Robinson. A touch faster from Jadeja. No turn. And Robinson sees off another over. Alex Tudor and Darren Gough alongside me in the talkSPORT 2 commentary box.
Yeah, another good over from Jadeja, but a solid 4 off it. Ollie Robinson. Wouldn't quite call it a drive. I get where you're coming from, but it was kind of a slog drive, wasn't it? We're going to be nice and polite. But got enough on it to beat the fielder and run away for 4. Another 4 to the partnership, now on to 26. Still surprised they not took this new ball. We saw it this morning. Up and down. Two-paced.
Are they leaving themselves another go with it tomorrow morning, do you think? 4 overs tonight and then fresh burst tomorrow. Akash Deep is back on the pads of Root. He's forward. He'll clip this away. Backward and square on the leg side. Certainly one as Kuldeep Yadav runs round on the boundary. And Root comes back for 2. He moves to 97. The score 273 for 7.
I think they're on this wicket though, John. I think all the runs are crucial. So I just think, you know, just take the new ball. Just take it. Try and get these 3 wickets as quick as you can. sometimes when you overthink it, you know, the game can get away from you. Not that, you know, England won 273, but on this wicket, it's not going to get any easier.
Certainly in a low-scoring game, it does seem a little bit strange, doesn't it, to hedge your bets. One wide-ish first slip in position as Root is trapped in front. There's a shake of the head, though, from Rod Tucker. This is pitched up wide of the crease from Akash Deep, who's looking around, but there's no reviews left. India have already burnt 2 on Joe Root when he was on naught and 16. And this one, I think, would have been going down as well.
Yeah, I think everything from Akash is going into the right-hander. I don't think he's got the skill at the moment to make it go the other way. So even with the new ball, everything kind of nipped back. So with the old ball now, you've got to call it a little bit of reverse as well. It's exaggerated, that movement. And that's why Joe's looking to play him through the leg side nearly every single ball. Unless he bowls a real wide half volley, he's looking to it to mid-on and mid-wicket.
Root 97 not out here on talkSPORT 2 as Akash Deep on debut is in, and Root does get bat on ball and plays this to mid-on for no run. We're just going to have a look at ball tracking and clearly missing leg stump, so I'm not sure even India would have chased that one.
Wouldn't have hit another set.
The funny thing is, Shubman Gill came in hands on hips thinking, oh, what's going on? You'll then burn all your reviews.
Well, in fairness, they've had a lot of LBW shouts turned down, haven't they? They successfully overturned the leg before wicket on Ollie Pope and again on Johnny Bairstow. We'll probably feel aggrieved about the couple of others. Certainly Ollie Robinson a couple of overs back as Joe Root comes back for a second. He runs the first one so hard as he clips the ball again to the leg side, backward of square. And he's back on strike. 2 balls left of Akash Deep's over. And Joe Root is on 99 not out.
It's been cast so far. The Joe Root that we know and love. Doing what he does. Accumulation of runs. It's been an exhibition, John.
I wonder whether Michael Vaughan and some of those who were pretty critical of Joe Root's display in the 3rd test might be feeling there's some validation here, or vindication, because it has been a classical innings from Joe Root, who's 99 not out, but he won't reach 100 to that delivery as he props forward and pops the ball out to the offside, no run.
Did text him 3 days ago, I said big one's coming this test match, feel it. Said it on talkSPORT yesterday, I just did. When you got somebody of high quality, batting first I think is important as well, where he's not bowled any overs. He's been able to concentrate on the build-up to his batting because he's bowled plenty of overs. You don't need to practice his bowling. He's been able to concentrate on his batting. First day, win the toss, bat is in, and it's a truly magnificent innings so far. 99 of 218 deliveries.
The debutant, Akash Deep, who took the first 3 wickets to 4 on debut, is in past the umpire, and it's driven, punched down the ground by Joe Root, past the mid-off, all along the ground to the boundary. Minimum of fuss as Root takes the helmet off, kisses the crest on top of it, raises his bat up to his skipper Stokes, who's on his feet. He takes applause from Robinson, turns to the crowd, who are also on their feet. The trumpeters on the go. Joe Root reaches 100, and England now 279 for 7.
Absolute world class from England's world class player. There's a matter of time, as Gough said, world class players don't go through a series not scoring runs. Very rare. But the way he went about it, he knew, I think it was the wicket that allowed him to bat the way that he has. You know, as I said, your name is on one on this wicket, and he's just gone and played the right way for me. Ball on its merit, accumulation, singles, hitting the bad ball to the boundary, but just manoeuvring the ball around the field. It's been an absolute exhibition and so important in this innings.
I wonder what Jasprit Bumrah is thinking, watching on from wherever he is right now, resting up after 3 explosive tests. Where, of course, He seemed to have Joe Root's badge, but there's no Bumrah in Ranchi, but Joe Root is still there, and boy, are England relieved, because they were in all sorts of trouble when they walked in at lunch. Stokes out to the last ball of the session. It's Kuldeep Yadav for in, and this keeps low. Robinson gets the bat down on the ball, and the ball squirts out to backward point. Welcome to our listeners on talkSPORT. The news from Ranchi is that Joe Root is a centurion once more. He has gone past 100 in the most sumptuous of styles. Full ball driven to the long off boundary, and he's done more than any as Robinson is forward and playing this ball back to Kuldeep Yadav to resuscitate England's chances in this series. 2-1 down with 2 to play. No room for error. Big moment in the game when Ben Stokes called correctly, decided to bat, but England's innings was all over the place at lunch. 112 for 5 as Kuldeep Yadav gets the ball to snake past the outside edge of Ollie Robinson's bat. Root was there at lunch and he was still there at tea. 198 for 5 England. Their first wicketless session of the series, with bat in hand that is. And now he finds himself close to stumps as Robinson plays back to a ball that does keep low. He'll definitely take one to mid-wicket. Siraj with a fine, actually it was a wild throw in the end. Possibly was 2 there, but Root will see off the over. And it's Root who's still there with 5 overs remaining in the day. And what a day it's been for England here on talkSPORT 2. The first session broadcast on talkSPORT as well. Alongside me in the commentary box, Steve Harmison and Jarrod Kimber, as Kuldeep Yadav is in. This is down the leg side, and Root will possibly feel like he's missed out, but a player you know so well, personally and professionally, Harmy.
Yeah, never write a great off. Never write a great off. He was being, quiet throughout this series, but he always knew he was due. That's his 10th 100 in against India, more than any other player in the history of the game.
Tossed up and clipped to short mid-wicket to bring an end to the over. Over number 85 for the day. England 280 for 7.
I was saying on the following on during the week with Neil Manthorp, we were talking about the way he plays, the way he bats, and some of the decision making, the execution that he had. And who are we to question the great Joe Root? He's got 11,500 Test match runs. He's made a few mistakes in this series. Bumrah, I think, has bowled well to him and contributed in the early Test matches, and it's not his fault that he hasn't been. He's been rested, but from this, the moment he sort of set his stall out this morning, there was very few sweeps, very few big shots down the ground or cross-batted shots in aggression. It's always been working around. He's give Rohit Sharma and the bowlers a little bit of a run around. In that middle session, fair play to Ben Foakes, who partnered him very, very well. Hartley and Robinson have helped, but it's been a magnificent century from Joe Root, number 20, was it 31 of his career. Fantastic by the England great.
Akash Deep, length delivery. Robinson likes it there, tucks it away on his hip. Good diving stop actually from Kuldeep Yadav, running around from the back of the square on the leg side, but can't prevent Robinson from coming back for a second. Baz ball or nothing. That's what it said in the Times, promoting our coverage, but actually there is another way, isn't there, Jarrod?
Well, I think they're still baz-balled this morning, and obviously Hartley was prepared to play some big shots as well, so they're using it the way they should use it, right? When they need to step on the accelerator, they do, and when they need to put it in neutral and let it drift. Do you do that? I don't know if you really do that.
Depends what kind of car you got, I think. Robinson 15 not out, and this goes down the leg side, and Akash Deep's not quite got his line right with this second go. Well, it's not his second spell, it must be at least his third spell.
No, he's had 4 spells so far, and it's, they're getting tired. It's on his debut, the emotions of that, that first spell, which was an excellent first spell of bowling, got a wicket with a no ball, and then blew England's top order away. But talking about Bazball for me is when it gets reckless and you're careless, it can hinder. But I think McCullum and Stokes are trying to get the best version of the individual, of themselves, and this is definitely the best version of Joe Root.
There's a leg gully in place now for Akash Deep, who then fires the ball full and wide outside off stump. And leg gully actually took a little movement to the left, took a couple of steps to the left while the bowler was running in.
Yeah, I think Ollie Robinson took a little movement backwards as well, because I think he's eggs in one basket thinking this is going to be a short ball, and then got double bluffed, did the bowler. Tried to pitch it up and went for the stumps. I think if he got it straight at the stumps, he might have got it through Ollie Robinson.
Akash Deep with 3 wickets this morning inside the opening hour of the game, as the outside portion of the bat is brought into play by Robinson, playing forward with bat well in front of body, bounces once before it's fielded at backward point. Akash Deep actually took a wicket of Zach Crawley, his first in international cricket, only to find that he'd overstepped. But he didn't let it put him off.
No, he didn't let him put him off, and he did. It was a big overstep. I just can't understand India's tactics. I really can't. You know, we've had 5.4 overs on a pitch, for me, is a new ball pitch. You know, the most danger that's been so far has been with the new ball. I cannot believe that India have not taken the second new ball.
On the stumps of Robinson, who's threw the shot too early. There's 3 fielders on the leg side, and it just dropped short of one of the catching fielders there. I'm not sure how quickly he bowled that, Akash Deep, but either way, a miss shot from Robinson. He gets away with it. 282 for 7 England.
Yeah, I think when the ball was reversing quite a long way, it made a little bit more sense, Harmy. But you have a look at it now and you think, it's not going all that much for him. Just give him the new ball and see what Robinson makes of that.
Second ball of the day, now he hit Zach Crawley in the chin off a length.
Last ball of the over, and once again Robinson touched too pace, possibly the pitch, or mixing up the speeds is Akash Deep. Either way, a little late on the shot, but successfully negotiated. 4 overs left in the day, and England, who were 112 for 5, are now 282 for 7. And to talk you through the final stages, the former England fast bowler Steve Harmison, Jarrod Kimber and Neil Manthorp.
That is the slowest century for England in the Bazball era. Previous was Ben Foakes against South Africa at Manchester.
I don't care. I really don't care. Oh, I really don't. Honestly, I think Bazball is a lot misunderstood. I think sometimes it's misunderstood by the team as well, when it comes to how they go about it. The one thing is about getting runs on the board, and at the minute I see one of the greats of our game scored an exceptional 100, and England are 282 for 7 on a pitch which has got a lot of demons in it. I can't understand why they've not took the second new ball. You mentioned before, second ball of the morning hit Zach Crawley in the glove above his chin. Third ball of the morning nearly bounced twice to Jarrod behind the stumps. Why are they not taking the second new ball? It really is beyond me.
Just flicks this on the leg side. There's Robinson. Kuldeep Yadav goes out to square leg. And they get one.
You with us, Manners?
You sort out. You just keep pressing the buttons until something works for you.
How about that?
There we go. Wait, are you back?
Well, how peculiar. I turned that microphone on and it obviously didn't work. Here is Kuldeep Yadav, and that keeps very, very low. Ollie Robinson hurries down on it, just chops it out on the offside. When you said you don't care about it being slow, I do. I think it makes it better.
Yeah, makes it better. I just want to be effective, Manners. I want it to be effective. I don't really care how they get the runs, as long as they get enough runs to win the cricket match. That's all I've ever been bothered about. I like when it entertains, it does look good, but it's more effective and confidence building when you do get enough runs to win a game.
Forward comes Robinson now again and pushes it out into the offside. I think context counts for so much when judging performances, team performances, individual performances, hundreds, 5-wicket hauls, the context in which the runs or the wickets or the results have been accumulated, and I think the context of this one. Here's Kuldeep once again. Robinson lunges forward and pushes it out on the offside. And I think given the criticism that Joe Root has endured, much of it I think, too virulent for a man of his stature and achievement, and the context being 2-1 down in the series, and the whole context of Baz ball and fast scoring. Kuldeep in again. Robinson plays back to this one and pushes it out on the offside. And I think the ultimate context obviously will come with the result. Is it going to be an innings that contributes to a win? And my gut feel hasn't changed since that very first over in the morning. I still think this is an above par score, and I think England can somehow nudge their way to another 17 runs and get to 300. I think that would be riches, and it should contribute towards England pressing for a series levelling victory. Slog sweep now from Robinson. He's hit that beautifully. Kuldeep's pitched it up. He's picked the length immediately, has Robinson, and he's launched it away. We know he hits a long cricket ball, and hits a clean cricket ball as well. The trick is picking the right one to hit, and that was it.
Yeah, that was it. That was the right length to hit as well. No real pace on it from Kuldeep. We've spoken many times about his efforts to try and get revs on the ball, to try and get it above the eye line, to get enough dip on it, and he just didn't have enough pace on it. It's in a slot for Ollie Robinson, and he hasn't disappointed. We talked about Ben Foakes playing a gem of an innings, but Ollie Robinson has done that the same. It's not so much the runs he's accumulated. He's batted 45 balls now for a number 9, which has stayed with a partnership with a set batter who's got over 100. You know, this is not only is a fantastic cricket shot, but it's a little gem of an innings, edging closer and closer England towards that 300 mark.
Here is Akash Deep, and right arm over the wicket, turned away off his pads nicely by Root for another single. Just seems to be pulling up a little bit there as he completed that run, Joe Root.
Hitting the hand, I think. He's flexing his finger. I think that last one just hit the bottom part of the glove as it pushed into the leg side. I think he just smartened a little bit.
Well, he's perfectly happy to let Ollie Robinson face the remaining 5 balls of this over. England are 290 for 7. And just a reminder, in case you missed it or you haven't heard, England were 112 for 5 at lunch. Didn't lose a wicket between lunch and tea, as Akash Deep is in once again. Robinson comes forward and plays defensively. Is this the right time to remind listeners and viewers on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel that Ollie Robinson has a first-class 100?
Yeah, first-class 100, averages 20. We've got his stats in front of us, 750s, 100. He's no mug with the bat, Ollie Robinson. He can play.
He got first-class 100 in his first innings, so in his 132 innings since then, not as many. I think Kuldeep has a first-class 100 as well, and I think his was a similar thing. He got one quite early on. Everyone went, oh! And then it never quite...
It's never a good idea to set the bar too high too early.
You've got the wrong commentator in. Gough should have been in here. He got 50. He was the next team, both of them, wasn't he?
Was it Mornay Morkel played 2 back-foot cover drives and everyone went, oh, he could be an all-rounder. He could not be.
By his own admission, Mornay Morkel was the worst player against spin he'd ever seen. And it was him. Here is... Akash Deep once again. Robinson forward, plays defensively, no run.
Does explain how bad he was against spin, that he was watching himself be bad against spin.
Oh, he had disassociated himself. It was an out-of-body experience. It was he was that awkward against spin that he preferred to watch on from a distance when he had to face it. But he did face himself in the indoor school in the ICC Academy in Dubai. After a couple of deliveries, he turned round to the press gallery and said, "I'm pretty quick, aren't I?" He handled the bounce. He handled his own bounce quite well, I recall. Here's Akash Deep again. It's a bouncer down the leg side, and it swings further away down the leg side, and it's very well taken by Dhruv Jurel.
Hell of a thing to put on the tombstone. He handled his own bounce very well. Just leave it there. ...
That was quite well. It was a harmless bouncer.
Harmless bounce with the ball, which is 87. Yeah, 7 overs old. If you're going to bowl that length, you've got to be bowling with a brand new one.
I mean,
I really struggled with this.
Yeah.
You know, to after 80 overs. It was reversing 75 to 80 overs. I get that, but you've seen the damage that the new ball did. I can't understand why India haven't gone with the second new ball.
There are 2 short mid-wickets in though, that's a consolation. That's a bouncer again from Akash Deep, ducks underneath it. Do you know 2 overs ago when you were saying you cannot understand it, I was thinking that I was dredging in the depths of my imagination to come up with a reason, and the reason that I could only come up with was that Akash Deep's on test debut, and he's feeling the pace of the day, and perhaps he wasn't up to taking the new ball, and then he came on with the old ball anyway. So
came on with the old ball.
Went out.
Yeah. Siraj has had a spell. The spin bowlers were probably like the bounce of the newer ball. I've really struggled to understand how and why India have gone down this road.
Well, Rohit Sharma's in his 60th test match. Maybe he needs reminding that the new ball's available after 80 overs. India's deep in again, driven through extra cover. Lovely shot from Ollie Robinson, racing away to the boundary. It is Rohit Sharma in pursuit. The ball will get there first. It's another boundary to Ollie Robinson, whose quarter century is brought up with that shot. And I have to say, they've been 25 very good runs.
A little bit of a throw down that one, but yeah, very good shot from him. I think the last 2 boundaries he's hit, in fact, and a no ball, so we'll not quite the end of the over there. Akash Deep has had that problem all day, but he's been waiting for the ball to be in the right area. There's nothing in this pitch that's bothering him now. The ball's stopped reverse sweeping. It's not, the ball hasn't reverse swept all day, but the ball stopped reverse swinging a lot. It is tailing very, very slightly. But I think at this stage it doesn't really make any sense. It must just be that they think that they want Siraj and Akash to be fresh for tomorrow, would be my only guess, Harmy. It's not an excuse.
Here comes Mukesh. Oh, low full toss, shin high, and it's a gift. It'll only cost a single as Robinson clips it out to Rajat Paditar on the deep square leg boundary. 88 overs gone. England 296 for 7. There was a long, almost animated conversation between Joe Root and Ollie Robinson there. There's only 3 overs to go, just before the start of the previous over, and Joe Root was looking quite earnest. I can only imagine that he was saying, was it the garlic naan you had at room service last night?
It's something that he's had. Whatever he's had, I think he'll be getting it again and again and again. He's looked in nice touches, Ollie Robinson. Good movements. He hasn't gone a million mile forward. He's not been trapped on the crease too much. His hands, he has got very good hands, as Ollie Robinson, as we've seen from that last extra cover drive. Not massive foot movement, but it's been along with Ben Foakes and along with Tom Hartley, these are hugely valuable runs towards a total, which England, I think England are well ahead of the game.
Do you know if England are allowed to have room service, seeing as they're travelling with their own chef?
Yeah, I would have thought so.
That'd be all right. So you don't have to
get somebody to send
chef
it up
only.
Well, I would imagine the chef cooks it and just send the waiter up with it.
Okay. 2 overs to go. It's been a day that England they won't celebrate yet, but it'll be one that I think that they will treasure, having been 112 for 5. Thoughts of them being bowled out for less than 150, and here they are, 4 runs short of 300. Here's Kuldeep Yadav, left arm wrist spin. That one keeps low. Robinson watches it carefully, keeps his eye on it, chips it out on the onside towards mid-wicket, and there's no run straight to the fielder. There's a man at deep mid-wicket and long on, and if Ollie Robinson's going to go for the slog sweep, the penultimate over of the day, then there's a man there to dissuade him. Here is Kuldeep once again, turns quite sharply from outside the off stump into the right-hander's pads. Root's 105, Robinson 26. England are 296 for 7. The other major contributors today, second highest score of 47 from Ben Foakes, 42 from Zach Crawley, and 38 from Johnny Bairstow. Kuldeep once more, forward comes Robinson, pushing it out towards square leg.
It's a small thing, but have you noticed how early Robinson gets ready for each ball? I reckon he was in his crouch then for about 10 seconds before Kuldeep. He's never going to be rushed when he's batting.
No. Yeah, he's working well with the bowlers to make sure that we finish on time.
Might get an extra over. Here's Kuldeep again, very wide of the off stump. That's very well left by Robinson. I know that it was wide, very wide of the off stump, but he could have just stood there, but he had the presence of mind to shuffle across, cover the stumps, and then get the bat and gloves out of harm's way. That was a particularly good leave. Here is Yadav once again. Wrongen, too wide, and Robinson pushes it behind square on the offside, straight to the fielder. 296 for 7.
To be fair to Ollie Robinson, when he gets into some exchanges with batters, Ollie Robinson, who on social media can act a little bit of a clown, he's actually got a very, very good cricket brain. You see him when he bowls, thinks about the game. You've seen him in this innings when he batted 56 balls. He's shown what a very, very intelligent cricketer he is.
Here's Crawley, sharp turner from outside the off stump in towards the pads, but again well watched. It's a very underrated key to successful batting, but lower order bats just watch the ball, and Robinson's doing that very well.
Who's going to make sure that this over goes for exactly 4 minutes?
Ollie Robinson, because he's the sort of person who will go and start a fight. Because he could start a fight in an empty room, could young Ollie. But I think he could go and have a word. One of the players then tell him to hurry up. He then gets into an exchange, and all of a sudden 3.5 minutes is gone, 2 balls left, and England make sure that this is the last over. That's the sort of
for someone who with so much cricketing nous, as you have just explained, he does sometimes go out of his way and does a quite convincing job to disguise himself as a fool.
Yeah, he does, and he's very good at that.
Yeah. Oh, hello, this is something a bit different. This is something very different. This is Yashasvi Jaiswal coming on to bowl the last over of the day from the Amitabh Chowdhury Pavilion end, bowling leg breaks.
Let's see what he bowls first.
The caption says that he bowls
because
leg breaks.
Quite often with TV, it's not their fault. They just look at a first class register and it says a random thing. Let's see what he bowls. He looks like he might bowl leg spin. Wouldn't it be great if he came in and bowled seam up? To the new ball.
To be fair, the way his series has gone, he might just pick a wicket up here. He's got 2 double hundreds. Yeah, he might just pick a wicket up here.
554 runs.
Or it might bounce twice, and could be an absolute disaster for Rohit Sharma.
Okay, well, it's something a bit different, very different. Yashasvi Jaiswal bowling right arm leg spin. Oh, it's a dreadful long hop. What an awful delivery. That's a delivery of a batsman who wasn't expecting to bowl and possibly hasn't bowled since under 16s.
It's the best delivery England could have hoped for at that point, because it's a single.
Joe
and it
Root.
gets Joe Root down to the non-strikers end. So Ollie Robinson's got 5 balls to just get through this day, and it will be England's day.
Here's Jaiswal and bowls another leg spinner. Oh, that's better. Oh, that landed on leg stump and spun a bit too.
No, that was nice. A little bit short, but certainly spun quickly as well. Well, it's leg breaks. They were right on the TV.
And actually, I like that last ball. As you say, slightly short. Here's Jaiswal, and his third delivery is another long hop, and it's pulled away through mid-on for 4. Deserved it, and it brings up the 300 for England. Now we can officially say it's been an outstanding day for the tourists.
Harmy, you can probably have the rest of this over off. I think this is more one for the club cricket guys in Ian Manners. Half tracker from a leg spinner, and the fast bowler about to hit it. And just for a moment, I thought he's going to get caught at mid-on here, isn't he? He's going to hit this straight up in the air, but he got away with that nicely. Did Ollie Robinson, but a horrendous delivery, Manners.
Fair to Ollie Robinson, he played it very, very well. He got over the top of it, hit the ball down. It was an excellent shot.
Here's Jaiswal again, bowls, and that's another wide one, and Robinson now finally has decided to be gentle and just caress that one cautiously out to the sweeper on the cover boundary.
Skip protecting the not out overnight, isn't he? Joe, you can take the last 2 of these absolute grenades.
Robinson now 31 not out. It was a very fine innings. Joe Root's 106, 2 balls to go in the day. Jaiswal into Root, hits on the pad, and Dhruv Jurel, the keeper, asks the question. I don't know what question he was asking, but it couldn't have been for LBW.
That's the appeal that you do when a part-time is on. Just for
you
fun.
land it in a good spot, I think. Yeah, it's like when you say you're playing on a flat wicket, you play and miss, that should be out.
Last ball of the day, England 302 for 7. Jaiswal in and left alone by Joe Root, who finishes the day on a magnificent 106. Ollie Robinson has more than played his part with 31 not out from 60 balls, and England finish day 1 of the 4th Test match in Ranchi on 302 for 7, having slumped to 112 for 5 at lunchtime. It represents a magnificent recovery for the tourists and a particularly special day for Joe Root, whose 31st Test century was the slowest of the Bazball era of any England batsman, but could well be one of the more important. And the session has yielded 104 runs and just 2 wickets. A remarkable turnaround for England. As I said, 112 for 5, half the team gone. Only Joe Root between them and the precipice of disaster and possibly a lost series. And yet Joe Root has produced an absolute masterclass of patience, an innings in which he limited himself to the least vulnerable scoring options. He barely swept a ball, one reverse sweep all day. He kept himself to a diet of straight batted drives, cuts, dabs, and my goodness me, what a brilliant result for England. In a moment will be the Following On podcast, hosted by Andrew McKenna. He'll be with Alex Tudor and Darren Gough. In fact, Joe Root, 106 not out, 302 for 7. Just a very quick word from you, Goughy, as Macca takes over from me, and then you'll be with the day's highlights and the wrap of the day's play with Following On.
Yeah, truly extraordinary day, really. India won that first session, but England have come back, just losing 2 wickets in those last 2 sessions to finish on 302 for 7. Truly magnificent, Joe Root. What an innings. It was due. I think a lot of people know when you have a class player, someone of Joe Root's ability, you know the score's just round the corner. No bowling to worry about. Win the toss. His job was to bat. And bat he did. What a magnificent 100 from Joe Root. And England are in a great position.
Wow, what a first day of this Test match. Let's analyse it all now on Following On.
On DAB+, online, via the talkSPORT app and on your smart speaker. Exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of the 4th Test match, live from Ranchi.
Fielded, oh, there's going to be a run out!
Only on talkSPORT 2.
You're listening to the Following On Daily Podcast. I'm Andrew McKenna alongside the former England bowlers Alex Tudor and Darren Gough to take a look back at the first day of the 4th Test between India and England in Ranchi, with England closing on 302 for 7. We'll be reflecting on a 31st Test match century for Joe Root, discuss just how good a score this is on this wicket, and we'll get reaction from both camps as well. So plenty to come over the next 20 minutes or so as you are listening to Following On. Well, let's take you right back to the start of the day. England winning the toss and batting. And once again, they got off to a decent start. Crawley and Duckett taking England past 40 for the opening wicket before Duckett was out, caught behind up the bowling of Akash for 11. That was 47 for 1. It became 47 for 2 just 2 balls later, as Akash had Ollie Pope LBW. He was coming down the pitch actually, and it was given not out on the LBW appeal. DRS though showed that it was hitting, and therefore the second wicket went down. The third also went to Akash. Crawley bowled for 42. 57 for 3. Akash had actually bowled Crawley earlier on in proceedings, much earlier on in the 4th over of the day when Crawley was on 4, but he'd overstepped. Root and Bairstow at the crease got England back into it. Before Bairstow was LBW to Ashwin for 38. That was 109 for 4. And Ben Stokes out to the final ball of the morning session. Yes, all of this before lunch, as he was LBW to Jadeja to a ball that essentially rolled. He was out for 3, 112 for 5. It hit so low on the pad that Ben Stokes just walked for the LBW shout, laughing by the way as he did so. Foakes joined Root after lunch. He made 47 before he was the 6th man out, caught by Jadeja off the bowling of Siraj and Hartley, but was 7th out with the score on 245. He went for 13, bowled by Siraj. But the highlight of the day, undoubtedly, Joe Root with his 31st Test match century, and it was a truly stunning innings. He finishes the day 106 not out for 226 balls, 9 fours, no sixes. Let's get the thought of Darren Gough and Alex Tudor. Goughy, you obviously know Joe Root very well. Just put some context on that innings for me.
Well, it's truly brilliant, and that's the Joe Root everybody's enjoyed watching over the years. He's a truly magnificent player. He's one of the best players in the world. People questioning his ability and his sense and some of the shots he's been playing. I think if you do look at the stats behind it, under Ben Stokes and McCullum, he's been truly magnificent, whether it be his strike rate, whether it be his average. He's played really, really well. Yes, he's trying to adapt to the playing style. It's not his natural game, but he's such a talented player. He can play it in any way possible. He's got all the shots all around the wicket, Joe. He's not someone who just plays a good hook shot or a good cover drive or a good back foot punch. He plays all around the ground. But today, in these conditions, winning the toss on this pitch, the pitch didn't look a great pitch, let's be honest. And that first hour and a half with the new ball, it was really difficult conditions. And that's why there were 5 down. And he had to dig in, good old Yorkshire spirit, and he showed it. And he's battered all the way through, kept the reverse sweep in the bag, brought it out once to the spin of Ashwin when he came back round the wicket after he'd bowled over the wicket for a while. And he's finished on 106 not out. And England, 302 for 7, have won the last 2 sessions. Brilliant.
Absolutely. Now, Alex Tudor, Goughy's just made the point there about the conditions. There's going to be a lot of people who haven't seen the day's play. Will just go, well, hang on a minute, 219 balls for 100. He's gone back to playing the traditional way, the sensible way. Oh, he's gone back to playing the Joe Root way, and he's got 100. But actually, it was more about the conditions dictating Joe Root's style of play than anything else, wasn't it?
100%, Macca. You're dead right. And Harmy and I said it when we were on comms, where we were saying, listen, let's not get it twisted, as in regards of, as you rightly said, people are going to say, oh, he's gone back to playing the Joe Root way. He's gone back playing the situation, the wicket. The wicket allowed him to play the way that he did, because, you know, if you heard like the third ball with Zach Crawley, who's like 6'6", and the ball was going at his throat, you're thinking your name is going to be on one. When that's the case, you don't need to over complicate it and play all these ramps and stuff like that. You just bat normally, take the runs that on show, and then keep out the good balls and just defend your wicket. And that's what he did. He soaked up pressure. He manoeuvred the ball extremely well. I always remember Ramps in my head saying, you know, you've got to accumulate. It's about accumulation. Don't just beat the ball all over the place. As Goughy said, he has a gear. He can do that. He's not going to hit loads and loads of sixes, but what he does is he manoeuvres the fielders around. And that is the art of batsmanship. You need to manoeuvre the field and hit the ball where the fielders are not. That is how you score runs, and that's what he did today. He batted a lot of balls, 226 balls to get to his 106. He's had, you know, able supporters in Robinson, Leighton, Ben Foakes, you know, they stayed with him. And all these runs are so important for the first innings. Goughy, I know he will come onto it, can't understand for the life of us why they didn't take the new ball. Makes no sense to us whatsoever when the new ball took 5 wickets in the first 24 overs, and then they haven't taken it, and then they're putting on Jalswar at the end. I mean, are they looking for it to go 5 days?
Well, let's come back to that in a bit. So 219 balls is the 3rd slowest 100 that Joe Root has made in the 31. By the way, he's now only 2 behind Sir Alistair Cook at 33 for the most for England. Joe Root's 10th 100 against India. The only man in double figures against India. Steve Smith is next on 9. And this is the one that leaps out for me. They always talk about doing it in first innings. That's when, you know, first innings runs counts. 31st 100, 23 of those have now been in England's first innings. So either the first or the second innings of the match.
Well, that's setting up the game. But most people will tell you second innings hundreds are the hardest. And that's what Kane Williamson is the king of. But Joe Root, Look, he's a world-class player, one of the best. He gets, for me, criticism sometimes when he doesn't deserve it. He's got, like I say, Joe can play a white ball, can play a red ball, he can play all around the wicket, he's got all the shots. Today, he had nothing to worry about except batting. He didn't come on the back of England chasing down a score of 350, and they've got to score because the pitch is deteriorating, so you're trying to keep up and trying to get a score to dominate. Today he's just concentrated on batting and batting long, and he's put England in an unbelievable position in this game.
We have to mention the fact that England's could have been all out quite early on in the proceedings. I mentioned that Zach Crawley was bowled by Akash in the 4th over, but it was a no ball. Crawley was on 4 at that point. He went on to make 42. Ben Duckett was LBW, or had a big shout for LBW from Jadeja. The umpire's call was not out on DRS. That was inside 9 overs. Joe Root, bizarre one when the score was on 111 in the 23rd over, was given out. He went to DRS, and the third umpire decided that there was a waveform, but it looked to our eyes that waveform was the bat hitting the pad because the ball was actually yet to get to the bat, and if it's gone to the ball tracking, it would have been very close. He was also technically dropped on 48, a little paddle down the leg side off of Kuldeep. It was given as leg byes, but it was straight off the middle, off the blade. Okay, it was a very, very difficult chance, but it is a technical one. Robinson dropped by Jarrod off of Jadeja when everyone thought it was a drop, but it wasn't. He'd missed it, and actually it was stone cold LBW. By that point, though, India had burnt all their reviews. What we're saying is, it could have been a very different day today, boys, isn't it?
Yeah, it could have been a day where England didn't even get to 150. That's the way it was going. We were saying anything in with 200 is looking good. I mean, they've made a mockery of that now, but sometimes you do need a chance, and it's what you do with that chance. You go on and punish teams, and what good players do, and that's what Joe Root does, is that he's not going to give you too many chances, and he's just gone on and got a magnificent 100. And that's what it is. You know, the game of sport, it's about inches. You know, you're a hero one day, villain the other, but it's when you sort of grasp it and you see that opportunity, make them pay, go big. You know, Graham Gooch in your head, Daddy 100, you've got to go big, and he's had able supporters, as I said, in Foakes and Robinson to get them up to 300. They go again in the morning, try and get to 350, keep India out there, keep your bowlers bowling, they're a little bit tired. You know, the captain, Rohit Sharma's got decisions to make, so his mind's not going to be quite fresh when it comes to batting, and then Jimmy Anderson, Ollie Robinson and the spinners can go to work.
I'm going to ask what is probably a pretty impossible question to answer, but I've got to ask it. 302 for 7 after being 112 for 5. What is a good score on this pitch?
Well, I've no idea, because I think you've just talked about there every opportunity that India have had to wrap up this innings, whether it be umpiring or whether it be captaincy decisions. Because with the new ball, we just talked about it, with the new ball, England were 5 down pretty quickly. It was uneven, two-paced, up and down. The last 2 sessions, England have lost 2 wickets when they've mainly gone with their spin. The 2 wickets went to seam again, reverse swing. They had the option to take a new ball and wrap up that innings pretty quick. Now, they didn't do it. And that was a strange decision when you consider they've only took 2 wickets in those last 2 sessions. And they had the opportunity in that first session where the new ball took all the wickets. Waiting till tomorrow morning, it's given England a partnership there between Robinson and Root. And like I said, 302 for 7. They'll be thinking England, they're in a great position. A great position. Yes, we don't know. We always said it. We don't know until India bat. They're used to these conditions. They've played here before. The players have all played in these conditions, and it's their own country. So they might go out and smash 450. We don't know, right? But from experience and looking at the pitch and looking how it reacted that first session and what could happen, and let's see how the new ball reacts tomorrow, we'll get a better idea whether England have got a score already that's a match-winning score.
I was just going to say, I think the key for England is the spin, as in regards of, our spinners are new to Test cricket. Even though they've been taking wickets, they do bowl bad balls, at least 2 and over. So it's how the Indian players set upon batting against them. I don't think Jimmy Anderson and Ollie Robinson are going to go for loads, because they give you that sort of control. Even if they're not taking wickets, they give you control. The other thing will be, will India think, listen, Ollie Robinson, he's already taken a tablet. He's only just been out there batting. Let's get him bowling spells. Is he going to be able to come back and bowl spells? That would be an issue. Then you're putting more pressure on the seamers. Is Ben Stokes going to bowl a few overs? I don't think he's going to bowl spells. Let's get that out of our head. He might bowl the odd over, especially seeing the wicket, what it's doing. So that's going to be interesting. But I think it's how India's batters play our spinners. They will get bad balls and they will jump on it. It's just how consistent are our spinners going to be compared to Jadeja and Ashwin.
On the non-taking the new ball, I mean, we were counting it down from about 5 overs out. The last wicket, the 7th wicket, goes down at 2:45 for 7, halfway through the 76th over. So they're 4.5 overs away from a new ball. And at that point, you're thinking, blow the tail away. This 8th wicket has now put on 62, which, I mean, as Gough just said, we just don't know at the moment what a good score is. But 62 feels a hell of a lot down this part of the order. So put me in your fast bowlers' minds. Why are you not taking it this evening?
Well, Batter there, your captain, and I just can't get the thinking. Bumrah would have been playing, they'd have taken that new ball. I have no doubt whatsoever. I just don't see all the chat there. Surely comes out in the morning session. Seamers bowled. They were making England look uncomfortable with a new ball. We were 5 wickets down for 100. Spinners have come on. They've taken, well, do you know what I mean? They've struggled to take wickets. We've got 2 wickets in the last 2 sessions. They had an opportunity there where Siraj had got into nice rhythm, bowling a good length and line, and if he had just had 2 overs with the new ball and tried Akash with 2 or 3 overs from the other end and then finished with spin for an over or 2, there would have been nothing wrong with that. You would have, and then you would have still had to go with a new ball tomorrow morning. I'm absolutely gobsmacked they didn't take the new ball tonight, but hey, it gives us all a chance to have another look tomorrow morning, see what it does, and I think new ball will be vital in this whole match. We saw it in the first innings this morning. We'll see it when India have the second new ball, and then we'll see it when Robinson and Anderson take it.
Let's take you through the bowling figures. Mohammad Siraj, 13 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 60. Akash Deep, 17 overs, 3 for 70. 3 no balls in there. That is something he's going to need to keep an eye on. Ravindra Jadeja, 27 overs, 7 maidens, 1 for 55. Ravichandran Ashwin, 22 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 83. Kuldeep Yadav's 10 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 21. And we found out something today. Yashasvi Dryswell, there's something in cricket he can't do. It would appear to be bowl, because that 1 over he bowled at the end of the day was pretty filthy. 1 over went for 6 runs. Right, let's get into the England camp, get some reaction to day one's first action of this 4th Test match. Zach Crawley speaking with our reporter Cameron Ponsonby.
Zach, your reflections on the first day?
Really good day for us. Joe played an unbelievable knock there as well, but a couple of decent cameos from Foakesy and Johnny as well, so we're in a good position.
Ben Stokes obviously got a shocker with the pitch. There's been so much talk about it. How did it play in the end? What's a good score?
I said, actually, when I got out, I felt like around 300 would be a really good score, and we obviously around that point now. I felt like it was really hard. It was doing quite a bit with the new ball, but actually it was a bit easy against the spin, and then when the ball got softer, it was easy against the seam and a bit harder against the spin. So it's just reading the situation well, and then you can get a decent score like we did today.
Another word about Joe Root. It's his 91st score of 50 or more for England. In a must-win match, how much confidence does it give the changing room to see one of the legends of English cricket stepping up like that?
Yeah, we had no doubts, to be honest. We knew it was coming. It's just a matter of time. You know, he gets runs all the time. The fact that he didn't score as many as he'd have wanted in the first few games, we knew it was coming, and it might not seem like that from the outside, but we've always backed Joe. He's the best player who's ever played for England, and he's fantastic.
His partnership with Ben Foakes was so crucial. Foakes obviously going in the ball after Stokes gets one that rolls along the floor. How difficult is it to keep calm in the dressing room and not potentially try and put your foot down and hit yourself out of trouble, and then bat through to the end of the day with only losing 2 more wickets?
Yeah, it's really impressive how well they judged the situation. Like, they didn't react by the ball that got Stokes, which was obviously unplayable. They just went about their own business, and even Johnny came in and played it differently, saw it differently. Like, tried to seize the initiative and play more aggressive, and that worked as well. And that's what we did well today. We played the situation, we read the situation well, and those boys put on that partnership was huge for us.
That morning session was so entertaining as someone watching on. Was it fun to be a part of? Are you aware that of when the runs are flowing and the wickets are falling, that you're putting on a show? Yeah, of course. We know that's good cricket, but it was a good contest. We were trying to throw some punches back. They were obviously bowling really well. Akash bowled really well. Akash, sorry. And it was really enjoyable being out there. It was obviously really tough at points. When I got hit on the finger, third ball, I wasn't enjoying it as much. But no, it was a good challenge. That delivery, can you clear it up for us? Was it just a good bounce, or did it lift more than you were expecting? Well, I would say it lifted more than I expected. Yeah, I didn't think I knew it was back of a length, but I don't think it should have hit me where it hit me. But that's where the pitch. It's a bit uneven bounce, and it's good for both sides. You're over against Siraj, where I think you took him for 4 consecutive boundaries, 3 4s and a 6. Is that a conscious decision on your part to kind of take the attack back to the bowlers, or was it 4 balls which you just thought were in your area? No, that one on that occasion was definitely a conscious attack. The over before was a good over, and I felt like there was one with my name on it soon, so I had to throw something back, and I chose to do that over, and it came off, and then managed to get a couple more away after that. But it was a shame that I got out when I didn't get a few more, but I was pleased with how I played. Joe and Ollie have obviously put on a great partnership at the end of the day here. Was there any talk in the changing room if 1 or 2 fell and Joe Root was one of them that you might declare and have a bowl at India tonight? That wasn't the talk here, no, it wasn't the same. It's a different situation to the Ashes. We all at that time thought that was the right decision. In India, when the pitch is only going to get worse, I think that conversation will probably happen a bit less. Coming back tomorrow, you said you'd be happy with 300. We're on 300 now, almost exactly. What are you setting your sights on? Trying to scrape up to 350, or is anything possible with Joe at the crease? Yeah, I wouldn't even want to say a number, to be honest. With Joe and even Robert looked really good at the end there. So with those two at the crease, you don't want to put a limit on those boys. They can go out and do anything tomorrow. So we'll see where we go. What we did well today was we didn't get ahead of ourselves. We just played the situation. So they just got to do that in the morning. Play every ball one at a time, one over at a time, and Robert's got the talent to get a nice 50, and Joe's got the talent to do whatever he wants. So we'll see. Zach, thanks very much. Best of luck tomorrow. Appreciate it.
Zach Crawley speaking with Cameron Ponsonby. Darren Gough, Alex Tudor, we're getting close to the end. Just one thing though, to go back to the whole thing about the pitch. When we first saw it an hour or so before play started, it looks abysmal. If you rocked up in your car for the local third 11, it basically looks like someone's sort of waxed some stumps in it, put some white line on, and said, off you go. You get back in your car, wouldn't you, if you saw that in a local club third 11?
Well, looks dry. There is cracks. Jigsaw puzzle type. Don't know if it was moving. I've not been on the pitch itself and tested that. If you get moving plates, that's when it becomes really dangerous. But I think we've seen before cracks. Yeah, you get high quality seamers putting the ball in the right areas, the right length. It becomes very difficult for the batting side to survive and score, because you're going to get two paces off the cracks and off the normal grass, and then you're going to get up and down. And as the game goes on, it tends to exaggerate that movement up and down. So that's why batting first was hugely important for England. They've put themselves in a good position. After the first session, you're more likely really to get out with a ball that shoots along the ground. Ben Stokes was unlucky. He got one early. If your name's on one of them, you can't do anything about it. But if that's happening against a spinner, can you imagine if you were bowling at 80, 85 miles per hour and putting it in those right areas and it rolls? You've no chance. So as the game goes on, I expect to see more of those. And that's why, again, batting first is a game changer.
Right then, so we're basically out of time. So one more question, and you're going to give me a number as an answer. No sort of long drawn out. England's first innings total will be? Alex Tudor.
350.
Darren Gough.
325.
I'll go 365, one for every day of the year then. You'll find out in the morning whether we're even remotely close. We'll be back just before 4 a.m. for the start of day 2 of the 4th Test match. Day 1. It's been an absolute belter, exclusively live here on talkSPORT 2.
Well, that's the news from the centre. It's England have won the toss and they've decided to bat first.
And, oh, that's a good bouncer. I was just about to say there's no short legging.
Woohoo! Here we go.
Strap yourselves in.
Akash then around the wicket, pitched up, edged and out. England have had some wobble